Carl Jung believed that the greatest transformations in life often do not come from striving or forcing, but from allowing. He saw that the human psyche is like a river. The more we thrash against its current, the more exhausted we become. Yet when we allow ourselves to float, something mysterious happens. The river begins to carry us to where we were meant to be all along. This was not laziness in Jung's eyes, but a form of surrender to the deeper wisdom of the unconscious. Jung noticed that people who were constantly struggling to control every outcome were the ones who suffered most. Their lives were filled with anxiety and tension because they could never trust the larger process unfolding around them. He often wrote about the tension between the conscious will and the unconscious forces that guide us from below the surface. To Jung, the unconscious was not just a storage of forgotten memories or repressed fears. It was a living system of intelligence, older and wiser than the individual ego. To live fully meant learning to listen to it rather than fighting it. This is why Jung placed such importance on the concept of synchronicity. He described synchronicity as meaningful coincidences, those strange alignments that happen without any rational cause but feel charged with significance. When a person stops forcing and begins to observe, these events start to appear like guiding lights. For Jung, synchronicities were not accidents. They were signs that the psyche and the world outside were in harmony, reflecting one another. And such harmony could not be forced. It could only be witnessed when one stepped back and allowed life to move on its own. Jung was deeply influenced by Eastern philosophy, particularly Taoism. In Taoist thought, there is a concept called Wu Wei, often translated as effortless action. It is the art of doing without doing, of allowing the natural flow of life to move through you rather than against you. Jung saw in Wu Wei a mirror of his own ideas. He recognized that the Western mind, obsessed with progress and achievement, often overlooked the wisdom of stillness. For him, true power was not in endless effort but in deep alignment with what was already unfolding. When Jung worked with patients, he noticed that breakthroughs often came not during moments of frantic effort but in periods of pause. A dream would reveal an answer, or a chance encounter would shift a person's perspective. Healing was not something one could force like a machine. It required patience, openness, and a willingness to let the unconscious do its slow work. This was a radical idea, because modern society taught people to always be busy, always be in control, always be pushing forward. Jung reminded us that such constant striving can cut us off from the very currents that would guide us if only we stopped resisting. To do nothing after a moment of deep reflection is not avoidance. It is respect for the hidden processes at work. Imagine a seed buried in soil. You cannot pull at it to make it grow faster. You must leave it alone, trust the soil, the rain, the rhythm of the seasons. Jung believed our inner lives functioned in the same way. The unconscious needs time to gestate, to rearrange itself, to bring forward what is needed in its own season. Our task is not to demand immediate results but to be patient enough to let them ripen. This approach does not mean passivity. Jung was not telling people to abandon responsibility or to float aimlessly. Instead, he was teaching that there are times when action must give way to receptivity. In those times, stepping back can be the most courageous act of all. Because stepping back requires trust. It requires faith that there is an intelligence beyond the ego, beyond the mind that insists and knows best. Jung called this process individuation, the journey of becoming whole. Individuation was not about forcing the self into an ideal shape. It was about allowing the self to reveal what it already was beneath the layers of conditioning. In his writings and lectures, Jung often told stories of patients who found healing only when they stopped trying so hard to fix themselves. A man who could not break free from anxiety finally learned to sit quietly with his dreams and discovered they carried messages he had been too restless to hear. A woman who struggled with relationships found meaning in a recurring synchronicity that pointed her toward unresolved conflicts with her own shadow. In each case, transformation began not when they pushed harder, but when they stopped and listened. This is the paradox at the heart of Jung's teaching. By doing nothing, everything begins to shift. By loosening the grip, life begins to realign. The more one insists on control, the more tangled the knots become. But the moment of surrender allows the knots to unravel on their own. Jung once wrote that people do not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. And often, the darkness reveals itself only in the quiet when we have finally stopped forcing and allowed silence to speak. The invitation here is simple but profound. After you have reflected, after you have made space for the unconscious to rise, do nothing. Step back. Watch how events around you begin to mirror the inner work. Watch how coincidences, encounters, and dreams begin to line up. This is not magic. It is the deep harmony between the psyche and the world, a harmony that becomes visible only when we stop interfering. Jung's entire philosophy of stepping back rests on his profound respect for mystery. He understood that life is not a problem to be solved but a mystery to be lived. When we rush to solve everything, we rob ourselves of the depth that comes only from patience and silence. He saw in his patience a hunger to reduce every experience into a neat explanation, but he knew the psyche resists being boxed in. To him, what mattered most was not the quick answer but the slow unfolding of meaning. This is why he spent so much time exploring dreams. A dream is not something you can interpret with force. It speaks in its own language, through images and symbols that rise unbidden from the unconscious. Jung believed that if you wait with a dream rather than dissect it too quickly, it begins to work on you. The image stays with you, shaping your thoughts, tugging at your emotions, guiding you in ways you cannot predict. To let a dream live inside you without rushing to decode it was, for Jung, a form of doing nothing. And in that nothing, transformation was already happening. He extended this insight to the way people approach life itself. Too often, he said, we treat life like a riddle we must crack with effort. But life, like a dream, has to be held lightly. If you demand an immediate answer, you strangle its living mystery. If you hold it patiently, it begins to reveal itself in layers, in whispers, in small moments that gather power over time. Jung understood that this rhythm mirrors nature itself. The tree does not rush its growth. The river does not force its path. They unfold in time, guided by currents deeper than any conscious plan. Jung's notion of the shadow also reflects this need for patience. The shadow is everything within us that we deny or repress. Many people believe they can conquer their shadow through willpower, by forcing themselves into goodness. But Jung warned that this only deepens the split. To integrate the shadow, you must allow it to speak. You must sit with it in silence, listening to the parts of yourself you most want to avoid. This listening is uncomfortable, but it is also healing. By doing nothing more than allowing the shadow to exist in your awareness, you begin to reclaim it. The process unfolds naturally, not through control but through acknowledgement. This patience extends beyond the individual to the world itself. Jung lived through 2 world wars. He saw firsthand what happens when nations try to dominate and control through sheer force. He wrote about the collective unconscious, the shared field of symbols and instincts that connects humanity. When this collective energy is ignored or suppressed, it erupts in violence. Jung believed that the path to peace could not come from constant political maneuvering alone. It required an inner shift, a willingness to step back from the frenzy of control and allow deeper reconciliation to emerge. The same principle that heals the individual's psyche, he believed, could heal the world. One of the most remarkable things about Jung is that he was never satisfied with shallow comfort. He knew that waiting, that doing nothing, often feels unbearable. The ego wants progress, wants certainty, wants results. Yet he urged his students and patients to endure this discomfort. He called it holding the tension of the opposites. Instead of rushing to resolve contradictions, he encouraged people to sit within them. To do nothing but hold both sides in awareness, trusting that in time a new synthesis would emerge. This was not passivity, but courage. It demanded strength to resist the impulse to force a premature solution. Jung often described individuation, the journey of becoming whole, as a spiral rather than a straight line. We return to the same themes, the same struggles, again and again, but each time at a deeper level. To fight this spiral, to demand a quick conclusion, is to cut short the very growth that is trying to take place. By doing nothing, by letting the spiral carry us, we eventually find ourselves transformed in ways no deliberate effort could achieve. The beauty of this teaching is that it applies not only to great life crises but to the smallest moments. A conversation that does not resolve, a dream that remains unclear, a season of uncertainty in work or love. Our impulse is to push, to demand clarity, to solve. But Jung whispers otherwise. Let it be. Allow it to breathe. Trust that the unconscious is at work, even if you cannot see its movements. In time, the threads will weave together into a pattern you could never have forced on your own. In this way, doing nothing is not the absence of life but the deepest participation in it. It is recognizing that the psyche, the world, and the flow of existence are already moving toward balance. Our role is not to force the river but to enter it with trust, letting it carry us toward the sea. When Jung spoke of surrendering to the flow of life, he was not suggesting an escape from responsibility. He was pointing toward a deeper kind of responsibility, one that involves listening to what life itself is asking of us. To live only from the surface mind is to act without roots, like a tree shaken by every gust of wind. But when we allow silence and stillness, when we do nothing and let the unconscious speak, we begin to act from a place that is anchored in depth. This depth is what Jung called the self, the totality of who we are, far greater than the fragile ego. The self cannot be reached by forcing. It emerges slowly, like a figure rising from mist. Jung described how people often encountered it first in dreams or symbols, as an image of wholeness. Sometimes it appeared as a wise figure, sometimes as a circle, a mandala, or a unifying vision. These were not inventions of the mind, but spontaneous messages from the deeper psyche. And the way to receive them was through patience, not struggle. The ego might demand to know everything at once, but the self gives its gifts in its own time. Doing nothing creates the space where those gifts can enter. This space is essential because the ego, by its nature, wants control. It wants to impose order and meaning on everything immediately. Jung saw this as one of the main causes of neurosis. The more we insist that life must look a certain way, the more life resists. The more we cling to control, the more the unconscious fights back, sending symptoms, anxieties, and breakdowns. Jung's answer was not to tighten control further but to release it. By allowing, by stepping back, by entering silence, the tension softens and the unconscious begins to cooperate rather than resist. He illustrated this with the alchemical image of the vessel. In alchemy, transformation could only occur when the ingredients were left inside a sealed vessel, undisturbed, subjected to heat and time. Jung saw this as a metaphor for the psyche. When you hold the problem in the container of awareness without trying to fix it immediately, it begins to transform itself. Just as the alchemical gold emerges through slow process, the psyche too reveals its hidden treasures when allowed to ripen in silence. Doing nothing here means maintaining the vessel, resisting the impulse to open it too soon, trusting that a greater process is at work. This principle is not easy to live. In moments of crisis, everything in us cries out for action. We want to repair, to force, to control. Jung understood this temptation, but he also understood its danger. When we rush to fix, we often deepen the wound. We act from fear rather than wisdom. But when we wait, when we let the unconscious contribute its part, we often find that new possibilities emerge, possibilities we could never have designed on our own. The doing nothing is not empty. It is active receptivity. It is allowing the self to enter and guide. Jung often emphasized that life is not linear. It is symbolic, circular, and filled with rhythms we cannot measure. This is why he was fascinated by mandalas, those intricate circular designs that appeared spontaneously in his patient's art and dreams. To him, the mandala symbolized the natural movement of the psyche toward balance and wholeness. No one could force a mandala to appear. It arose on its own, when the time was right, as a reflection of inner harmony. This was another lesson in trust. Do nothing, and the deeper patterns begin to reveal themselves. One of the most powerful aspects of Jung's teaching is how it validates uncertainty. In modern culture, uncertainty is treated as failure. We are taught to always have an answer, always know what to do. Jung reminded us that uncertainty is not weakness but the ground where transformation begins. By doing nothing in the face of uncertainty, by resisting the impulse to grasp for premature answers, we give space for the real answer to grow. That answer, when it arrives, is more than intellectual. It comes with a sense of inevitability, as though it had been waiting for us all along. To live in this way requires humility. Jung knew that the ego does not like humility. It wants to be the master, the one in control. But he saw humility as the doorway to wisdom. Doing nothing after reflection is an act of humility, a way of admitting that there are forces greater than our conscious will. It is trusting that life knows something we do not. And in that trust, a new kind of strength emerges, not the brittle strength of control, but the quiet strength of alignment with something vast. In time, this practice of allowing begins to reshape the way we see life itself. Instead of endless struggle, life becomes a dialogue. Instead of a battlefield, it becomes a field of symbols and synchronicities, each pointing us toward wholeness. Jung's message is that the psyche is always moving toward healing, always guiding us, if only we allow it the silence to speak. Do nothing after the work of reflection. Hold the question, the uncertainty, the tension. Watch how life itself begins to weave the answer, often through means you could never have forced. In this waiting, in this patience, in this surrender, everything slowly falls into place. For Jung, the art of doing nothing was not only a path to healing but also the foundation of creativity. He often said that the deepest works of art, the most powerful ideas, and the most meaningful discoveries do not come from the ego's effort alone. They emerge from the unconscious, like water rising from a hidden spring. To access that spring, one must first become quiet. One must wait. This waiting is not idle but receptive, an openness that allows the imagination to unfold on its own terms. Jung himself experienced this during his own period of inner crisis, when visions and dreams overwhelmed him. Instead of suppressing them or forcing them into rational explanations, he chose to record them patiently. He painted images, wrote dialogues, and allowed the unconscious to reveal itself. These explorations eventually became the foundation of his Red Book, one of the most important records of his inner life. He did not plan it, and he did not push it into existence. He allowed it to emerge. By doing nothing but listening, he tapped into a creative depth that shaped all his later work. This principle applies to love as well. Jung observed that relationships often collapse under the weight of control. When one partner demands constant answers, immediate reassurance, or total predictability, the relationship suffocates. Love, he believed, requires space. It requires the patience to let another person unfold in their own time. By doing nothing in moments of tension, by not rushing to control, to force, to demand, something deeper has a chance to grow. In this stillness, trust builds. The unconscious of one person begins to communicate with the unconscious of another, creating a bond that goes beyond words. Jung also connected this idea to meaning itself. Many people came to him asking what the purpose of life was, desperate for clarity. He never offered a single formula, because he knew that meaning cannot be imposed. It must grow out of experience. By doing nothing after reflection, by allowing silence and uncertainty, a person begins to notice small signs, coincidences, and moments of alignment. These are not random. They are the threads of meaning, weaving themselves into a pattern. Meaning is discovered, not manufactured, and it appears when we stop forcing it to appear. In this sense, doing nothing is an act of faith in the psyche's natural movement toward wholeness. Jung compared it to the way a wound heals. You cannot command a wound to close. You can only create the right conditions and then let the body do its work. The psyche is the same. It has its own intelligence, its own rhythm of repair. The ego's role is to create space, to protect the vessel, and then to wait. The real work is done in the unseen depths, where the unconscious reshapes itself. This waiting is not always comfortable. Jung was clear about that. The unconscious can bring up images and feelings that are unsettling. Silence often confronts us with shadows we have long avoided. Doing nothing means facing these shadows without immediately running from them. It means holding the discomfort until its message begins to reveal itself. Jung believed that only by facing these hidden aspects could a person become whole. The act of waiting, of not rushing to escape, is the act of giving the shadow space to transform. As this practice deepens, life begins to feel different. Instead of being driven by fear and urgency, one begins to notice rhythms and patterns. The ordinary becomes symbolic. A dream carries guidance. A conversation feels charged with meaning. A delay, which once would have been frustrating, is now seen as part of a larger unfolding. Doing nothing becomes a way of living with more presence, more trust, and more attunement to the mysterious order of existence. Jung knew that modern culture struggled with this idea. In a world obsessed with speed, efficiency, and achievement, doing nothing can look like failure. But he insisted that it was the opposite. He warned that endless striving only leads to emptiness, because it cuts us off from the unconscious, from the deep sources of renewal. True progress, he said, comes from alignment, not force. To live in harmony with the psyche is to live in harmony with life itself. And when you begin to live this way, something extraordinary happens. Creativity blossoms in unexpected ways. Love deepens, not through control but through openness. Meaning arises naturally, weaving itself into your days. What once felt fragmented begins to feel whole. Jung's message is clear. After reflection, after listening, let go. Do nothing. Watch how life itself begins to create through you, in you, and around you. Jung's vision of surrender was not passive resignation. It was an active alignment with the mystery of life. To do nothing after reflection is to enter into partnership with the unconscious, with the greater self, and with the hidden order of the world. It is a recognition that we are not solitary fragments, struggling against chaos, but parts of a living pattern that holds us. This recognition changes everything. At the heart of Jung's teaching is individuation, the slow, lifelong journey of becoming whole. He described it as the unfolding of the true self beneath the masks of the ego. Individuation cannot be rushed. It cannot be forced into shape by sheer willpower. It unfolds like dawn breaking across the horizon. Doing nothing is the space that allows this dawn to rise. The more you step back, the more the hidden light of the self begins to reveal itself. This is why Jung returns so often to the image of the circle, the mandala. For him, it was the symbol of completion, the reflection of a psyche that has found balance. He noticed that people on the path of individuation often began to draw mandalas without knowing why. It was as though the unconscious itself was guiding them toward wholeness. These images could not be manufactured by the ego. They emerged when the person created space, when they waited and allowed. In that waiting, something greater was already at work. Jung believed that the greatest obstacle to wholeness was the restless demand for certainty. The ego fears uncertainty because it cannot control it. Yet uncertainty is the very soil in which transformation grows. By doing nothing in the face of uncertainty, by holding it patiently, we give the unconscious permission to weave its own solution. Over time, clarity arises, not as a forced answer but as a natural revelation. And when it comes, it carries a weight, a truth, that no premature solution could ever have. This surrender is not only about the inner life. Jung saw it mirrored in nature, in history, and in the world. He wrote that humanity's crises often come from trying to impose too much control, ignoring the deeper forces moving beneath. Just as an individual must surrender to the unconscious, so too must a culture learn to pause, to reflect, to allow. The same wisdom that heals a person can heal the world, but only if we trust that life has intelligence beyond our grasp. When you look back at your own life, you may notice this truth already. The most important shifts often happen not when you force them, but when you finally let go. The friendship that changed you, the love that arrived unexpectedly, the opportunity that appeared when you had stopped searching. These were not created by effort alone. They came when you allowed space. Jung would say they were guided by the self, moving beneath the surface, arranging life in ways the ego could never predict. To live this way is to live with trust. It is to see life not as a problem to be solved but as a dialogue with the unseen. Every dream, every coincidence, every delay or silence may hold meaning. By doing nothing, you give life the chance to speak in its own voice. By waiting, you let the unconscious reveal what the conscious mind could never invent. And so the teaching is both simple and profound. After reflection, after listening deeply, do nothing. Step back. Trust. Watch how the knots begin to loosen, how the symbols begin to appear, how the people and events around you begin to align. This is not passivity. It is faith in the wholeness that is already at work within you and around you. Jung's ultimate vision was that each of us carries within a spark of the greater whole, and that by surrendering, we allow this spark to grow into flame. Wholeness is not achieved by control. It is revealed by trust. Do nothing, and watch how everything falls into place. Carl Jung believed that human relationships are never simple exchanges of affection or attraction. Behind every bond lies an invisible current of psychology, ancient instincts, and unconscious patterns that draw us together. Love, in Jung's understanding, was not merely a feeling, it was a meeting of hidden forces within the psyche. When someone falls in love with you, Jung suggested, it is rarely about your surface presentation. It is almost always about something deeper. Something their soul searches for, something their unconscious longs to complete. Jung once wrote that, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." In this transformation lies the mystery of why people fall in love. The heart does not choose randomly. It gravitates toward what it needs. Jung reduced this need to two fundamental reasons, though they often intertwine so seamlessly that people confuse one for the other. The first is projection, the hidden, unrecognized parts of ourselves that we cast upon others, seeing in them what we cannot yet see in ourselves. The second is resonance, the recognition of a shared pattern, a shared wound, or a shared longing that makes another soul feel like home. To understand projection, imagine a person who has never embraced their own creativity. They have buried it, dismissed it as impractical, or feared the vulnerability of expression. Then they meet someone whose life shines with that very quality, an artist, a dreamer, a free spirit. They fall in love, not because this artist is objectively better than anyone else, but because this person embodies their unlived life. Jung would say they are not truly in love with the other person, they are in love with the lost part of themselves. What they could not accept internally, they now worship externally. This is why Jung believed so many love stories are charged with intensity but also fragility. Projection creates enchantment. It blinds us, placing halos over ordinary human beings, making them seem almost divine. But because this love is built on a mirror rather than reality, it often cracks. The dream eventually collides with the truth. The artist is not just a vessel for one's unlived creativity but also a flawed and independent being. When this realization comes, love can fade, or it can deepen, if both people are willing to see each other not as projections, but as whole, imperfect selves. The second reason, resonance, is quieter but often more enduring. This is the love that forms not out of missing pieces, but out of recognition. Two people who have walked similar inner landscapes find each other, and without needing to explain, they understand. Their wounds are compatible. Their rhythms match. Sometimes this is born out of shared pain, two souls who have endured abandonment, loss, or struggle and recognize that ache in each other's eyes. Other times, it comes from shared strength, a parallel courage, a similar hunger for truth, a devotion to beauty, or a search for meaning. Unlike projection, resonance does not place another person on a pedestal. It does not say, "You have what I lack." Instead, it whispers, "You and I have traveled the same roads." The connection feels grounding, as though two separate melodies suddenly discover they were always part of the same song. Jung's distinction between projection and resonance is subtle but profound. Most people never pause to ask themselves which one has shaped their relationships. Yet this question matters because it determines whether love will be an awakening or an illusion. Projection can shatter when the other person's truth emerges. Resonance can deepen with time because it is rooted not in fantasy but in reality. But love is rarely pure. Most relationships are mixtures of both forces. At first, we project, falling for someone because they awaken something hidden within us. Over time, if the bond endures, resonance emerges, and we begin to love not the dream we imagined, but the real person before us. Jung believed this evolution of love is not just a personal journey but a spiritual one. It forces us to confront our shadows, recover our hidden selves, and discover the humanity we share with another. When someone falls in love with you, it is rarely just about your smile, your words, or your presence. It is about what you awaken in them. Sometimes you remind them of who they wish they could be. Other times, you reflect back who they already are. Either way, you are touching something deeper than choice. You are brushing against the unconscious. That, Jung believed, is why love feels so overwhelming. It is not just between two people, it is a conversation between two souls, each carrying histories, wounds, and desires far larger than the present moment. This is the beginning of Jung's insight into why people fall in love, not for the surface, not for the mask, but for the hidden currents within. For Jung, the reasons for falling in love cannot be explained solely by personal memory or surface attraction. He believed love is guided by something much older, something inherent in the psyche's architecture. At the core of his psychology lies a set of archetypes, universal patterns shaping how we dream, desire, and connect. Two central to human intimacy are the anima and the animus. Jung described the anima as the inner feminine image within every man, and the animus as the inner masculine image within every woman. These figures are not conscious inventions but part of the collective unconscious, ancient templates formed by generations of human experience. They influence who we notice, admire, and fall in love with. In Jung's words, when two people meet, it is not just two individuals encountering each other, but also these inner archetypes projecting their power. This explains the inexplicable rush of attraction for someone barely known. It is not reason but the anima or animus rising from the depths, whispering that the other person carries a soul fragment. Love becomes not simply companionship or preference, but recognition of an inner image, something carried within, suddenly brought to life by another's presence. But the anima and animus are not merely romantic illusions. They serve a purpose, pushing us toward wholeness. For Jung, each person carries both masculine and feminine qualities, yet we often suppress one side, clinging to a socially approved identity. A man may suppress tenderness, vulnerability, or creativity. A woman, her assertiveness, logic, or independence. These denied qualities remain alive inside, appearing as the anima or animus, seeking expression. Love is often the psyche's attempt to reclaim balance. Imagine a man raised to be hardened, rational, and detached, falling in love with a soft, intuitive, and feeling woman. To him, she seems radiant, almost otherworldly. He is drawn not only to her but to his disowned feminine depth. In her, he sees his lost wholeness. The reverse is also true. A woman taught to be nurturing but restrained may fall for a man embodying boldness, independence, or fierce conviction. She loves not only him, but the part of herself waiting to awaken. This, Jung said, is love's secret drama. When we fall in love, we rarely fall for a person alone. We fall into a mirror, an archetype, a chance to reclaim shadowed parts of ourselves. Love transforms because it demands this integration, pushing us to confront qualities once rejected but now essential. But herein lies the danger. These powerful archetypes can overwhelm us. When projected onto another, the beloved can appear more divine than human, a symbol rather than a person, a vessel for our inner world. Inevitably, reality shatters the illusion. The beloved is not a god or goddess but a flawed, unpredictable, imperfect human being. This disillusionment, though painful, is necessary, Jung believed. It forces us to withdraw the projection, reclaim the qualities given away, and love the person for who they are, not who our unconscious imagine them to be. This process is individuation, the journey of becoming whole. Love, taken seriously, is one of its great teachers. It reveals our lacks, shows us our fears, and invites us to grow into our potential. Every heartbreak, enchantment, and deep connection is, in Jung's philosophy, a lesson in self-discovery. So, when someone falls in love with you, it may be because you embody their anima or animus, the inner image they unknowingly carry. You are not just yourself but a mirror of their unconscious, a symbol of their missing wholeness. This does not mean their love is false, but that it is charged with a depth beyond choice or logic. It is the unconscious seeking balance, trying to illuminate the unlived parts of the soul. But love shaped by these archetypes is not only about need, it can evolve into resonance. When projection fades and the ideal collapses, genuine recognition becomes possible. Two souls, no longer blinded by archetypes but grounded in reality, can discover whether their connection can survive without illusions. If so, the love that follows is not the fire of projection but the warmth of truth. Jung shows us that love is both a danger and a gift. It can trap us in fantasy or awaken us to our hidden selves. It can shatter or make us whole. But it is never shallow. It is always a movement of the unconscious, a dialogue between what we are and what we might become. Carl Jung believed that no human being is whole without facing the shadow, the side of the psyche that holds everything we repress, deny, or fear within ourselves. The shadow is not simply evil. It is not only the aggression, envy, or selfishness we wish to hide. It also contains unlived life, the talents we never developed, the passions we suppressed, and the truths we were too afraid to admit. The shadow is the container of everything we could not bring into the light. And yet, the shadow has a strange power over our relationships. Jung observed that we are often irresistibly drawn to people who embody the very qualities we have buried within ourselves. This attraction is not always pleasant. It can feel electric, unsettling, even dangerous. When we meet someone whose presence awakens our shadow, we experience a mix of fascination and fear. We are pulled toward them not only for who they are, but because they hold a mirror to the parts of us we cannot see. Think of the quiet, disciplined individual who falls in love with someone wild and unpredictable, or the kind, self-sacrificing soul who is drawn to a lover who radiates selfish confidence. On the surface, these pairings make little sense. But Jung would argue that love is not rational. It is an instinctive force pushing us to confront the missing or disowned sides of ourselves. The disciplined one secretly longs for freedom. The selfless one longs to claim their own desires. The shadow, unrecognized, demands to be lived through another. This is why love can feel so dangerous. It brings us face to face with what we fear most within ourselves. The very qualities we admire or resent in another are often pieces of our own psyche crying out to be integrated. Jung wrote that everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. In love, this irritation often arrives wrapped in beauty, longing, or desire. What looks like passion may, at its core, be the shadow calling us home. But this entanglement can also lead to destruction if it is not understood. When we fall in love with our shadow, we may become blind. We may excuse cruelty, overlook red flags, or sacrifice ourselves, believing that the other person holds the key to our completeness. In truth, no one outside us can ever carry that responsibility. The shadow does not ask us to worship another, it asks us to reclaim what we have lost within ourselves. Consider the story of someone who falls for a partner who is brutally honest, even harsh. At first, the honesty feels refreshing, intoxicating, an antidote to their own habit of politeness and avoidance. They love this person because, through them, they are finally tasting the truth they never dared to speak. But over time, if they do not integrate this shadow quality into themselves, the relationship turns toxic. The partner's harshness becomes unbearable. What once seemed liberating becomes wounding. The only way forward is to recognize that what they admired was not the other's cruelty, but their own need for authenticity. Until they can claim that honesty for themselves, they will remain bound to the shadow in another. This is the paradox Jung saw in love. It is both a danger and a medicine. Falling in love with the shadow can break us, but it can also heal us if we learn its lesson. To love wisely is to ask, what part of myself am I chasing in this person? What part of my own shadow have I given away to them? When we begin to answer, love ceases to be mere infatuation and becomes a path of transformation. For Jung, the shadow was not meant to be destroyed but integrated. The same is true in love. The partners who stir our darkness are often the ones who help us grow. They show us where we are incomplete, where we are too one-sided, and where we are clinging to an image of ourselves that is too narrow. Love's greatest gift may not be comfort, but confrontation, the gentle or violent reminder that we are more than the persona we wear. So when someone falls in love with you, it may be because you awaken their shadow. You carry the qualities they cannot admit to themselves, and in your presence, they feel both terrified and alive. This love can be overwhelming because it feels like touching fire. Yet, if both people are willing to face what emerges, such a relationship can become one of the deepest teachers of self-knowledge. Love, then, is not only about light, it is about darkness. It is about the meeting of two shadows as much as two hearts. And it is in this meeting, Jung believed, that the possibility of true transformation arises. For only by embracing the shadow do we become whole. For Jung, love was never simply a matter of personal preference, chemistry, or even psychology. At its deepest, it was a spiritual experience. Every bond between two people mirrored something much larger, the human psyche's eternal search for unity. In Jung's system, this ultimate unity was symbolized by the self, the archetype of wholeness residing at the center of the unconscious. To move toward the self is to move toward balance, integration, and meaning. Love, more than almost anything else, propels us into this movement. When two people fall in love, especially intensely, it is not only attraction. It is the meeting of opposites, the merging of qualities that have long been separate. Masculine and feminine, light and shadow, order and chaos. These polarities are drawn to each other because, in the unconscious, they are already part of a whole. The soul longs to reunite what has been divided. Jung saw love as a natural ritual of this union, a symbolic rehearsal of the psyche's deepest task, which is to reconcile all opposites into one living self. This is why love often feels transcendent. People in love speak of feeling lifted out of time, sensing that destiny has arranged their meeting, and experiencing a wholeness they never knew before. These are not delusions, Jung argued. They are glimpses of the archetype of the self, shining through the relationship. The beloved becomes not just a person but a symbol of our own wholeness. To look into their eyes is to see not only them but the possibility of becoming complete. Yet Jung warned that this spiritual power can also be dangerous. When we mistake the beloved for the self itself, when we believe they are our wholeness rather than a symbol pointing toward it, we create idolatry. We place upon them the impossible burden of saving us. This is why so many relationships collapse under the weight of unrealistic expectations. We are not meant to find the self in another. We are meant to be awakened by them, then continue the inward journey. Even when relationships end, Jung saw them as profoundly meaningful. Every love, whether lasting or fleeting, contributes to the soul's education. The first overwhelming passion may reveal the anima or animus, stirring qualities we had buried. The second might awaken the shadow, forcing us to confront our fears. A later love may be quieter but deeper, offering resonance instead of projection. Each encounter is valuable, for each carries us closer to integration. The pain of heartbreak is often the moment the unconscious withdraws its projection, forcing us to face ourselves more honestly. In that pain, Jung believed, lies an initiation. Consider how many people describe their first great love as life-changing, even if it ended long ago. The psyche recognizes such events as markers in its spiritual unfolding. Love does not just bring pleasure or sorrow, it fosters growth. Every person we fall in love with shapes us, influencing who we become. Jung would say they are all figures in the great drama of individuation, sent not by chance but by the deep currents of the unconscious, guiding us toward wholeness. In this way, Jung elevated love beyond the personal. It is not merely a story between two individuals, it is part of humanity's oldest ritual, the union of opposites. Every myth, from the marriage of gods to the joining of heaven and earth, reflects this same pattern. Lovers repeat it in their own lives, often unaware that their passion echoes something cosmic. The union they seek is not only with each other, but with the self. Yet, Jung never reduced love to a mere symbol. He insisted that love must also be lived in the real world, with all its imperfections. The spiritual force of love does not excuse us from the practical work of commitment, honesty, and forgiveness. In fact, it demands it. The divine must be grounded in the human, or it becomes destructive. Love that soars without roots is like fire without a hearth. It burns everything it touches. Thus, for Jung, love is both the most human and the most spiritual of experiences. It mirrors the psyche's longing for unity, but also tests our ability to live truthfully with another person. To love is to walk a path between heaven and earth, to glimpse eternity in another's face, yet remember they are human, to find in them the self, yet return to ourselves. So when someone falls in love with you, it may be because you awaken not only their shadow or their anima, but their deepest longing for unity. To them, you may appear as the missing half of their soul, the embodiment of wholeness they cannot yet find within. Whether the relationship lasts or fades, that encounter has spiritual weight. It is a signpost pointing them toward their own completeness, their own self. This is why love matters so profoundly in Jung's philosophy. It is never accidental. It is always part of the soul's journey toward becoming. Carl Jung's vision of love was never sentimental. He did not describe it as a fairy tale, nor reduce it to simple attraction. Instead, he saw love as one of the most profound forces shaping the human journey, because every act of love is a movement of the unconscious toward wholeness. When people fall in love, it is rarely for the reasons they imagine. It is not only beauty, or kindness, or compatibility that binds hearts. It is the deeper call of the psyche, seeking something lost, something hidden, something waiting to be integrated. We have seen how love begins with projection, the anima and animus casting their images onto another, making them shine with an almost divine radiance. We fall because we recognize in them a part of ourselves we never lived. Then, love confronts us with the shadow, the qualities we fear or deny, suddenly alive in the person we cannot resist. Love, in this way, unsettles us. It breaks the walls we build around our identity and shows us how incomplete we are. But when projection fades, when the illusions collapse, what remains is resonance. The recognition of another soul, not as an archetype, not as a shadow, but as a living being. This is the turning point. Will love die when the dream dissolves, or will it mature into truth? Jung believed that only when we see the other clearly, stripped of our unconscious projections, can we truly love them for who they are. And this shift, from fantasy to reality, is what transforms love from enchantment into devotion. Yet even when love fails, even when the bond shatters under the weight of disappointment, Jung insisted that it is not wasted. Every love carves a path toward individuation. Every heartbreak forces us to reclaim the parts of ourselves we had given away. Every moment of longing, every joy, every wound is a step in the soul's education. To have loved deeply, even if briefly, is to have touched the currents of the self, however imperfectly. This is why Jung wrote that the greatest and most important problems of life are all fundamentally insoluble. They can never be solved but only outgrown. Love is one of those problems. It cannot be mastered, explained, or neatly contained. It is not a puzzle to solve but a mystery to grow through. Its contradictions, pain and joy, light and darkness, union and separation, are not flaws but the very essence of its power. And so, when people fall in love with you, remember this, they do so for two reasons, both hidden in the depths of their being. Either you awaken in them the missing part of themselves, what they have not yet lived, what they have kept in shadow, or you resonate with the truths they already carry, the secret landscapes they recognize as their own. One is projection, the other is recognition. One begins with illusion, the other deepens into reality. But both matter, because both are steps in the same journey, the journey toward wholeness. Love is not about possession. It is not about perfection. It is about transformation. To love is to allow the unconscious to speak, to let the hidden rise to the surface, to let life itself move through us in ways we cannot control. This is why it overwhelms us, why it feels sacred, why it wounds and heals in the same breath. For Jung, love was the most human way we encountered the divine within ourselves. It is where the personal and the eternal meet, where two souls discover that their longing is not only for each other, but for something greater, the self, the unity that underlies all opposites. And so, the final truth is this: people fall in love not simply because of who you are, but because of what their soul finds through you. Sometimes you are their mirror. Sometimes you are their echo. Sometimes you are their fire, sometimes their wound. But always, you are part of their becoming. This is why love, even when it ends, is never meaningless. It is always carrying us closer to who we are meant to be. There is a side of yourself you do not show the world. You may think it is gone, buried under years of self-control, manners, and social training, but it remains. It watches you from the edge of your consciousness, sometimes whispering in your dreams, sometimes slipping out in moments of anger, fear, or sudden inspiration. Carl Jung called this part of you the shadow. It is not darkness for the sake of darkness. It is everything you have pushed away, hidden, or denied about yourself, your impulses, raw desires, repressed emotions, and even untapped strengths. Jung believed that until you face this shadow, your life will remain incomplete. You will walk through the world with a mask, never truly knowing why certain patterns repeat or why you feel an unexplained emptiness. The shadow forms early. From childhood, we learn what is acceptable and what is not. We are rewarded for being polite, obedient, and predictable. We are punished or shamed when we express something that does not fit the script. A child who cries too much may learn to hide sadness. A child who shows anger might be told they are bad, so they swallow their rage until it hardens into resentment. Over time, entire pieces of our personality are exiled. But nothing we bury inside disappears. It remains alive, influencing our choices from behind the scenes. Jung saw this as one of the greatest tragedies of modern life. We are taught to show only fragments of who we are, while the rest of our being grows in the dark, misunderstood, and feared. You can see the shadow at work in moments when your emotions seem disproportionate to the situation. You lash out over something trivial and later wonder why you lost control. You feel an irrational dislike for someone you barely know, sensing something irritating without reason. Often, what we hate in others reflects what we refuse to acknowledge in ourselves. Jung called this projection. Instead of seeing our own envy, arrogance, or fear, we assign these traits to someone else and react as if they are the problem. In doing this, we avoid the uncomfortable truth: the shadow is not out there, it is inside us. For Jung, confronting the shadow was not about moral perfection, but about becoming whole. The shadow contains qualities that, if integrated, could bring immense strength. Hidden aggression could be transformed into assertiveness. Denied selfishness could teach you to prioritize your needs healthily. Even envy could reveal what you truly desire. But to claim these hidden treasures, you must step into the inner darkness without flinching. Facing the shadow is not easy. It demands honesty that can feel like self-betrayal. You may have built your identity on being kind, selfless, or disciplined, only to discover a part of you that is selfish, cruel, or chaotic. The first instinct is to reject it, to say, "This is not me." Yet Jung warned that the more we fight the shadow, the stronger it becomes. Its energy does not vanish, it turns against us, appearing in nightmares, sabotaging relationships, or erupting unexpectedly. What we refuse to face, we are doomed to repeat. The path to integration begins with observation. Watch your reactions. Notice when someone irritates you without a clear reason. Ask yourself what part of you they might be reflecting. Pay attention to your dreams, where the shadow often speaks in symbols and images. Keep a journal, not for judgment, but to record these encounters honestly. Over time, patterns emerge. You may see that the traits you despise most in others are those you have long suppressed. But Jung's vision went beyond self-awareness. He believed the shadow is linked to your life's purpose. The qualities you reject often hold the keys to your meant path. Perhaps you were taught to silence your ambition, so you live a safe but unfulfilled life. Your shadow might hold the boldness to take risks and pursue something greater. Perhaps you were told to be realistic, so you shut down your imagination. Your shadow might be guarding your creative force. The shadow does not just reveal what you fear, it reveals what you need. Society does not make this journey easier. We live in a world that rewards surface appearances. We are told to curate our image, to show only the polished, acceptable parts of ourselves. Social media amplifies this pressure, creating a constant performance of happiness, success, and certainty. In such a climate, admitting weakness or inner conflict feels dangerous. Yet Jung would argue that without embracing these hidden parts, you will remain a stranger to yourself. The cost of denying the shadow is a life lived on autopilot, chasing goals that are not truly yours. Shadow work is not a one-time event. It is an ongoing dialogue with yourself. Each time you face a part of your shadow, you reclaim a piece of your soul. Over years, this builds into a profound transformation. You begin to act from authenticity rather than habit. You stop fearing your emotions and learn to channel them. Triggers lose their power, for you understand what they were awakening within you. This is the beginning of true freedom, not the absence of struggle, but the ability to move through it with self-awareness. With each step into the shadow, you come closer to the life that was waiting for you, not the life prescribed by others, not the one built to please or impress, but the one that resonates with every hidden part of your being. The deeper you go into your shadow, the more you will understand why your life unfolded the way it did. The people who hurt you, the failures that crushed you, the chances you were too afraid to take, they all carry the fingerprints of the parts of yourself you abandoned. The shadow is not just a personal archive of your inner life, it is the architect of your unconscious choices. Until you bring it into the light, you are playing a game you are unaware of, following rules you never agreed to. Jung often compared the shadow to the myths of ancient cultures. In countless stories, the hero must descend into the underworld, confront a monster, and return with a treasure. This was never just fantasy. It was the human psyche telling its own truth. The monster is the shadow. The underworld is your subconscious mind. The treasure is the strength, creativity, and clarity you gain when you stop running from yourself. But the journey is never safe. Just as in the myths, the shadow will test you, confuse you, and at times make you doubt your return. One of the most painful truths you will face in this work is that the shadow is not purely made of what you call bad. It also contains the very best of you, the talents you were too shy to show, the dreams you abandoned to fit in, the voice you silenced to avoid conflict. These are called your golden shadows. They are no less hidden, but they are hidden for different reasons. Maybe your gift made others uncomfortable. Maybe your joy was met with envy. Maybe your strength frightened someone who wanted control over you. So you hid it. And in hiding it, you began to believe you never had it. This is why the shadow can feel so deceptive. It is not just a pile of dark emotions. It is a storage room for everything that was unwelcome in the world you grew up in. Part of your life's purpose will always be tied to unlocking it. Bringing these qualities back is not easy because it will require you to become someone unfamiliar to those around you. People might not like the version of you who says no. They might not support the version of you who takes up space, refuses to be overlooked, or dares to succeed. Integrating the shadow will inevitably disrupt your relationships because the person you are becoming cannot live by the same silent agreements that kept you small. This is where many people turn back. They begin the work, they see what is hiding in the dark, and they feel the pull to bring it out, but the cost seems too high. So they return to the mask, telling themselves they are fine as they are. But that is not peace. That is stagnation disguised as stability. You may avoid temporary discomfort, but you also avoid growth. You avoid becoming whole. The truth is that your shadow will demand your attention whether you face it or not. Suppressed anger can turn into illness. Unacknowledged desires can warp into addictions. Denied talents can sour into bitterness toward those who live boldly. You might think you are keeping your shadow under control, but it is steering your life from the depths. The more you refuse it, the louder it knocks. Jung's work was radical because he did not see the shadow as something to destroy. He saw it as something to embrace. The integration process is not a battle, it is a reconciliation. This means having the courage to sit with the parts of yourself that make you uncomfortable, not to justify them, but to understand them. It means asking your anger what it is protecting, asking your fear what it is warning you about, and asking your jealousy what it is pointing you toward. Every dark emotion carries information. When you start listening, the shadow transforms from an enemy into a guide. As you walk further into this process, you might notice something strange. Life starts giving you tests that mirror the parts of your shadow you are working on. If you have been avoiding conflict, you may find yourself in situations where you are forced to speak up. If you have been hiding your talent, you may be placed in a position where you must display it. These moments are not coincidences, they are invitations. Each time you act in alignment with the parts you have reclaimed, you stitch yourself back together. And with each stitch, the meaning of your life becomes clearer. You stop chasing vague goals because you feel you should. You start moving toward experiences that feel alive in your bones. You begin to see that your purpose is not something you find out there. It is something you uncover within. The shadow was never just an obstacle. It was the map. The moment you begin to live with your shadow instead of against it, the world seems to shift. Life doesn't necessarily become easier, but you are no longer at war with yourself, so external battles lose their power to break you. You stop wasting energy on self-denial and no longer need constant distraction to numb the ache of incompleteness. The internal noise quiets, not because the shadow disappears, but because it is finally acknowledged. You begin to notice patterns, how you unconsciously repeated your parents' fears, how you made choices to avoid shame rather than seek joy, how you chose friends and lovers who mirrored familiar roles instead of truly fitting you. With each realization, the illusion that your life just happened dissolves. You see the architecture of your life and your own hand in its creation. This is painful because it forces you to accept responsibility, but it is also freeing because responsibility is power. If you build this life unconsciously, you can rebuild it consciously. The shadow teaches that freedom is not about doing whatever you want, but about no longer being driven by unseen forces. It is about acting from choice, not compulsion. You can leave a toxic relationship without being pulled back by the fear of abandonment. You can take career risks without the memory of failure strangling your courage. You can express love without cynicism, no longer ruled by the fear of its loss. Paradoxically, the more you integrate your shadow, the more you will feel. The protective numbness melts. Old grief resurfaces. Forgotten anger stirs. Buried joy surges, sometimes frighteningly so, because it feels too big, too unfamiliar. This flood of emotion is not a setback, but the body's way of thawing. You are feeling again because you are alive again. The outside world may resist your change. People comfortable with your old self may push back, accusing you of becoming selfish, arrogant, or distant. They are not wrong in seeing you as different, you are different. But their judgment reflects the role you played in their lives, not who you truly are. When you step out of an old role, you disrupt other scripts. Not everyone will want to rewrite them. Some will leave. Let them. If they cannot see your true self, they were only ever in love with the mask. A deeper truth emerges. The shadow was never a prison, but a messenger. Its darkness concealed a gift meant to be opened slowly, over a lifetime. Every confrontation with it strengthens you, makes you more honest, more at home in your own skin. You realize that your greatest fears often hold the potential for healing. Integration is not a finish line, but a way of living. You will meet new shadows as you grow, in love, success, failure, and loss. But instead of hiding, you will greet them, asking what they have to teach. Life stops feeling like a series of battles and starts feeling like a series of initiations. Each challenge deepens your self-knowledge. Each tended wound becomes wisdom. You may even feel gratitude for past pain, not because it was good or fair, but because it shaped you into someone who sees what others miss, someone who can bear their own being without breaking, someone who knows that true safety is built within. That is the shadow's gift when you stop running. That is what it means to become whole. When you finally step into the open with your shadow at your side, you realize how different the air feels. It is not lighter as people imagine, not some sudden bliss that erases all struggle. Instead, it is heavier, but in a sacred way, the weight of truth resting on your shoulders. You carry yourself differently because you know you are no longer pretending. You are no longer bending yourself into shapes to fit into someone else's comfort zone. Every step you take feels deliberate, anchored. This is what it means to walk in your own gravity. At this point, life tests you. It always does when you cross a threshold of growth. The test might come as betrayal, loss, or an opportunity that forces you to choose between the old version of yourself and the one you have become. Most people fail these tests not because they lack strength, but because they do not yet trust the person they have uncovered within. But you have sat in the fire of your own becoming. You have walked through the noise of self-doubt and the temptation to turn back. So when the test arrives, you do not flinch. You remember who you are. The changes are subtle at first. You notice that when someone criticizes you, the sting is brief. It no longer spirals into a storm inside your head. When a situation turns uncertain, you no longer feel the desperate need to control every outcome. There is a patience in you now, a willingness to let life reveal itself without ripping the curtain open. You can sit with discomfort without letting it devour you. This is the quiet power that people around you will sense but not always understand. And then something remarkable happens. You begin to meet others who are also carrying their shadows with dignity. These are not people who have lived perfect lives, quite the opposite. They have been broken in their own ways, and in being broken, they have learned the art of rebuilding. Conversations with them feel different. There is no posturing, no need to hide the messy parts of life. You speak the same unspoken language of those who have met themselves in the dark and returned with something worth sharing. This is when you understand that integration is not a solitary act. The more whole you become, the more you draw to yourself those who are also on the path. It is not about forming a circle of people who think the same way, but about finding those who have earned their truth the hard way, through living, through losing, through loving and surviving. And in their presence, you realize that your journey was never only about you. Your wholeness becomes a mirror for others, an invitation for them to stop running from their own shadows. There will still be days when the darkness inside stirs again. Perhaps you hear an old voice, or a memory reopens like an old wound. But you no longer treat these moments as proof of failure. They are reminders that healing is not erasing, it is learning to live fully with what has happened to you. It is remembering that scars are not a sign of weakness, but of endurance. You carry them as proof that you are still here. In time, your life starts to feel less like a survival story and more like an unfolding. You begin to see beauty in places you once overlooked, in a stranger's kindness, in the quiet of early mornings, in the way the wind carries the scent of rain. These moments are not distractions from the pain of the world. They are the balance to it. They are proof that even after all you have faced, there is still something worth being here for. And this is the final truth the shadow gives you. Wholeness does not make you untouchable. Life will still hurt. People will still disappoint. Plans will still fall apart. But none of it will ever undo you, because you now know that the strength you sought outside was always buried within. You are not unbreakable because nothing can touch you. You are unbreakable because even when you break, you will not lose yourself. There is a moment in every life when you realize the world is not here to protect you. It is not a cruel revelation, though it may feel like one at first. It is simply the nature of existence. You arrive in this life raw, trusting, full of unspoken expectations, that love will always be pure, that promises will be kept, that kindness will be repaid in kind. And for a while, these illusions can hold. But eventually, reality reveals itself in the form of betrayal, loss, and the subtle erosion of the safety you thought was guaranteed. This is the first breaking. It can come early, in childhood, when someone you depend on fails you. It can come later, in the form of heartbreak, financial ruin, or a sudden shift in life's course. The form does not matter. What matters is the shattering, the recognition that the people you thought could never hurt you can, and sometimes will. That the systems you believed in can collapse without warning. That the person you thought you were is not always the one who will survive the storms ahead. In that moment, you have a choice. You can fight to hold on to the illusions, patching them together with denial and hope, pretending nothing has changed. Or you can step fully into the pain, acknowledging that the ground beneath you is not as solid as you once believed. This choice is not easy. The second path, the one that embraces the truth, will feel like walking into darkness with no guarantee of light at the other end. But it is the only path that leads to the kind of strength that cannot be taken from you. Walking into that darkness means meeting parts of yourself you have avoided for years. The anger you buried because it was not acceptable to show. The fear you hid because you thought it made you weak. The longing you denied because it felt too vulnerable. You begin to realize that these pieces are not enemies to be destroyed, but fragments of your own wholeness that you have been taught to disown. Facing them is uncomfortable, sometimes unbearable, but each time you look directly at what you fear inside yourself, the shadows lose a little of their power. The world will not applaud this work. There is no public celebration for a person who learns to sit quietly with their pain. No parade for the one who chooses to stop pretending. In fact, you may find that some people pull away when you begin to change. Your new honesty may unsettle them, not because you have wronged them, but because it forces them to confront their own illusions. It can be lonely work, this dismantling of your false self. But it is in the silence of this loneliness that you begin to hear your own voice again, the one you buried under years of noise. As you peel away these layers, you also notice how much of your suffering came from resisting reality. You wanted people to be what they could not be. You wanted situations to unfold the way you had scripted them in your mind. Every unmet expectation became a wound, every deviation from your plan a source of outrage. But reality is indifferent to our scripts. The more tightly we cling to how we think things should be, the more we suffer. When you begin to release this grip, something shifts. It is not that you stop caring. It is that you stop breaking yourself against what you cannot control. This is not a philosophy of passivity. It is not about letting life trample over you without resistance. It is about discernment, knowing what is worth your fight and what is simply the river of life moving in its own direction. You learn to reserve your energy for battles that matter and to let go of the ones that are only the ego clinging to the need to be right or in control. In doing so, you discover a kind of freedom you didn't know existed, the freedom to meet life as it is, not as you demand it to be. In time, this practice becomes less of an effort and more of a way of being. You no longer react to every slight, every disappointment, every perceived insult. There is a quiet strength in you now, a steadiness that others may mistake for detachment. But it is not detachment, it is rootedness. You are no longer tossed around by every wave because you have anchored yourself in something deeper than circumstance. You have stopped looking for the world to validate your worth. You carry it with you. And this is where the transformation begins to take root. You stop needing to be invincible. You realize that being untouchable is not about avoiding pain, but about no longer letting pain define you. It is about seeing clearly that life will hurt you, sometimes deeply, but that this hurt does not have to be the end of you. The person you were before the breaking might not survive, but the person who emerges afterward is not weaker. They are forged in fire, tempered by the reality of what it means to live. When you understand this, fear loosens its grip. You stop running from the possibility of loss because you know you can survive it. You stop clinging so desperately to what you have because you understand that holding on too tightly often destroys the very thing you want to preserve. You meet life with open hands, knowing that whatever comes will shape you, and whatever leaves will make space for what's next. You are no longer the person who believed nothing bad could happen. You are no longer the person who thought safety was something guaranteed by others. You are the one who has seen the truth and chosen to live anyway. And in that choice, you have found something far greater than safety. You have found resilience. You have found yourself. There is a strange silence that hangs between people who have known each other for years. This silence is not born of comfort, but of something darker, unspoken resentment, hostility disguised as politeness, a quiet, unadmitted hatred. Carl Jung wrote that every soul carries a shadow, and the closer we draw to others, the more that shadow can reveal itself in subtle, corrosive ways. Hatred from a stranger wounds us, but it is clear, direct, and often passes quickly. Hatred from someone close, a friend, sibling, partner, or confidant, seeps in more slowly. It is poison disguised as wine. Recognizing this hidden truth helps us understand the complexity of human bonds. Jung believed that we rarely show our entire selves to the world. We construct a persona, a mask we wear to appear acceptable to society and even loved ones. But beneath the mask lies the shadow, our denied desires, envies, fears, and aggression. When suppressed, the shadow waits for cracks to emerge in our relationships, and there it reveals itself. When someone close secretly despises you, it is often not because of your actions, but because your existence has become a mirror they cannot face. Perhaps you represent a path not taken, your happiness reminds them of their loneliness, or your strength makes them feel weak. Their resentment is not about you, but about what you awaken in them. Yet, the hostility is directed toward you, hidden behind smiles and half-hearted gestures of care, revealed only when their mask slips. Jung saw this in how envy operates. Rarely confessed, envy hides because admitting it would expose vulnerability. Instead, it transforms into passive aggression, withdrawal, and subtle sabotage. A person who secretly hates you may not strike openly, but their energy shifts. They remind you of your flaws, diminish your triumphs, and make you doubt yourself. They whisper, they corrode. The danger lies not only in them, but in us. When someone close harbors hatred, our first instinct is denial. We cling to the idea of lingering affection, believing the bond cannot be so fragile. This denial is a refusal to look at the shadow. We prefer the comfort of illusion, even when the truth gnaws at us. We excuse coldness as tiredness, cruelty as humor, and indifference as distraction. Slowly, we allow ourselves to be diminished, because being hated by someone dear feels unbearable. Yet the shadow cannot be denied forever. Jung warned that what we refuse to see in others and ourselves eventually rises destructively. If we do not recognize hidden hatred, we internalize its effects. We start believing we are less worthy of love, respect, and security. Unacknowledged hatred becomes the soil for self-doubt. But here, philosophy meets compassion. Recognizing that someone close secretly despises us is not about condemnation or anger. Jung understood that hatred is tangled with fear, longing, inadequacy, and unmet needs. A person who secretly hates may be suffering greatly. Their hostility is not only a wound directed at us, but a reflection of their internal war. Seeing this does not mean we should ignore their actions. Jung's path was one of integration, bringing the hidden into the light, naming it, confronting it, and refusing illusion. If people secretly despise us, their shadows have crossed into our lives, and we must walk carefully, not with bitterness, but clarity, not with paranoia, but with the strength of truth. The first step is awareness, noticing the subtle gestures, the fractures in trust, the uneasy silence where warmth once existed. Buried hatred leaks through tone, body language, and the erosion of care. Noticing it is painful, but ignoring it is far worse. Jung offers a path not only to self-protection, but to a deeper understanding of the human soul. Even in hatred and betrayal, there is something to be learned about the fragility of love, the weight of envy, and the unspoken battles that shape those closest to us. When someone dear secretly despises us, the question is not only how to respond, but how to see, clearly, without illusion, bitterness, or self-deception. This is the beginning of wisdom in relationships, not fearing the shadow, but recognizing it, and in doing so, protecting our own spirit. If there is one place where hidden hatred takes root, it is within families. Jung observed that the family is where the unconscious first writes its scripts, shaping our desires, fears, and the masks we wear. It is also where love and resentment grow together, inseparable as vines entwined around a tree. A sibling may smile at your success yet secretly feel eclipsed by it. A parent may encourage you outwardly yet harbor bitterness that their own life never reached the same heights. An old friend may congratulate you, but their eyes reveal something else, envy, a tightening of the jaw, a lingering pause. These are the whispers of the shadow breaking through the mask. Jung would remind us that these shadows are not pure evil. They are the parts of ourselves exiled from consciousness. A brother who resents your freedom is wrestling with his own captivity. A friend who grows cold in the face of your joy is struggling with their own loneliness. Yet, when these shadows remain unacknowledged, they create hollow relationships. Affection is still performed, but the foundation is weakened, and cracks appear in moments of truth. The pain of such realization is profound because family and friendship are supposed to be sanctuaries. To discover hatred within them is to feel the world tremble. It is not only the hostility that wounds, but the betrayal of expectation, the collapse of the illusion that love is safe simply because it comes from loved ones. Jung would tell us this collapse is necessary. Only by seeing through illusion do we encounter people as they truly are, not as we wish them to be. There is a duality in hidden hatred. It can coexist with love. A sister may resent you deeply but still protect you fiercely. A friend may envy your life yet still miss you when you are gone. This duality confuses us because we believe emotions should be pure, consistent, and singular. But the psyche is a chorus of conflicting voices. Love and hate often dwell together, not as enemies, but as uneasy companions. To accept this is to see others through the lens of reality, not idealization. Those who secretly despise us are not monsters. They are human, fragmented, divided, and at war with themselves. Their resentment may wound us, but it is also a reminder of how fragile the bonds of affection are, how much effort it takes to hold love above envy, and how rare it is to find love without hidden hostility. This recognition does not mean we must cut ties. Jung's philosophy was about integration, acknowledging what is there without being consumed by it. If we can see resentment for what it is, if we can name the shadow, we are no longer helpless. We can choose how close to stand, how much of our soul to give, how much energy to protect. Awareness grants freedom, even when love carries its fractures. Yet, awareness also carries loneliness. To see clearly is to lose some innocence, the comfort of believing everyone dear to us wishes us well. But Jung would argue this loneliness is the price of maturity. To awaken is to stand in the truth, and the truth is that even the closest relationships can carry a quiet undercurrent of hatred. Still, within this truth lies liberation. Once you have faced the shadow in others, you are no longer bound by their hidden hostility. Their resentment no longer defines your worth, nor does their unspoken hatred infect your spirit. You learn to see it as theirs to carry. You learn that love is not guaranteed, that loyalty is not pure, but that your strength lies in discerning what is real and building your life around those rare bonds where love is not poisoned by envy. Thus, in the family that resents, in the friend who grows cold, we see not only the hidden hatred of others but also the deeper truth of the human heart. We are creatures of contradiction, carrying both devotion and hostility, and it is in navigating this tension that we find wisdom. This is why Jung insisted we confront the shadow, both in others and in ourselves. Until we recognize the possibility of hidden hatred in those closest to us, we remain children in the world of relationships, trusting blindly, hoping endlessly, and suffering quietly. To see the shadow is painful, but it is the first step toward authentic connection, toward bonds chosen with clarity rather than illusion. The recognition deepens. The people we love may also secretly despise us, and this does not make them demons, it makes them human. It is in how we face this truth that our own humanity is tested. If hidden hatred within family and friendships is painful, its presence in intimate love can be devastating. In romantic bonds, we offer not only companionship but also our most vulnerable selves. To sense that our closest companion might secretly despise us is to feel as though life's foundation has cracked. Jung frequently wrote about the dangers of projection in love. We rarely see our partners as they are. We project our longings onto them. A man might see his anima, his idealized inner feminine, in his beloved. A woman might see her animus, her inner masculine, embodying her desired strength and wisdom, in her partner. Initially, this projection is intoxicating. Love burns brightly when the other seems to embody everything we lack. But no mask lasts forever. Gradually, the beloved's humanity, and with it, their shadow, emerges. Flaws, vulnerabilities, and insecurities, truths we never wanted to see, surface. If we cannot meet these truths with compassion, resentment takes root. The once perfect beloved becomes a mirror of our disappointments. We resent their weakness because it reflects our own. We hate their freedom because it highlights our dependence. We envy their achievements because they echo our unfulfilled potential. Hidden hatred in love begins as disillusionment, not cruelty. What was projected outward collapses inward, and the beloved, once carrying our dream, now carries our shadow, becoming the target of our internal battles. It manifests subtly, a withheld compliment, a tone laced with contempt, sudden impatience with once cherished gestures. The fracture isn't always signaled by an affair or a fight. Sometimes, it's the lingering silence, the rehearsed affection, the subtle absence of delight in your presence. Love poisoned by secret hatred often dies quietly, like a candle suffocated by its smoke. Jung believed intimacy forces the shadow into the open because love strips us of our defenses. With a partner, our masks are thinner, our personas more fragile. This closeness makes love beautiful, but also dangerous. We expose our vulnerabilities, hoping for care, but also our flaws, weaknesses, and inadequacies. If our partner cannot accept these parts of us, resentment grows. If we cannot face their shadow, we begin to hate what we once adored. Yet Jung didn't see this as hopeless. He believed love's true task was not maintaining the illusion of perfection, but enduring its collapse without fleeing. If partners recognize each other's shadow and remain, love deepens into something real, stronger than projection. If the shadow is denied, hidden, unspoken, it becomes the rot that consumes affection, leaving only bitterness. To suspect your partner secretly despises you is to confront a deep fear, that even in intimacy, we are not fully safe. Yet, this confrontation can be a doorway. In acknowledging human contradiction, authentic love can begin. Truly loving someone is not just adoring their light, but living alongside their shadow, enduring their envy, frustrations, and resentments without collapsing. It is remaining, not because the illusion holds, but because the truth is seen and embraced. Few achieve this. It requires immense courage. But when it happens, it creates a bond impervious to secret hatred because the shadow is acknowledged, not denied. Still, many cannot face this work. They remain in relationships where affection mingles with resentment, and intimacy is stained with unspoken hostility. Here, the suffering is greatest. Unlike a sibling or friend, an intimate partner shares our days, nights, home, and bed. To lie beside someone harboring hidden hatred is to feel it in the air you breathe. Jung would say the task is not to drown in despair, but to turn inward. The other's hatred reveals something within us, our acceptance of illusion, our fear of abandonment, our reluctance to confront our own shadow. The resentment is not only theirs, it is part of the human story, where love is never pure, and intimacy carries danger. Seeing this clearly is the first step toward freedom. Once the illusion breaks, you are no longer bound by unspoken hostility. You can choose to face it together with courage or protect yourself by leaving. Both paths are honest, both honor the truth. Hidden hatred in love, as devastating as it is, becomes a teacher. It strips away fantasy and forces us to encounter the complexity of human affection, how love and hate, tenderness and resentment, coexist within the same heart. Denying this is remaining a child in love. Accepting it is growing, seeing, and loving with eyes wide open. When someone close secretly despises us, the wound is not merely external. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, their hidden hostility seeps into our psyche. We begin to carry it as our own. This is one of the most dangerous effects of unacknowledged hatred. It poisons the bond and reshapes the soul that suffers it. Carl Jung wrote that one person's unconscious is never entirely separate from another's. When two lives are intertwined through family, friendship, or intimacy, their shadows touch. If we are not careful, the shadow of another can slip quietly into us, making us doubt what once felt certain. We absorb their coldness, contempt, and envy, and in time, may mistake it for the truth about ourselves. The signs are subtle. You may find yourself silencing your joy, shrinking your accomplishments, and muting your light because you sense it unsettles them. You may hesitate before speaking, rehearsing your thoughts in fear of dismissal or sarcasm. Over time, you no longer need their disapproval, it lives within you. Their hidden hatred has taken root, shaping a second voice that whispers against your worth. This is how unspoken resentment becomes internalized. It is as though a fragment of their shadow has crossed into you. Jung would say that what we fail to confront outwardly returns inwardly with doubled force. By refusing to see that someone close harbors hatred, we allow their shadow to live rent-free in our unconscious. We become the jailer of our own spirit, enforcing limits that were never ours. The danger deepens. Once their hostility is inside us, we echo it. We turn their contempt into self-contempt. We treat ourselves with the same indifference, cruelty, and erosion of dignity that we once felt from them. This is how the hidden hatred of another becomes our own shadow. Jung warned that to live without recognizing these dynamics is to live half asleep, mistaking the voice of another's resentment for fate. It is not fate, it is projection, absorption, the unguarded blending of souls. The task before us is to disentangle what is ours from what belongs to them. This is not easy. Bonds, especially close ones, are charged with loyalty and guilt. To admit that someone you love secretly despises you is to feel disloyal, as though betraying them by naming what you sense. So you remain silent, convincing yourself that you are imagining it, that you are too sensitive, that surely love must still be there. But silence deepens the invasion. The more you deny their shadow, the more it entwines with your own. Here, Jung's insistence on consciousness becomes essential. To become conscious is to draw a boundary, not of cruelty, but of clarity. To say, this contempt I feel is not mine, it is the reflection of another's shadow. I will not mistake it for my own truth. Such recognition is not abandonment, it is self-preservation. Without it, you risk living a life shaped by someone else's hatred, carrying wounds that were never yours. Yet, there is a paradox. Even as you disentangle yourself from their shadow, you cannot escape seeing that your own shadow is entangled with theirs. Jung insisted that we must never believe ourselves innocent of the forces we condemn in others. The hatred we sense may awaken anger, resentment, or even hatred within us. Their hostility may summon our own shadow, forcing us to confront the parts of ourselves we, too, have exiled. In this sense, hidden hatred becomes a mirror. Painful, but also revelatory. It shows us how we are vulnerable to absorption, how we betray ourselves for the comfort of closeness, how we refuse to name what is real out of fear of loneliness. To see this clearly is not to despair, it is to reclaim the authority of our soul. Because if their hatred has crossed into you, it can be released. If their shadow has infected your self-image, it can be recognized, named, and returned. The psyche, once aware, can separate what belongs to it from what does not. In this act, something vital happens, you reclaim yourself. This reclamation is not dramatic. It is slow, quiet, but profound. It begins with the smallest refusal, to apologize for your joy, to dim your achievements, to shrink your presence. It grows into the courage to face the truth without denial, to admit that love is not always pure, and that hatred can live even in those we hold dearest. It culminates in the strength to carry your own shadow, without allowing the shadows of others to devour you. Jung believed that no one escapes shadow work. Hidden hatred from those close to us is one way life forces us to confront it. It is painful, but also an invitation, to awaken, to separate illusion from reality, to claim the dignity of your being even when others cannot love it without envy. So, when their hatred becomes your shadow, you have a choice, to live under its weight, mistaking it for your own voice, or to rise in the clarity of consciousness, and say, this darkness is not mine. I will see it, I will understand it, but I will not carry it within me. In this choice lies freedom. Every encounter with hidden hatred, as devastating as it feels, carries within it the seed of transformation. For Jung, life was not about avoiding the shadow, but about facing it until its presence no longer controlled us. When someone close secretly despises you, it is a wound, but also a call to awaken and see clearly what love and human connection truly mean. The truth is that hatred, envy, and resentment will always exist in human bonds. They cannot be eradicated because they are part of the psyche's fabric. The person who secretly despises you is not simply an enemy wearing a mask. They are a soul struggling with their own fractures, caught in the same web of contradictions that binds us all. Recognizing this does not excuse their actions, but it helps us step away from bitterness. Jung often spoke of individuation, the process of becoming whole by integrating the hidden parts of ourselves. Facing hatred from those closest to us is part of this work because it forces us to confront both the shadows of others and the shadows within ourselves. Their envy may awaken our pride. Their contempt may summon our own anger. Their hostility may mirror our fear of rejection. To see these reactions clearly is to begin to understand the hidden depths of our own soul. But individuation is not only inner work, it is also the art of relationship. It teaches us that closeness must not come at the cost of clarity. To love someone truly does not mean denying the resentment that lies beneath the surface. It means seeing it, naming it, and choosing how much of your spirit you can entrust to them. Some bonds will survive this clarity, deepening into relationships where both light and shadow are acknowledged. Others will not, and in those cases, the wisdom is in letting go, not clinging to an illusion. There is freedom in this. Once you accept that even those who love you may sometimes despise you, you no longer live in the fragility of constant reassurance. You no longer demand purity from human hearts, nor do you hide from their contradictions. You begin to walk through relationships with open eyes, able to cherish affection when it is genuine and release it when it corrodes into something toxic. Perhaps most importantly, you learn not to fear the shadow itself. Hidden hatred is painful, but it is also a mirror, showing us where illusion still binds us, where we still confuse the mask for the truth, and where we still expect perfection from those who are as broken and divided as we are. To see this clearly is not cynicism, it is maturity. In the end, Jung would say that the goal is not to live a life free from hatred, but to live a life where hatred, once revealed, no longer imprisons you. You learn to carry your own worth so firmly that the shadows of others cannot rewrite it. You learn to look at those who secretly despise you not with naivety, but with clarity, and sometimes even with compassion, knowing that their hostility is often the face of their own suffering. This does not mean staying in harm's way. Compassion without boundaries is simply self-destruction. True wisdom is knowing when to remain and when to step away, when to offer patience and when to preserve your soul. For Jung, the task of consciousness was always to bring light where there was darkness, not to be consumed by it. The lesson is this: the people closest to you may carry shadows that turn against you. They may smile while resenting, embrace while envying, love while secretly hating. This is part of the human condition. But their shadows do not need to define you. Their hidden hatred does not need to become your prison. By seeing it clearly, by separating what belongs to them from what belongs to you, by refusing to carry what is not yours, you begin to live with a deeper kind of freedom. Hidden hatred becomes, then, not just a wound, but a teacher. It strips away illusions, hardens your clarity, and strengthens your spirit. It shows you the truth of human hearts, that love and hate, devotion and envy, tenderness and resentment all live side by side. To see this is to awaken, and to awaken is to live not in fear of shadows, but in the strength of knowing that even in their presence, your light endures. And in the quiet aftermath of such recognition, there is peace. Not the naive peace of believing everyone loves us without fracture, but the mature peace of knowing that even when hatred hides in familiar faces, we have the strength to face it, learn from it, and remain whole. Life has a way of carrying us forward before we stop to ask where we are going. We are born into expectations. The moment we take our first steps, a path is already waiting, laid out by parents, culture, and society's invisible rules. We learn how to behave, fit in, and be acceptable. Little by little, we create a version of ourselves that is easier for the world to handle. We smile when expected, speak when safe, and hide the parts of us that don't get approval. For years it works. We navigate school, jobs, and relationships. People nod in approval. On paper, life looks fine. But deep inside, a quiet unease lingers. Carl Jung recognized this unease as the quiet voice of the self. Not the self we introduce to others, not the carefully maintained image, but the totality of who we are when the masks fall. He believed that until we truly meet this self, we are not living, we are performing. And performances, however convincing, cannot feed the soul. Finding yourself, in Jung's sense, is not an inspirational slogan, a weekend retreat, or a sudden rush of motivation. It is a slow, often painful journey. It begins when we realize the life we are living does not feel like our own. Maybe we notice it upon waking each morning, feeling nothing about the day ahead. Maybe we notice it when achievements bring less joy than they should. Maybe it appears as a dull, inexplicable sadness. Whatever the form, that discomfort is the first signal that the mask is cracking. Here is the dangerous part. The world will tell us to ignore it. It will tell us to keep going, to be grateful, to stay the course. It will promise that the unease will fade. But Jung knew the opposite is true. Ignore it, and it grows. Suppress it, and it waits. One day, it will break through uncontrollably, in burnout, depression, or a collapse of the life we thought was secure. To truly find ourselves, we must turn toward this discomfort. We must let go of the idea that our value comes from meeting others' expectations. We must honestly examine the parts of ourselves we have hidden, even from ourselves. Jung called this confrontation individuation, the process of becoming whole, of integrating all the lost and denied parts of our being. It is not neat or tidy. It will challenge the stories we have lived by and may make those around us uncomfortable. But this is the price of living our own life instead of the one we inherited. Most people never take this path. They choose comfort over authenticity, stability over truth. They tell themselves it's not the right time, they have too many responsibilities, or change is too risky. But those who do take the journey discover something the rest will never know, the sense of being fully alive. Every action, choice, and breath begins to feel different. We no longer move through life as shadows of ourselves. We become solid, present, unshakable. Jung believed this moment, when we are no longer defined by our roles, but by the truth we live, is the real beginning of life. Before it we exist. After it we live. There is a reason most people never truly find themselves. The road leads straight into the place they fear most, their own shadow. For Jung, the shadow was everything we hide from others and ourselves. It is the anger we deny, the envy we pretend isn't there, and the weakness we mask with strength. It is the truth that we are not only good, kind, and rational, but also selfish, jealous, impulsive, and fragile. Society teaches us to bury these parts, to cover them with politeness and ambition. For a while it works. But buried things don't disappear, they wait. We see it in sudden bursts of emotion that don't make sense, in overreacting to small slights, and in disturbing dreams we can't quite explain. We see it in the patterns we repeat even when they hurt us. These are not random. They are messages from the shadow, the parts of ourselves we have locked away, demanding to be acknowledged. The tragedy is that most people think the shadow is an enemy to be destroyed. Jung argued the opposite. The shadow is not there to ruin us, but to complete us. Until we face it, we are only half a person, a performance, carefully edited to look good in the light, but always haunted by what lurks in the dark. To meet your shadow is to stop pretending. It is to admit you are capable of cruelty, that you can be petty, and that you have undesirable desires. It is to acknowledge that the qualities you despise in others often live inside you as well. This is not easy. It will dismantle your illusions and shatter the image you've worked so hard to maintain. But in the rubble, you will find something far more valuable, the truth. Once you begin this work, the world will look different. You will notice the masks people wear, the fear behind their anger, and the insecurity behind their arrogance. You will stop taking things at face value and slowly stop needing to defend your own mask, because you will know that what is dark in you does not make you unworthy, but whole. Jung warned that this process has a cost. People may not understand you. Some will leave, unable to reconcile the person they thought you were with the person you are becoming. You may find yourself alone for stretches of the journey. But solitude, in this context, is not emptiness, but space. Space to see yourself without distortion, to listen without the noise of other people's expectations. The shadow is also where your hidden strength lives, the assertiveness you were taught to suppress, the creativity you dismissed as impractical, and the passion you buried under responsibility. When you reclaim these, life expands. Decisions feel less forced. Relationships feel less like negotiations and more like genuine connections. You stop chasing approval because you already have your own. This is why Jung said life begins when you find yourself, because to truly find yourself, you must integrate what you have rejected. You must bring light to what you have kept in the dark. Only then do you stop being divided against yourself. Only then does your energy stop leaking into maintaining masks and start flowing into living. Here is the paradox. The parts of yourself you feared most often become the source of your freedom. The anger you thought was dangerous becomes the boundary that protects you. The selfishness you condemn becomes the self-respect that saves you from exploitation. The vulnerability you hid becomes the bridge that allows others to truly know you. The shadow is not the end of the journey, but the gate you must pass through. On the other side is a life not dictated by fear, approval, or the need to fit in. It is a life that feels solid, where your choices are not reactions but expressions of who you are. Most people will never open that gate. But for those who do, there is no going back. Once you have seen yourself fully, light and shadow together, you cannot return to pretending. You cannot shrink to fit the life you lived before. You carry yourself differently. You speak differently. You are not easily manipulated. You no longer confuse comfort with happiness. And in that moment, when you stand as a whole person for the first time, you understand what Jung meant. Everything before this was a rehearsal. Now, finally, once the shadow is faced and integrated, the journey doesn't end, it changes shape. The chaos once feared becomes raw material, and the task is to shape it into something reflecting your true being. Jung called this process individuation, the slow, patient work of becoming an undivided person. Individuation is not perfection. It does not mean becoming flawless or immune to pain. It means becoming real. It means your inner life and outer life begin to match. You are no longer acting out a script, you are writing it as you go. And yet, this is not a path you control in the way you might control a career or a project. You cannot force individuation. You can only cooperate with it. You can only listen to what life brings and respond with honesty instead of habit. In the early stages, individuation can feel like dismantling a building while still living in it. Old beliefs collapse. Friendships change shape or disappear. Careers shift direction. Sometimes, it feels as if everything you used to stand on is gone. This is why so many people turn back. They prefer the familiar discomfort of the mask to the unpredictable terrain of authenticity. But those who continue find that, piece by piece, the rubble becomes the foundation of something far stronger. Jung believed that dreams often act as guides in this stage. They show the parts of ourselves still waiting to be acknowledged. A dream of a locked room might signal an unexplored talent or memory. A dream of being chased might point to fears still hidden. Paying attention to these messages is not superstition. It is a way of letting the unconscious speak. Individuation is not only the work of the conscious mind, it is a dialogue between what you know about yourself and what you have yet to know. As you move deeper into this process, a strange thing happens. You begin to accept contradictions within yourself. You can be strong and gentle, logical and intuitive, ambitious and content. Before, you might have tried to choose one side and reject the other, but individuation teaches that wholeness is not about choosing. It is about holding your light and shadow together without letting them tear you apart. This acceptance makes you harder to manipulate because you no longer fear your own complexity. Individuation also changes how you see others. You stop demanding they play the roles you want. You start seeing the masks they wear not as deceit but as protection. You realize everyone is carrying a private war within them, and judgment gives way to understanding. This doesn't mean tolerating harm, but it does mean recognizing that most cruelty is born from unacknowledged pain. This stage can last years, even decades. Jung himself saw individuation as a lifelong process. It is not a goal you tick off. It is the way you live. Each challenge, each loss, each unexpected turn becomes an invitation to become more whole. The work never truly ends, but it changes you so deeply that you stop fearing its endlessness. You see that growth is not a chore, it is the very rhythm of being alive. There is a deep peace that begins to take root. Not the fragile peace that depends on everything going well, but the grounded peace that comes from knowing you can face whatever comes. You have met your shadow. You have walked through loss. You have watched parts of your identity die and found that you did not die with them. That knowledge is unshakable. It cannot be taken from you because it is not based on circumstance. It is based on the truth of who you are. And this is the quiet irony of Jung's insight. The journey to find yourself often begins in pain, in the shattering of illusions, in the dismantling of what you thought life was. But as you keep walking, you discover that what you feared losing was never truly you. And what you gain, a self that is whole, unafraid of its own depths, is worth more than every false comfort you left behind. At this point, life feels different in ways that are hard to explain to those who haven't walked the path. You don't need to fill every silence. You don't need to win every argument. You are no longer at war with yourself, and so you are no longer at war with the world. You can sit with uncertainty without rushing to resolve it. You can face conflict without being consumed by it. You can be with people without losing yourself in them. This is the point at which many people realize that finding yourself was never about arriving at a fixed identity. It was about learning to live in truth, moment by moment, no matter how that truth changes. You become like a tree, deeply rooted yet able to bend with the wind. And in this rootedness, in this deep alignment between who you are inside and how you live outside, you finally understand what it means to be alive. When Jung said life begins when you find yourself, he wasn't talking about a single event. He was talking about this, the slow, unending unfolding of your true nature. A life in which you do not need to escape yourself because you have become your own home. When you begin to live as yourself, truly yourself, everything you once knew looks different. It is as if the lenses you wore all your life have been taken off, and you suddenly see the world without distortion. The change is subtle at first, but it touches everything: how you love, work, dream, and face the end of things. In relationships, the difference is profound. Before, you may have loved with an undercurrent of fear of rejection, abandonment, and not being enough. You might have molded yourself into what you thought the other person wanted, biting your tongue when you disagreed and pretending to be less complicated. Now that fear dissolves. You no longer seek love to prove your worth. You share love as an extension of your wholeness. This doesn't mean you become indifferent. In fact, the opposite occurs. Your love deepens, but it's no longer desperate. You give without the hidden demand that the other person complete you because you have already completed yourself. This changes the kind of love you accept. You stop clinging to relationships that drain you. You no longer mistake intensity for intimacy or drama for passion. You can walk away from unhealthy relationships without turning it into a war because you understand that letting go is not failure, but a form of loyalty to your soul. The people who remain in your life see you as you are, not as they wish you to be. These connections are quieter and steadier, but they run deep. Work transforms as well. You may still have the same job, title, and daily routine, but your relationship to it shifts. Before, work may have been a way to gain approval or fill the emptiness. Now, it becomes an expression of who you are, or at least a means of supporting your chosen life. You begin to notice when your work aligns with your values and when it doesn't. The hunger for meaningless achievement fades, replaced by the desire to create something real, something that leaves a trace beyond numbers and accolades. Sometimes this leads to bold changes, a career shift, a return to a once abandoned passion, a refusal to compromise your integrity for a paycheck. Other times, it is quieter, a change in how you approach the same work, infusing it with presence rather than rushing through it. Either way, you stop seeing work as a measure of your identity. It is no longer the stage where you prove yourself, but one of many arenas where your true self can act. Even your relationship with time changes. When lost in the mask, you might have been in constant hurry, as if life was something to be won. Now you begin to live in longer breaths. You can sit with a moment without trying to turn it into something else. The urge to constantly compare yourself to others fades, replaced by the quiet realization that there is no race. Inevitably, there is the question of mortality. The old self might have feared death as the ultimate loss. But once you have found yourself, death takes on a different meaning. It is no longer the enemy. It is the reminder that life was always temporary, and what matters is not how long you live, but how fully you live. This awareness strips away the trivial. Arguments you once obsessed over dissolve. Petty grudges lose their grip. You begin to measure your days not by how much you get done, but by how much of yourself you bring into them. This doesn't make you fearless in the face of death, but it does make you fearless in the face of life. You stop holding back. You stop waiting for the right time to speak, act, or love. You see clearly that the right time is now because now is all you ever truly have. People may notice the change in you, though they may not be able to name it. They might say you seem calmer, stronger, or more present. Some will be drawn to it. Others will be unsettled because your presence reminds them of the masks they are still wearing. You will have to accept that you cannot make them take their masks off. The work of finding oneself cannot be done for another person. You can only live as an example, a quiet reminder that there is another way to be. Even in this new life, there will still be challenges. Old wounds will resurface. Loss will come. Fear will knock again. But the difference is that you meet these things as yourself, not as a role you're playing. You face them with the same honesty you used to avoid, and in doing so, they lose their power to shatter you. You understand that the storms will come and go, but your roots run deep enough to hold you steady. Finding yourself is not a single event. It is the creation of a foundation that no one else can give you or take away. It is living in such a way that, no matter what changes on the surface, your core remains intact. It is waking up each day not asking, "What do they want from me?" but "What is true for me today?" This is the freedom Jung was pointing to, the freedom to live without pretending, to act without betraying yourself, to die without feeling that you never truly lived. Once you taste it, there is no going back because you finally understand that everything you thought was life before was just a shadow. This is life. There comes a moment, often without ceremony, when you realize the search is over. Not because life has given you every answer, but because you no longer need to chase them. You have found the one thing you were looking for all along, yourself. It doesn't feel like fireworks. It feels like standing in the center of a still, vast landscape and breathing for the first time without the weight on your chest. You look back on the years you spent running toward approval, running from pain, running in circles around the same patterns, and you see it all clearly. The struggles, the mistakes, the betrayals, the restless longing, they were not detours. They were the path. They were the very forces that broke the shell you mistook for your life and pushed you into the open. You understand now why Jung never spoke of this journey as easy or glamorous. It is not about polishing the surface. It is about tearing down the false walls inside you until nothing stands between you and the truth. It is about walking into rooms in your soul you swore you'd never enter, sitting with the ghosts you tried to bury, and learning their names. And in doing so, you realize they were never there to destroy you. They were there to lead you home. Living as yourself does not mean life stops hurting. It means the hurt no longer defines you. Pain becomes something you move through, not something you drown in. You stop asking, "Why me?" and start asking, "What is this showing me?" Joy changes too. It becomes quieter, deeper. It is no longer tied to big wins or fleeting highs, but to moments so simple they might have passed unnoticed before. Sunlight spilling into your room in the morning, the sound of someone you love laughing, the feeling of being exactly where you are meant to be, even if nothing is perfect. You notice that you carry yourself differently now. You don't rush to fill silence because silence is no longer uncomfortable. You don't rush to defend yourself from misunderstanding because your worth is no longer up for debate. You don't try to convince others to see what you see because you understand that everyone must walk their own road at their own pace. The old urgency to prove yourself, to win, to be right, has dissolved into something steadier, a quiet certainty that you are enough, exactly as you are. And perhaps the most profound change is this: you are no longer afraid of endings. You know that everything in life is temporary, the seasons, the roles you play, even this body you inhabit. But instead of clinging in fear, you learn to hold things gently, to love fully while you have them, and to let go when it is time. You begin to see endings not as failures, but as thresholds. You crossed many to arrive here, and you will cross many more. And each time, you will carry yourself across because you are your own home now. This is why Jung said life begins when you find yourself. Before, you were moving, but not living. You were breathing, but not awake. You were a shadow of your own potential. Now you are here, whole, awake, present. And in this wholeness, life becomes simpler and richer at once. You stop searching for meaning as if it were hidden somewhere else because you see that meaning is something you create every day by the way you live, love, and face the world. You will still have days when you forget, days when the mask tries to return, days when old fears knock on the door. But now you know the way back. You know that you can walk through the dark and not lose yourself. You know that no matter what happens, success or failure, gain or loss, you will not abandon who you are. That knowledge is your anchor. It is your freedom. And so, the journey ends where it truly begins, not with the discovery of some new, perfect self, but with the embrace of the self that was there all along, waiting for you to come home. Everything before was a rehearsal. This is your life. And it is yours at last. There comes a moment in life, often after years of being hurt, misunderstood, or taken for granted, when something inside you quietly decides, enough. It's not a loud decision. There's no shouting, no dramatic goodbye, no slamming of doors. It's a slow, steady realization that you can't keep living the same way, giving the same chances, and ignoring the same signs. When that moment arrives, everything begins to change. Carl Jung understood this shift. He believed that pain isn't just something that happens to us, it's something that reveals us. Every wound, every disappointment, and every betrayal are not just accidents in your story. They are teachers. Reluctant teachers, perhaps, but teachers all the same. They shape how you see the world and yourself. If you listen closely, they can teach you how to ensure nothing and nobody will ever hurt you in the same way again. The first step is realizing you cannot control the actions of others. You can't stop people from lying, leaving, or breaking promises. The world will not become gentle just because you are. What you can control is whether you hand them the weapon, whether you leave your heart unguarded in the hands of someone who has already dropped it. This is where the deeper work begins, not in becoming cold or detached, but in becoming rooted. You start to anchor yourself in a sense of worth that no one can give or take away. You stop building your peace in other people's houses. If your joy depends on someone else's behavior, then your joy belongs to them, not you. At first, this can feel unnatural. If you've spent your life trusting too easily or loving without limits, setting boundaries might feel like closing the door to sunlight. But Jung would remind you, boundaries are not walls to keep love out. They are gates to let the right love in. You're not becoming harder, you're becoming more intentional. You begin to see the patterns. How some people only appear when they need something. How certain words are followed by the same empty actions. You stop explaining away the red flags, stop pretending you didn't hear what was said, and stop forgiving the same wound repeatedly as if repetition will make it less sharp. Once you decide that nothing and nobody will ever hurt you the same way again, you start treating your time and your heart differently. You don't rush to respond to every call for attention. You no longer confuse familiarity with loyalty. You recognize that sometimes the kindest thing you can do for yourself is to walk away without making a speech, proving a point, or leaving the door half open. People might notice this change. Some will call it strength. Some will call it selfishness. What they're really seeing is the shift from living reactively to living deliberately. You're no longer making choices out of fear of losing someone. You're making choices out of respect for yourself. In this shift, something remarkable happens. You stop being so breakable. It's not that pain will never find you again. It's that when it does, it will no longer have a home inside you. You'll feel it, acknowledge it, and let it pass without letting it root itself in your identity. That's the quiet power Jung spoke of, the power to let life touch you without letting it destroy you. The world will always have sharp edges. There will always be people who misunderstand you, disappoint you, and even hurt you. But when you have done the inner work, when you have faced your own shadows and built your own foundation, those sharp edges no longer cut as deep. You no longer bleed the same way. One day, you realize, not as a declaration, but as a simple fact, nothing and nobody will ever hurt you like before. When you reach that quiet turning point, the moment you decide I will not be hurt like that again, life doesn't suddenly become peaceful. It becomes revealing. The world begins to test your decision. Old wounds resurface in new disguises. People you've known for years might suddenly push against your new boundaries. Someone might offer the same poisoned kindness you've tasted before, wrapped in prettier words. In those moments, you have a choice: slip back into old patterns or stand your ground and live differently. Carl Jung would say this is where true individuation begins. The surface change, pulling back, creating distance, saying, no, is only the doorway. The deeper, inner work happens next. You examine why you allowed yourself to be hurt before, not to blame yourself, but to understand yourself. You ask questions you might have avoided your whole life. Was I afraid of being alone? Did I confuse attention with love? Did I mistake tolerance for kindness? You begin to see how much of your suffering stemmed not just from what others did, but from what you allowed because you didn't know your own value. This realization doesn't crush you, it frees you. Because if you played a part in letting the pain in, you also have the power to close that door forever. One of the most powerful shifts is in how you listen. Before, you may have quickly believed promises, clinging to words as proof. Now you watch what people do. You notice patterns instead of excuses. You measure intentions by consistency, not charm. In doing so, you strip away illusions faster. You no longer waste years waiting for someone to become who they promised to be in a single moment. This doesn't make you cynical, it makes you clear. You still believe in love, kindness, and connection, but you no longer believe they require you to abandon yourself. You stop over-explaining your worth. You stop begging for someone to see you. You stop trying to prove you are worth staying for. Here, something extraordinary happens. The hurt you once carried becomes a kind of wisdom. You sense when someone's energy is unsafe before it cuts deep. You feel the tone behind their words, the truth behind their smiles. Instead of trying to change them, you simply step away. At first, stepping away can feel lonely. Your circle might become smaller. The constant noise of people's needs, dramas, and demands quiets. You might even wonder if you've become too guarded. But slowly, you notice what replaces that noise: peace. The absence of chaos is not emptiness, it is space. In that space, you find yourself again. Jung often wrote about the shadow, the hidden part of ourselves we avoid. Much of our pain comes from not confronting our own shadow, from pretending it isn't there. When you decide nothing and nobody will hurt you again, part of that decision is finally meeting your own shadow. You admit the ways you've betrayed yourself, the times you stayed too long, gave too much, or ignored the inner voice that said leave. In acknowledging this, you take away its power to keep repeating. Your daily life shifts in ways outsiders might not notice, but you feel them deeply. You pause before agreeing. You take time before responding to messages. You check in with yourself before committing to someone else's plan. You no longer feel the constant rush to be there for everyone at the cost of being there for yourself. This change permeates every corner of your existence. Your mornings feel different because they no longer begin with a flood of other people's urgencies. You drink your coffee slowly. You sit in stillness. You let your mind wander without instantly resorting to distractions. Your evenings are no longer filled with the exhaustion of having carried too much. You sleep lighter, not because life is perfect, but because you no longer live in constant alert, waiting for the next hurt. People who once leaned on your availability may pull away when they realize you will no longer carry them endlessly. This can sting initially, but then you realize, if your presence depended on your self-sacrifice, it was never true closeness. Now, the people who remain value you for who you are, not for what you can give without limits. The greatest strength you build is emotional sovereignty. You stop outsourcing your sense of worth. You stop letting someone's opinion shift your self-image. If someone misunderstands you, you let them. If someone disapproves, you don't scramble to win them back. You begin to see that you can be misunderstood and still be whole, disliked and still be worthy. This is the true essence of never being hurt the same way again. It's not that life stops testing you, it's that your foundation is no longer fragile. You can bend without breaking. You can care without collapsing. You can love without losing yourself. Jung would say you've moved from living in reaction to living in alignment. The people in your life now meet you where you are, not where they can take from you. The situations you enter serve your growth, not your destruction. When pain arrives, because pain is inevitable, it meets a version of you it cannot dismantle. You've become your own anchor. Your peace is not at the mercy of anyone else's storms. When you finally understand this, you realize the truth. The day you decided to protect your heart was not the day you built walls. It was the day you built a home within yourself so strong, so steady, that no one could tear it down. There is a point in the journey where you look back at the person you used to be, the one who tolerated so much, who bent until they broke, who mistook exhaustion for love, and you barely recognize them. Not because you have erased them, but because you have transformed them. You understand now that every version of you, even the one who allowed too much, was doing the best they could with what they knew. But now you know better. And knowing better changes everything. The first great shift is in your relationship with yourself. Before, you may have seen yourself only through the eyes of others, as someone's friend, someone's partner, someone's helper. Now you see yourself as your own center. You are no longer defined by what you can give away, but by what you choose to create and protect. You wake up in the morning not asking, "Who needs me today?" but asking, "What do I need today to remain whole?" Carl Jung wrote that the most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. For many, the pain they have endured comes from avoiding that acceptance, from chasing approval, love, or validation outside of themselves. But when you decide that nothing and nobody will hurt you again, part of that decision is choosing to meet yourself fully. You face your flaws without shame, your wounds without hiding, your dreams without shrinking. And in that acceptance, you find something unshakable. The knowledge that you are enough as you are, even if nobody else claps for you. With this inner shift, your outer world transforms in ways that feel almost magical, though there is nothing mystical about it. People sense boundaries even when you don't announce them. You carry yourself differently, and that energy tells the world how to treat you. Those who once saw you as a constant source of comfort may try to test your limits, but they quickly realize that the old ways no longer work. You do not yell, you do not plead, you simply don't participate in dynamics that drain you. This is where peace becomes your default state. Not the fragile peace you had before, the kind that depended on everyone else behaving, but a peace that is anchored in your own choices. And because it's yours, no one can take it from you. In this new way of living, pain still exists, but it's lighter. If someone leaves, you don't crumble because you know you will still wake up whole. If someone betrays you, you don't seek revenge because you know that what they have broken is their own integrity, not yours. If life throws a storm your way, you bend with it instead of snapping under it. There is also a new kind of joy here, not the fleeting high of someone's approval, but the steady warmth of self-respect. You take long walks not to clear your head of someone else's chaos, but simply because you enjoy the quiet. You create things not to impress, but to express. You give to others not out of obligation, but from overflow. Your life becomes less about reaction and more about intention. And perhaps the most powerful transformation is this: you no longer see hurt as something to be feared. You see it as something you have the tools to navigate. The idea that nothing and nobody will ever hurt you again is not about building a fortress where nothing can touch you. It's about building a self so grounded that whatever touches you cannot destroy you. Jung believed that individuation, the process of becoming whole, requires integration of both light and shadow. In this final stage, you have done exactly that. You know your own darkness, the insecurities, the fears, the habits that once kept you trapped, and instead of letting them rule you, you have made peace with them. They no longer control your choices. You also know your light, your kindness, your resilience, your ability to love deeply, and you no longer give it away recklessly. This changes your relationships forever. You no longer chase people. You no longer explain yourself to those determined to misunderstand you. You no longer audition for love that should be freely given. Instead, you attract, not through effort, but through authenticity. The ones who come now are not drawn to what they can take, but to what they can share. The smaller circle you now keep is not a loss, it is a garden. Fewer people, but deeper roots. Conversations that feed you, not starve you. Presence that comforts, not drains. And because you are no longer scattering yourself to the wind, the connections you do have grow stronger, richer, more enduring. This is also where you find the courage to dream again. When you were constantly hurt, survival was your only focus, keeping yourself together between blows. But now that you have built this foundation of self-protection and self-respect, you have the energy to build something new. You start projects you once thought you weren't good enough for. You explore paths you once thought were closed. You try, not because you are sure of success, but because failure no longer threatens your sense of self. And in the quiet moments, you realize the greatest victory of all: you can finally be soft without fear. You can laugh without bracing for loss. You can love without surrendering your soul. You can open your heart knowing that if someone mishandles it, you have the strength to take it back whole. This is the kind of power Jung admired, not dominance over others, but sovereignty over yourself. The power to live in the world fully, to love it deeply, without being ruled by its cruelty. To walk through life not untouched, but unbroken. And so one day, without ceremony, you catch yourself smiling for no reason. Not because someone gave you something, not because life is perfect, but because you know that you are free. And in that moment you understand, the promise you made to yourself, that nothing and nobody will ever hurt you again, was not a shield you built against the world. It was a vow to live so deeply rooted in your own worth that even when the world tries to wound you, you remain whole. When you stop being constantly available, a subtle but powerful shift occurs both externally and internally. Carl Jung understood this. Energy, time, and presence are finite resources, yet many live as if they are not. We answer every call, respond to every message, and agree to every favor, draining ourselves in the process. Initially, it feels noble. You are the dependable one, the friend always present, the partner always sacrificing, the worker always saying yes. Over time, your value becomes invisible, not because you are worth less, but because constant availability breeds being taken for granted. Jung warned against this. Endless accessibility invites the world to forget your value. Consider water. A constantly flowing spring is often overlooked. Its coolness, clarity, and life-giving properties are taken for granted. Only when it runs dry, even briefly, is its true worth realized. The same applies to people. When you step back and remove your constant presence, the world adjusts. Initially, there might be resistance. People might question your decreased responsiveness. Some might mistake boundaries for rejection. But as the noise fades, the wrong people drift away, and the right ones lean in. Those who truly value you will make the effort to connect. Those attached only to your availability will disappear. Jung would consider this a revelation, not a loss. Life reveals who truly belongs and who is merely passing through. By ceasing constant availability, you stop scattering your energy and start investing it wisely. You transition from a background character in others' stories to the main character in your own. Calm arrives gradually. The silence might feel strange, even uncomfortable. But within that space, you reconnect with your thoughts, rediscover abandoned hobbies and postponed dreams, and unearth parts of yourself buried under others' needs. Relationships shift, priorities sharpen, and you realize the world didn't fall apart without your constant presence. This isn't about withdrawing from anger or resentment, but about protecting your essential energy. Jung often discussed individuation, becoming your true self. Part of this process involves recognizing that worth isn't tied to availability. You can be kind without being constant, present without being permanent, and love deeply without abandoning yourself. The quiet truth is that ceasing constant availability doesn't diminish love, it refines it. The remaining love doesn't depend on your convenience, but on connection. This, Jung would argue, marks the beginning of authentic living, free from obligation. When you step back from being endlessly available, the first thing you notice is the shift in how people treat your absence. At first, they reach for you as they always have, with the same frequency and expectation. But when you don't answer right away, when you take time for yourself instead of immediately tending to their needs, you begin to see the truth of their relationship with you. Some will send another message softer and more thoughtful. Others will stop reaching out entirely. That is your first quiet revelation. Not everyone in your life was there for you. Many were there for the version of you that was always accessible and ready to give. Carl Jung would call this the unveiling of shadow relationships, connections that looked whole but were held together by convenience, not depth. When you stop being constantly available, you give these connections a chance to reveal their true nature. While this can hurt initially, it is also a strange kind of liberation. You no longer carry the invisible weight of keeping certain people in your life simply because they've always been there. There's also a more subtle shift. Your perception of yourself begins to change. When you've lived in a constant state of being needed, your sense of worth becomes tangled with other people's demands. You start to feel important only when you are busy, when your phone is buzzing, when someone is asking you for something. But when you step away, you are forced to find your worth elsewhere. At first, this can feel like emptiness. Then, slowly, it becomes spaciousness. In that spaciousness, you rediscover parts of yourself you forgot existed. You might pick up a book you haven't touched in years. You might sit in a cafe alone without checking your phone. You might walk under the evening sky with no plan or urgency, simply breathing in the cool air. In these moments, you begin to feel something you may not have felt in a long time, a quiet self-sufficiency. You realize you don't need constant affirmation or activity to feel alive. Your own company is enough. Here's where the world begins to respond differently. When people see that you are not constantly available, you stop being taken for granted. Your time becomes something to be cherished, not assumed. Your presence becomes a gift, not a habit. The conversations you do have feel richer and more intentional because you are no longer spreading yourself thin. People who truly care will notice your absence, not out of entitlement, but out of genuine connection. They will ask, "How have you been?" and actually mean it. Jung spoke often of the importance of boundaries, framing it through the lens of individuation, the process of becoming who you truly are, separate from the masks you wear for society. He believed that if you are always available to others, you are never truly available to yourself. By stepping back, you are not only protecting your energy but also reclaiming your identity. You stop living as a constant responder and start living as a conscious creator of your own life. There's another transformation, one you might not expect. When you stop giving all of your time away, you become more selective about where you place it. When you choose to be present for someone, they can feel the difference. Your presence becomes more focused and genuine. You are no longer half listening while thinking about the next message you have to answer. You are there, fully, and this depth of attention creates a different kind of intimacy, one that can't exist when you're spread thin. It's also in this stage that you start to see who you have been to yourself all along. Were you treating yourself like someone worth protecting? Or were you exhausting yourself to prove your worth to others? For many, the honest answer is painful. Jung would say that the greatest work you can do is to turn inward and face that truth without flinching. To ask, if I gave myself the same care, loyalty, and availability I give to others, how different would my life be? Perhaps the most surprising change is this. When you stop being constantly available, you find that you no longer need constant validation. You learn to sit with your own thoughts without rushing to share them. You learn to process your feelings without needing someone else to approve them. You become comfortable with the idea that some parts of your life are yours alone, not to be explained, justified, or broadcast. This is not withdrawal from life, it is a deeper entry into it. You are not cutting people off out of bitterness, you are filtering out the noise so you can hear the music. You are not abandoning others, you are refusing to abandon yourself. In time, the right people, the ones who respect your boundaries, cherish your presence, and see your value without constant reminders, will become the steady few you carry forward. When you stop being endlessly available, the world doesn't end. It reorganizes. The wrong things fall away. The right things grow stronger. For the first time in a long time, you begin to live on your own terms, not as a reaction to every demand around you, but as an expression of the quiet, steady truth of who you are. The most profound change that comes from ceasing to be endlessly available is not in how others perceive you, but in how you perceive the entire structure of your life. You begin to recognize previously invisible patterns, the friendships that existed only because you carried them, the conversations that drained instead of nourished you, and the subtle guilt you felt whenever you said no. You begin to ask yourself questions you've avoided for years. Why was I so afraid to step back? Why did I believe my constant presence was the only thing holding everything together? Carl Jung understood that much of our overavailability stems from the unconscious fear of being forgotten, unloved, or replaced. We think, if I'm not always there, they'll find someone else. But here is the hard truth. If your value to someone depends entirely on your constant accessibility, they never truly valued you, only the convenience you provided. Stepping back doesn't push away the wrong people. It reveals who they've been all along. In the early days of reclaiming your time, this truth can feel heavy. Your phone may grow quieter, your social calendar less full. There will be evenings when the silence feels oppressive. You may wonder if you've made a mistake. But here's the hidden gift. In that silence, you begin to hear your own life again. You start noticing details you once rushed past. The way the light falls across your floor in the morning, the texture of your breath when you wake, the clarity of your mind without the constant tug of other people's demands. Slowly, without forcing it, your energy shifts. You begin to stand differently, carrying yourself with a subtle strength that comes from knowing your worth is not tied to anyone's approval or constant contact. People notice this, even if they can't name it. They start treating your time with more care because they sense that you do too. Jung would describe this as individuation reaching a deeper stage, the merging of your conscious self with the parts of you that were once hidden or sacrificed. When you were always available, you were often living in fragments, giving pieces of yourself to everyone else and leaving little for yourself. Now you are gathering those pieces back, one by one, becoming whole. This process doesn't harden you, it softens you. You become more compassionate, but your compassion is no longer reckless. You help where you choose to help, love where you choose to love, give where your soul says yes. Because your giving is no longer endless, it becomes more powerful. The people who receive it feel its depth, knowing you are giving out of true intention, not habit. Your relationships begin to transform. Those built on mutual respect deepen. Those built on dependency fade naturally. You no longer chase people, you let them go, trusting that those meant for you will not require you to burn yourself out to keep their place. Perhaps the most liberating discovery is this: your life is not smaller without constant availability, it is fuller. The empty spaces that once terrified you are now filled with meaning. You read more, create more, sit with your own thoughts, and find they are not your enemy. You walk without rushing, eat without distraction, and begin to live in a rhythm that feels natural to your soul. There will be moments when old habits try to creep back in. A message arrives, and your instinct is to answer immediately. An invitation comes, and you want to say yes without thinking. But now there is a pause, a breath, and in that pause you ask yourself, do I want this? Or do I feel obligated? This question becomes a compass, guiding you away from automatic sacrifice and toward conscious choice. Over time, people adjust. They learn that you are not someone they can summon at will, but someone whose presence is earned and appreciated. The quality of your interactions rises. You have fewer conversations, but they are richer. You have fewer obligations, but they matter more. You spend less time explaining yourself because your life now speaks for itself. Carl Jung would remind us that the goal is not to become unreachable, but to become intentional. You are still connected to the world, but you refuse to be consumed by it. You are still generous, but your generosity comes from abundance, not exhaustion. You are still loving, but your love is rooted in self-respect. When you look back, you realize something profound. The moment you stopped being endlessly available was the moment your real life began. Not the life built on pleasing others, but the life built on honoring yourself. And because you honored yourself, you were finally able to give the world something better than your constant presence. You gave it your truest presence. Carl Jung lived in an age before the term burnout existed. Yet, he recognized it in the faces of the men and women who came to him, worn down not just by their work but by the weight of a society that demanded endless productivity while starving the human soul. To Jung, this exhaustion was spiritual, a collapse that occurred when life became too mechanical, too divorced from the deeper currents of meaning. In his writings and therapy, Jung described what happens when the inner life is neglected. He believed the modern person had grown obsessed with outer achievement, climbing higher, earning more, keeping pace with industry and technology. But behind these triumphs lurked a dangerous shadow. When the psyche is reduced to a tool for output, when imagination and reflection are treated as luxuries, the soul begins to revolt. This revolt, Jung suggested, manifests as fatigue, depression, and a haunting sense of emptiness that many today would recognize as burnout. Unlike Freud, who emphasized childhood conflicts, Jung focused on the cultural and spiritual conditions that shape our lives. He saw the 20th century accelerating into a storm of machines, factories, and mass movements. He was troubled not by technology itself, but by how it disconnected humans from their inner ground. He wrote that modern people had become overwhelmed by their tools, enslaved to progress that promised comfort but delivered restlessness. Even then, Jung noticed the paradox. The more society achieved outwardly, the more individuals felt hollow within. This hollowness, he warned, could not be filled by more work, success, or possessions. That path only deepened the weariness. Burnout, in Jung's view, was not just exhaustion, it was the psyche's protest, a signal that life was drifting too far from its center. He called this center the self, the deeper totality of the personality, and believed everyone had a responsibility to align with it. If ignored, the self forced its presence into awareness through symptoms, anxiety, fatigue, and the sense that one's efforts were meaningless. To Jung, this inner collapse was not a weakness but a message. He urged his patients to treat their exhaustion as a summons to turn inward, to listen to the soul. He saw burnout not as individual failure but as a cultural epidemic, born of an age that worshipped speed and efficiency at the expense of reflection and wholeness. The banker who could no longer face his office, the housewife trapped in endless duties, the soldier broken by mechanized war, all were victims of the same imbalance, a world where the outer mask of productivity had crushed the inner need for meaning. Jung's insight was radical because he insisted the solution lay not in temporary rest or distraction, but in a deeper reorientation of life. Rest was necessary, but only as a doorway. The true task was to rediscover a relationship with symbols, myths, and the unconscious, the sources of renewal that industrial society had dismissed. Without this connection, he warned, exhaustion would return endlessly, regardless of rest or vacation. This is why Jung spoke so often of dreams. He believed they were the hidden medicine for modern fatigue, messages from the unconscious revealing what the conscious mind had neglected. Where society demanded rational planning, dreams brought irrational images. Where the workplace demanded control, dreams offered mystery. To Jung, paying attention to dreams was not indulgence, it was survival. It was how the psyche replenished itself in a draining world. Jung's vision of burnout reached even further. He believed it pointed to the loss of ritual in modern life. He argued ancient societies had ceremonies to mark transitions, spaces for withdrawal, and myths that gave suffering meaning. Modern life stripped these away, leaving people to push forward without pause, without acknowledging their inner thresholds. In this void, exhaustion was inevitable. A culture that does not honor the psyche's need for rhythm, Jung warned, will drive its people into collapse. Yet he also saw in burnout the possibility of transformation. When a person could no longer bear the demands of their outer role, they were forced to ask, who am I beyond my work, my duties, my masks? This painful question opened the door to individuation, the process of aligning with one's true self. What looks like failure or fatigue may be the beginning of a deeper journey. Burnout was not only an end but also a threshold. This perspective makes Jung startlingly relevant today. Long before smartphones and 24-hour connectivity, he grasped the psychological cost of endless demands. He understood that the crisis of exhaustion was not simply about working too hard but about living without balance, myth, or soul. To Jung, burnout was modernity's great warning sign, a symptom that humanity had lost its dialogue with the inner life. He counseled patience. He urged people not to treat exhaustion as a problem to be solved quickly, but as a profound signal of what had gone missing. The cure was not found in rushing back to the treadmill, but in rediscovering the forgotten language of the soul, the silence, the symbols, the stories that restore life to its deeper roots. Jung often described individuation as the great task of a human life. It was not about efficiency, not about performing more, but about becoming whole. And this, he believed, was where modern exhaustion carried a hidden meaning. For when someone reaches the breaking point of burnout, when all the outer roles and expectations finally collapse under their weight, a space opens. Painful though it may be, this collapse strips away illusions. What remains is the raw confrontation with the question of who one truly is. In his clinical work, Jung saw this again and again. The businessman who could no longer bear the grind of endless competition, the young woman whose depression left her unable to keep up appearances, the intellectual whose nervous collapse shattered his pride, each was forced to step out of the old pattern. At first, this was experienced as disaster. But Jung urged them to see it differently. Burnout, he told them, was the psyche's way of withdrawing energy from a false path, a way of refusing to cooperate with a life lived only for external demands. He once remarked that people do not suffer because they work too hard, but because they work without meaning. The human being, he said, cannot live on bread alone, nor on paychecks, nor on social approval. We require connection to what he called the numinous, those moments of contact with mystery that lift life beyond the flat routines of survival. Without this, work becomes sterile, and fatigue grows unbearable. Burnout, then, is the soul's revolt against the life drained of the sacred. For Jung, individuation did not mean rejecting the outer world entirely. One must still work, still live among others, still participate in society. But it meant shifting the center of gravity from outside to inside, from chasing recognition to listening to the unconscious. This was not an escape, but a transformation of orientation. A life lived from the self was not less engaged but more real, more rooted, less likely to be torn apart by exhaustion. The danger, Jung warned, was that modern people often misread the call. Instead of seeing burnout as a summons to inner work, they tried to outrun it. They sought stimulation, distraction, new achievements, hoping that if they just did more, the emptiness would vanish. But this only deepened the crisis. He wrote that what modern humanity needed was not greater speed, but a return to stillness. The fatigue so many carried was not a sign of weakness but a sign of having ignored the inner voice for too long. In his own life, Jung did not escape this confrontation. After his break with Freud, he experienced years of inner turmoil that nearly overwhelmed him. He described this time as being abandoned by the spirit of the times, and forced into a confrontation with the depths of his own unconscious. What sustained him was not more work or more outward accomplishment, but his descent into imagination, his dreams, his visions, his dialogues with the inner figures that emerged. Out of this period, he developed his most profound insights, and he later reflected that it was precisely in this collapse that his real life began. This autobiographical truth gave weight to his counsel. Jung was not simply a theorist but a man who had walked through the darkness of inner exhaustion. He knew how terrifying it was to lose the scaffolding of outer certainty. He knew how burnout stripped a person of their familiar identity. And yet he insisted, if one listens, if one allows the psyche to speak, what looks like ruin can become revelation. This is why he valued symbols so deeply. For in moments of collapse, reason often fails. Logical explanations cannot soothe the soul's fatigue. But a symbol, whether in a dream, a myth, or an image, speaks directly to the depths. It offers orientation when the conscious mind is lost. Jung saw in these symbols the seeds of renewal, tiny sparks of the self reaching into awareness, guiding the exhausted individual back toward meaning. Individuation, then, was not a grand achievement to be earned after success, but something born precisely in the midst of breakdown. Burnout was one of its gateways. A person who had been living only as a mask, an efficient worker, a loyal role player, was forced to shed that mask. The energy withdrawn from false life could then be reinvested in a truer one. This reinvestment was slow, fragile, and required patience. But it was, in Jung's view, the only path toward wholeness. Thus, when Jung spoke of the modern crisis, he did not see it as merely unfortunate. He saw it as a historical necessity. The rise of burnout in industrial society was the psyche's way of demanding a new balance, not just for individuals but for the culture as a whole. A civilization obsessed with progress had to be reminded of the inner world it had forgotten. The exhaustion of its citizens was not a side effect but a message, a collective symptom pointing toward the need for renewal. To recognize this is to shift the meaning of our suffering. Burnout is no longer only a private misfortune. It is the voice of the unconscious calling us to recenter, to ask deeper questions, to step out of the machinery of endless demands and reclaim the path of individuation. And though the journey is painful, Jung believed it was also the path to healing, not just for individuals, but for an entire age. Jung's exploration of burnout could never be separated from his understanding of archetypes. For him, exhaustion was not merely a matter of overwork. It was a sign that the fundamental energies of the psyche, the archetypal forces that move beneath consciousness, were being neglected or distorted. When a life is lived without contact with these deep patterns, the result is a draining disconnection. A person works harder and harder, yet feels emptier with each effort. Archetypes, in Jung's view, were not abstract theories. They were living patterns within the unconscious that gave shape to human existence. The archetype of the mother, for example, spoke to our need for nurture and belonging, the hero to our drive towards struggle and transformation, the wise old man to our longing for guidance. These patterns appeared in myths, dreams, and symbols across cultures. And Jung observed that when they were ignored, their energy did not simply vanish. It turned against the individual, often in the form of fatigue, anxiety, or collapse. Burnout, then, could be seen as a rebellion of the archetypal world. A man who identified only with the hero, striving, conquering, pushing beyond his limits, eventually found himself broken, not because he lacked strength, but because he refused to listen to the archetype of the healer or the lover, the parts of himself that demanded rest, renewal, and connection. A woman who lived only through the archetype of the caregiver, giving endlessly to others, could fall into despair if she neglected the call of her own inner self. Jung warned that when life becomes one-sided, when a person sacrifices the fullness of their psyche for a single role, exhaustion is inevitable. In this sense, burnout was not simply a warning, it was an archetypal correction. It forced a confrontation with the neglected parts of the psyche. The hero was reminded that he could not conquer everything. The caregiver was reminded that she, too, needed care. The archetypes demanded balance, and when denied, they expressed themselves through collapse. Jung often said that neurosis, what we today might call depression or burnout, was the result of a split in the psyche, a failure to integrate the totality of one's inner life. He saw this most vividly in dreams. A patient might come to him exhausted, unable to work, and in their dreams would appear images of water, forests, or ancient figures. To Jung, these were not meaningless fantasies but urgent messages. Water, for example, often symbolized the need to return to the unconscious, to let go of rigid control and allow life to flow again. A wise old figure appearing in dreams could symbolize the archetype of inner guidance, offering the exhausted individual a path forward. Where the modern mind dismissed such dreams as nonsense, Jung insisted they carried the medicine for burnout. But Jung's insight went further still. He believed that entire cultures could fall into archetypal imbalance. The modern West, in his eyes, had become enslaved to the archetype of the hero, the endless drive for progress, conquest, and productivity. This heroic one-sidedness produced dazzling achievements, but also left the collective psyche deeply weary. The archetype of the sage, with its wisdom of reflection, was neglected. The archetype of the child, with its playfulness and renewal, was forgotten. In such a culture, burnout was not just an individual malady but a collective symptom of imbalance. And here lay one of Jung's most haunting warnings. If the archetypal energies of the psyche are ignored for too long, they do not merely fade away. They erupt. He saw in the wars and political upheavals of the 20th century the destructive return of neglected archetypes. When people failed to honor the inner figures of myth and dream, those figures returned on a massive, destructive scale in the form of ideologies, fanaticism, and violence. Burnout, in this sense, was the gentler warning, the early signal that something was deeply out of harmony. Thus, Jung urged his patients, and in a sense, the modern world, to make room for these neglected energies before they erupted uncontrollably. To take dreams seriously, to honor the imagination, to make space for ritual and reflection, was not a luxury but a necessity. Without such attention, the psyche forced its demands through exhaustion, stripping away the ability to function until one could no longer ignore the inner world. What strikes us today is how precisely Jung foresaw the psychological landscape of our own age. In a world that demands constant achievement, the archetype of the hero dominates our culture more than ever. Social media rewards conquest and comparison. Workplaces celebrate relentless drive. And yet beneath it all, millions collapse into burnout, their souls crying out for the archetypes that have been cast aside: the dreamer, the healer, the child, the wise guide. Jung would not have been surprised. He saw it coming long before we gave it a name. For him, the path forward was never about rejecting the outer world. It was about integrating it with the inner. The hero must learn humility before the sage. The caregiver must learn to receive from the inner mother. The exhausted person, in reconnecting with these archetypal forces, finds not just relief from fatigue but a deeper alignment with the fullness of life. Burnout, then, was not simply a collapse but an invitation to reintegrate the forgotten archetypes, to honor the wholeness of the psyche, and to step out of the narrow mask of one-sided living. Jung believed that if individuals, and cultures, could heed this call, exhaustion would no longer be the end of the story but the beginning of a more balanced, more human existence. Jung's vision of burnout was inseparable from his reflections on modern speed and technology. Even in his own lifetime, long before smartphones and digital screens, he saw how the accelerating tempo of life was damaging the psyche. He warned that humanity was moving too fast, creating a world in which silence had all but disappeared. Without silence, there could be no dialogue with the unconscious, and without that dialogue, there could be no renewal. He often spoke of what he called the spirit of the times, the dominant mindset of an age. In his era, this spirit was characterized by rationalism, efficiency, and faith in progress. He did not deny the brilliance of these achievements, but he feared what they cost. The spirit of the times had drowned out what he called the spirit of the depths, that ancient, timeless layer of the psyche that speaks through dreams, symbols, and myths. When people gave themselves entirely to the demands of progress, they silenced the depths. And it was from these depths, Jung insisted, that true vitality came. Burnout was the price of forgetting this balance. Jung understood technology as a double-edged force. It could liberate, but it could also enslave. Machines, he wrote, were wonderful servants but dangerous masters. The danger lay not in the tools themselves, but in the way they seduced humanity into constant motion, constant striving, constant distraction. If the machine was allowed to dictate the rhythm of life, the human psyche suffered. People became like their tools, efficient, precise, productive, but drained of mystery, of depth, of soul. Exhaustion was not an accident of modernity but its inevitable consequence when technology replaced silence and ritual. He worried, too, about the fragmentation of attention. Long before social media, Jung noted how modern people could no longer concentrate inwardly. Their minds were scattered across endless duties, schedules, and noise. He believed the psyche required intervals of stillness, like the fallow season of the earth, to replenish itself. Without this, the unconscious could not speak. Dreams dried up, imagination withered, and life became a flat routine. Burnout, he said, was what happened when the soil of the psyche was never allowed to rest. Jung himself practiced what he advised. He often retreated to his tower at Ballingen, a stone house he built by hand on the shores of Lake Zurich. There, without electricity or modern distractions, he lived in a rhythm closer to the natural world. He carved stones, tended a garden, sat in silence by the water. It was not escapism. It was medicine. Ballingen gave him the silence to hear the depths of his own psyche, to remain rooted in symbols rather than consumed by noise. For him, this was essential not only to his own sanity but to his ability to guide others. He believed that every person needed some form of this silence, some refuge where the unconscious could be heard. Looking at our present age, it is easy to see how his warnings have only intensified. The spirit of speed has multiplied beyond anything Jung could have imagined. Smartphones, emails, algorithms, tools designed to capture attention without pause, have created a world in which silence has nearly vanished. The psyche, unable to rest, revolts in the only way it can, through exhaustion, anxiety, and collapse. Burnout is not a sign that something is wrong with the individual. It is a sign that something is wrong with the culture. Jung would likely remind us that this collapse carries meaning. He would tell us that when our devices leave us hollow, when our endless striving leaves us numb, we are being forced to confront the fact that no machine, no productivity system, no outward success can replace the nourishment of the soul. He would insist that we must carve out spaces of stillness, whether in nature, in art, in ritual, or in simple silence. Only in such spaces can the unconscious renew us. Without them, burnout becomes the defining illness of the age. For Jung, then, technology was not to be rejected, but balanced. The machine could serve us only if we remembered that we are not machines ourselves. We are beings with an inner life that demands rhythm, mystery, and depth. To ignore this truth is to invite collapse. To honor it is to rediscover what it means to be fully human. This was perhaps Jung's deepest warning about modern burnout, that it is not only a psychological crisis, but a spiritual one. It reveals the cost of living entirely in the spirit of the times, cut off from the depths. And it invites us back, not backward into nostalgia, but downward into silence, into imagination, into the forgotten roots of the soul. For Jung, burnout was never the end of the story. He saw in it the threshold of something greater, the possibility of transformation, not only for the individual but for the entire culture. Collapse, in his philosophy, was not meaningless suffering. It was a demand from the unconscious, a summons to turn toward what had been neglected. The exhaustion so many feel today, the hollowness beneath constant striving, is not a private misfortune alone. It is a message whispered through millions of lives, telling us that we cannot continue in this way. He believed that humanity was always in dialogue with itself, consciously and unconsciously, and that when the conscious path became too narrow, the unconscious broke through. Burnout was one form of this breakthrough. It stripped people of the illusion that they could live only for external roles, worker, achiever, provider, performer, and forced them to ask, what lies beneath these masks? What is the deeper pattern of my life? What is the self asking of me? These questions, though painful, opened the way to individuation. Individuation, for Jung, was never selfish. It was not about withdrawing into isolation or rejecting the world. It was about living from a center that could carry the weight of both outer duties and inner truth. A person who had passed through burnout and listened to its message could return to life renewed, able to give without collapse, to work without emptiness, to engage without losing themselves. In this way, burnout became not just a warning, but an initiation. Jung often warned that if individuals ignored these initiations, the consequences would grow larger. The psyche does not forget what has been neglected. It forces recognition, whether through illness, breakdown, or collective crisis. Yet he also held hope that if people listened, if they honored silence, dreams, symbols, and the deeper rhythms of the soul, then burnout could mark the beginning of a new relationship between the individual and the culture. The very illness of the age could become its teacher. What makes Jung's insights so haunting today is how clearly they anticipate our own world. He foresaw the weariness of lives consumed by machines, the fragmentation of attention, the emptiness of constant striving. And he foresaw the danger of ignoring the inner life until it revolts. Yet he also offered a path, to see exhaustion not as failure, but as a summons. To step out of the cycle of endless productivity and return to what gives life depth, silence, imagination, myth, nature, and the symbols that connect us to the self. In this light, modern burnout becomes something more than a personal burden. It is a sign of our age's imbalance, but also a doorway. Each person who heeds its call and begins the slow, difficult journey inward becomes part of a larger healing. The culture that drives people into collapse is the same culture that can be renewed, if enough individuals remember that we are more than machines, more than workers, more than masks. Carl Jung did not give us easy answers. He never offered quick fixes. What he gave was something more demanding and more profound, a reminder that the soul has its own laws, and that to ignore them is to suffer. But to honor them is to rediscover life itself. Burnout, he warned, is the price of forgetting the self. Yet in remembering it, in turning inward and finding balance again, we do not merely recover our strength, we recover our humanity. And perhaps that is why Jung's warning still matters. For in an age of exhaustion, his voice calls us back to what cannot be measured, cannot be hurried, cannot be replaced. It calls us back to the silence beneath the noise, to the depths beneath the surface, to the soul that waits patiently, even now, for us to return. Carl Jung believed that unhappiness does not come merely from bad luck, poverty, or cruel circumstances. It comes, more terrifyingly, from within. He argued that most of our suffering is self-inflicted, born from what we refuse to see about ourselves. This is the dark truth at the core of Jung's psychology. We carry inside us forces so powerful and untamed that if we do not learn to confront them, they quietly devour our joy and make life feel hollow. For Jung, the human soul was not a simple, unified thing. He saw it as a battlefield, an uneasy meeting ground of opposites, light and dark, reason and madness, order and chaos. We like to believe we are only the part of ourselves we show to the world, the polite mask, the functioning adult, the responsible worker, the agreeable friend. But Jung insisted that this is only one layer, a fragile shell he called the persona. Beneath it lies everything we push away, our anger, envy, greed, lust, fear, selfishness, and despair. All that we cannot admit into the daylight, Jung gathered under one haunting name, the shadow. To live without acknowledging this shadow, Jung warned, is to live only half a life. Outwardly, we may appear respectable and successful, but inside, tension grows. The things we deny do not disappear, they fester. A man who refuses to acknowledge his capacity for cruelty becomes bitter and resentful. A woman who represses her ambition becomes secretly envious of those who dare to chase theirs. Jung saw unhappiness as the natural consequence of this inner split. We pretend to be whole while silently being torn apart. The tragedy is that most people never realize this. They chase happiness in the wrong places, in wealth, in status, in fleeting pleasures. But none of these can reconcile the fracture within. Jung wrote that whatever is denied comes back with a vengeance. The shadow finds ways of leaking into our lives, often when we least expect it. It appears in dreams, in sudden fits of anger, in the quiet dissatisfaction that lingers even when life appears perfect. It shows itself in the people we despise, for often what we hate in others is precisely what we cannot bear to face in ourselves. This was the dark truth Jung revealed, that you are unhappy not because the world is against you, but because you are against yourself. Every time you refuse to acknowledge your shadow, you deepen the war within. You become a stranger to yourself, divided between the image you present and the reality you suppress. The more successful you are at pretending, the more dangerous the shadow becomes because it grows in silence, waiting to erupt. And yet, Jung was not a pessimist. He did not say this to condemn humanity, but to free it. For him, the shadow was not merely evil, it was raw life. Within it lies not just our destructiveness but also our hidden strength, our creativity, our capacity for passion and truth. To deny the shadow is to deny half of existence itself. To integrate it is to become whole. But such integration requires an honesty so brutal that most people never dare to attempt it. It means confessing to yourself the darkest truths of your own nature, not to indulge them, but to understand them. Unhappiness, then, is the symptom of an unlived life. When the shadow is ignored, the soul withers. Jung believed that much of modern suffering, depression, anxiety, meaninglessness, comes not from external hardship, but from this quiet refusal to engage with the depths of the self. We construct a persona that pleases society, but in doing so, we betray the demands of our own spirit. The cost is a life that feels empty, even when surrounded by success. This is the beginning of Jung's warning and his invitation. To confront the shadow is terrifying, but to avoid it is fatal to the soul. The longer you run from it, the darker your unhappiness becomes because it is the part of yourself you cannot escape. For Jung, the refusal to face the shadow was not just a personal matter, it was a cultural disease. He believed modern life, with its comforts and distractions, gave people endless opportunities to escape themselves. Work, entertainment, social masks, these allowed individuals to avoid the silence where the shadow begins to speak. Yet, the more elaborate the escape, the more profound the emptiness. Jung warned that no amount of distraction can silence what is buried within. The shadow waits patiently, and when ignored for too long, it forces its way into life destructively. This is why Jung observed that many people collapse in midlife. Until then, they can sustain the illusion of happiness through ambition and achievement. But eventually, success stops satisfying. The persona cracks. A man who has built his identity on being a perfect husband and professional suddenly finds himself restless, irritable, haunted by unexplainable dreams. A woman who has lived only for others suddenly feels suffocated, resentful, and desperate for freedom. These crises, Jung said, are not random. They are the soul demanding recognition. They are the shadow crying out to be seen. But instead of listening, people often run harder. They change jobs, chase new relationships, buy possessions, drink, or numb themselves with endless activity. Jung compared this to trying to put out a fire by throwing more fuel on it. The external changes never resolve the inner conflict because the problem is not the world, it is the unfinished work within. Until that work is done, unhappiness returns in new forms, like a mutating disease treated superficially. The courage Jung demanded was radical, to stop running, to turn inward, and to face our deepest fears about ourselves. He knew how terrifying this was. He spent years wrestling with his own shadow, recording his visions and encounters in his Red Book, a text so personal and unsettling that he refused to publish it during his lifetime. In it, Jung documented the figures, voices, and forces that emerged when he confronted his inner chaos. He did not meet comfort there. He met the truth, in all its brutality. Yet, through this confrontation, he found renewal. Jung believed every person must undergo a similar descent to escape the prison of unhappiness. This descent into the self is not glamorous. It feels like madness, like walking willingly into darkness. But he argued it is the only path to wholeness. To see your shadow is to strip away the illusions about who you are. It is to discover that you are capable of cruelty, envy, weakness, and betrayal, and to accept this without collapsing into shame. It is to understand that what makes you human is not purity, but complexity. Here lies the paradox. Jung insisted that confronting the shadow does not destroy you. It makes you stronger. The parts of yourself you fear most, once integrated, become sources of vitality. Anger, when acknowledged, can transform into courage. Envy, once faced, can reveal suppressed desires. Even despair, when understood, can point toward a deeper meaning. But this transformation only occurs when the shadow is met with honesty, not denial. Unhappiness, in Jung's view, is a messenger. It signals that something essential has been neglected, that the shadow is demanding its rightful place in your life. Instead of cursing your unhappiness, he suggested listening to it. Behind the discomfort lies the truth of who you are. If you do not face it, the cost is not just sadness, it is the slow death of the soul. This was Jung's dark gift. He forced humanity to see that happiness is not achieved by polishing the persona, but by integrating the shadow. The question was never how to get rid of unhappiness, but how to understand what it reveals. To be whole, you must dare to face what you have most carefully hidden. For most, this is the hardest journey they will ever take. Jung often compared the human psyche to a vast landscape, most of which lies hidden beneath the surface. What we call the self is only a small island floating on an ocean of unconscious depths. The persona keeps us afloat in society, but beneath the waters live forces we cannot easily name, instincts, forgotten memories, forbidden desires, and the shadow itself. To ignore these depths is to live on a fragile island, pretending it is the whole world, while storms rise unseen below. This is why Jung insisted that true healing requires more than therapy, positive thinking, or chasing pleasure. It requires what he called individuation, the lifelong process of integrating the conscious and unconscious into a unified whole. Individuation is not about becoming perfect, it is about becoming real. It is the slow and painful work of bringing the shadow into dialogue with the light, allowing the fragmented pieces of the soul to recognize each other. But this path is terrifying because it requires sacrifice. To integrate the shadow, you must give up the comforting illusions you have built about yourself. You must confront the truth that you are not who you thought you were. Jung saw this as a kind of death, the death of the false self, the collapse of the persona. Many resist this because it feels like losing everything. But Jung insisted it is only through such a death that new life can emerge. The unhappiness people feel is, in part, resistance to this necessary transformation. They cling to masks that no longer fit, while the soul demands something deeper. To illustrate this, Jung often turned to myth and religion, for he believed myths are not just stories of gods and heroes, but reflections of the human psyche. In every myth of descent, Orpheus in the underworld, Christ in the tomb, Buddha beneath the tree, he saw an image of the individual confronting the darkness within. Happiness, he argued, is never found in avoiding this descent. It is found in surviving it, in discovering that the self is larger, stranger, and more resilient than the persona could ever allow. Jung also recognized how easily society conspires to prevent this process. Cultures reward conformity. They celebrate the persona, the good worker, the obedient citizen, the polite neighbor. But they rarely create space for the deeper journey of the soul. This is why Jung said the individual must often go against the collective to be whole. What society condemns as selfish or strange may, in truth, be the soul's demand for authenticity. And when that demand is silenced, the cost is profound unhappiness. He once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." But he did not mean this in the shallow, modern sense of chasing one's desires or personal brand. For Jung, becoming who you are meant confronting everything within you, the noble and the vile, the beautiful and the monstrous, and allowing them to coexist. Only then does life gain weight and meaning. Otherwise, it remains a performance, a fragile act that collapses the moment the mask slips. The dark truth Jung uncovered is that happiness cannot be given from outside. It cannot be bought, borrowed, or bestowed. It can only arise from the integration of the inner world. And this requires facing precisely what you fear to see. For most, unhappiness is not a sign of failure, but a summons. It is the soul demanding attention, urging you toward the difficult work of individuation. Ignoring this summons may bring temporary comfort, but it ensures deeper despair in the long run. And so, Jung's message strikes us as both a warning and a hope. If you are unhappy, it is not merely a curse. It is the beginning of transformation, if only you are willing to enter the depths. Jung knew that facing the shadow is not a one-time event, but a lifelong struggle. The shadow shifts, adapts, and deepens as life changes. To meet it once is not enough. The work must continue because the unconscious is inexhaustible. Every stage of life brings new shadows to the surface, new truths that must be faced. Those who stop the work inevitably fall back into dissatisfaction because the self cannot be fully contained. It keeps pressing forward, demanding recognition. He saw this most clearly in what he called the midlife transition, a period when the ambitions of youth begin to lose their power. Early life, Jung said, is about building the career, the family, the identity. We put on the mask of competence and success because the world requires it. But once this structure is built, something strange happens. It no longer satisfies. The old goals feel empty, and the mask grows heavy. This is when the shadow begins to speak most loudly. For Jung, this crisis was not a failure, but a turning point. It was an invitation to shift from an outer life to an inner one. If the first half of life is about conquering the world, the second half must be about understanding the soul. But many resist this shift. They cling to youth, ambition, and old identities that no longer fit. They try to drown the call of the inner world in distractions, affairs, addictions, endless busyness. Jung saw this refusal as one of the deepest sources of modern unhappiness. People reach the height of success, and yet feel nothing inside because they have neglected the soul's demand for depth. Jung's vision was radical because it suggested that unhappiness is not a flaw, but a message. Depression, boredom, and dissatisfaction are not simply conditions to be medicated away, but signals that something essential has been ignored. The modern tendency to treat unhappiness as an error, to escape it at all costs, struck Jung as profoundly dangerous. For him, unhappiness was the beginning of wisdom. It was the soul refusing to be silenced any longer. He warned that when unhappiness is denied, it becomes destructive. People project their shadows outward, blaming others for what they cannot face in themselves. Hatred of strangers, scapegoating, cruelty, even political violence. All of these, Jung believed, often grow from individuals and societies unwilling to face their own darkness. What is not acknowledged internally will be acted out externally. In this sense, personal unhappiness is not merely private, it has consequences for the whole world. And yet, Jung was not without hope. He believed that when a person dares to face their unhappiness honestly, something extraordinary happens. The shadow, once feared as an enemy, reveals itself as a guide. It shows where you have been false, where you have repressed life, where you must grow. It does not make the journey easier, but it makes it meaningful. Wholeness, Jung believed, was more important than happiness. To be whole is to live a life with depth, to accept both light and shadow, to carry the contradictions of existence with dignity. And paradoxically, this wholeness creates a deeper joy than the shallow happiness most people chase. This was the stark contrast Jung drew. You can avoid the shadow and remain comfortable, but secretly empty. Or you can confront it and endure pain, but discover a richer, truer existence. The unhappiness so many fear is, in fact, the doorway to transformation. But only if it is faced, not fled. Jung believed that the greatest tragedy of human life is not suffering itself, but suffering without meaning. Pain is inevitable, but when it is understood, when it is integrated, it can be transformed into something redemptive. What crushes people is not simply the burden of unhappiness, but the feeling that it is pointless, that it has no purpose. Jung's work was a call to see that unhappiness does, in fact, carry a message. It is not random, it is the voice of the unconscious, summoning you toward wholeness. He described this process as a dialogue between the ego, the conscious I you believe yourself to be, and the vast self, which includes not only the shadow but also the archetypes, the deep patterns of human experience stored in the collective unconscious. In Jung's vision, each person carries within them the accumulated wisdom of humanity, myths, symbols, images that have guided countless lives before. When you dream, when you are struck by a powerful emotion, when you feel the pull of something greater than yourself, it is this deeper self speaking. And unhappiness is often the doorway through which that voice is heard. But most people, Jung lamented, refuse the dialogue. They cling to their ego, to the fragile mask of who they think they are. They fight unhappiness as if it were a mistake, when in truth, it is the only thing capable of breaking the ego open. In trying to protect their identity, they suffocate their soul. The result is a life that looks stable but feels barren. People do not collapse because they suffer too much, Jung observed, they collapse because they suffer for nothing. The dark truth he revealed is that your unhappiness is not an enemy to destroy but a teacher to learn from. To listen to it requires immense courage, because it means admitting that the story you have told yourself about your life may not be true. It means accepting that the mask you have worn is not your face, and that the person you thought you were is only a fragment of a much larger whole. But if you can bear this, if you can stay with your unhappiness instead of fleeing it, the shadow begins to speak in a new language. It shows you the unlived life, everything you have repressed, denied, or buried. It forces you to see the paths you did not take, the truths you did not admit, the emotions you have numbed. For Jung, the unlived life is the heaviest burden a person carries. People are not destroyed by what they live through, he said, but by what they never allowed themselves to live. The artist who silences their creativity becomes consumed by envy of others. The person who denies their capacity for love becomes bitter and cold. The one who rejects their own darkness becomes haunted by projections, seeing enemies everywhere. And so unhappiness festers, because the soul knows it has been betrayed. Yet Jung also insisted that it is never too late to begin the work. The shadow waits as long as it must. Even in old age, even after decades of denial, the work of individuation can begin. He told the story of patients who, late in life, confronted their shadows and found not despair, but peace. They did not erase their unhappiness, they gave it meaning. They saw that the purpose of life is not perfection, but integration, to bring together the fragments of the self, however jagged, into a whole. This is why Jung rejected the shallow pursuit of happiness as society defines it. He knew that happiness based on comfort, success, or external approval is fragile, easily shattered by illness, loss, or failure. True fulfillment, he argued, comes only from within, from the reconciliation of the conscious and the unconscious, from facing the shadow and allowing it to enrich life. Such fulfillment is deeper than happiness. It is a sense of wholeness, of being real, of standing firmly in the truth of your own complexity. To live this way is not easy. It requires enduring periods of darkness when nothing makes sense, when the soul feels like it is falling apart. Jung himself endured these times, wrestling with visions that threatened to overwhelm him. But he emerged with a conviction that the soul is stronger than the ego imagines. That beneath the unhappiness lies not only pain, but also vitality, creativity, and meaning. The darkness is not the end, it is the beginning of transformation. In this sense, Jung's philosophy is profoundly hopeful. He does not promise a life without unhappiness. He promises that unhappiness can be redeemed. That the very thing you most fear to face contains the key to your wholeness. That within the shadow lies not just despair, but also the energy you need to live fully. He once wrote, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." This was his great gift to the modern world, the reminder that happiness is shallow, but wholeness is deep, and only wholeness can satisfy the soul. So if you feel unhappy, Jung would not tell you to run from it. He would not tell you to cheer up, distract yourself, or chase another goal. He would tell you to stop, to listen, to descend into the depths you have avoided. He would tell you that your unhappiness is not proof of your failure, but proof that your soul is still alive, still speaking, still demanding truth. He would tell you that the shadow you fear is not your enemy, but your other half, and that only by embracing it can you become whole. This is the dark truth Jung revealed. Unhappiness is not an error in life, but its teacher. It is the shadow knocking at the door of consciousness, asking to be seen. Ignore it, and you will live a hollow life, outwardly successful but inwardly barren. Face it, and you will suffer, but in that suffering, you will find transformation. The path is not easy, but it is the only one that leads to meaning. And meaning, Jung believed, is deeper than happiness. Meaning is what makes life worth enduring, worth suffering, worth living at all. Carl Jung once said that life really begins at 40. Up until then, you are just doing research. It is a striking line because, at first, it sounds almost dismissive of the first 4 decades of existence, as if youth, ambition, and the restless years of building one's identity are nothing but preparation for something that comes later. But Jung was not undermining the vitality of youth. He was pointing to a deeper truth. The first part of life is largely lived under the shadow of other people's expectations, while the second half, if lived with courage, can finally become our own. In our 20s, we live outwardly. We strive to be what our parents, our culture, our peers, and even our own ego want us to be. We build careers, chase status, seek love, and try to plant ourselves firmly in the world. Jung saw this as the natural task of early life, the morning of existence. But like all mornings, it is not meant to last forever. A new sun eventually rises, and with it, a different responsibility. By the time a person approaches their 40s, Jung noticed a profound shift. The strategies that once gave meaning, ambition, conquest, proving oneself, begin to lose their power. What emerges instead is a strange restlessness, sometimes even a sense of emptiness. This is the so-called midlife crisis that modern culture often laughs about, but Jung took it with utmost seriousness. To him, this crisis was not a breakdown but a calling, a signal that the second half of life requires a new orientation, a deeper and more honest relationship with the self. It is here, in this turning, that life as an authentic journey truly begins. When I think about this, I imagine speaking to my younger self, the version of me in his 20s and 30s who thought the world was something to conquer rather than to understand. I would tell him, the storms of youth are necessary, but do not mistake them for the whole ocean. Life is not merely about climbing ladders or chasing dreams. Those pursuits will teach you lessons, but the meaning you seek will not be found there. It waits in the quieter, often overlooked places, in reflection, in self-acceptance, in coming to terms with the shadows you once tried to outrun. Jung believed that by the age of 40, the unconscious begins to press forward with greater urgency. The parts of ourselves we neglected, our fears, our vulnerabilities, our unrealized potential, demand to be heard. If we ignore them, they return as symptoms, dissatisfaction, anxiety, a sense that no achievement quite satisfies. But if we listen, something extraordinary can happen. The second half of life becomes a time of integration, where we begin to reconcile who we pretended to be with who we truly are. This, I think, is the essence of Jung's advice. The midpoint of life is not a decline but a chance for rebirth. It is the moment when we can finally turn away from the masks we wore and begin to live without disguise. To my younger self, I would say, do not fear aging. Do not cling desperately to the fire of youth. For what comes after is not less but more. The fire changes form, it becomes steadier, warmer, able to illuminate the depths of the soul rather than just the surface of the world. Philosophy often reminds us that life is a series of seasons, each with its own necessity. To be young is to sow, to scatter seeds into the soil of possibility. But to reach midlife is to harvest. And the harvest is not material wealth or status. It is wisdom. It is the ability to finally live in alignment with your deeper nature, to recognize that success is not how the world measures you, but how truly you embody your own essence. When Jung said that life begins at 40, he was speaking from the heart of his psychology. He saw that many of his patients who approached that age were not suffering from external problems alone. They were suffering from a deeper hunger of the soul. They had lived in service of what he called the persona, the mask worn for society. But once the mask began to crack, there was an opportunity. Beneath the fragments, a raw face waited to be seen. And so, the advice I would give my younger self is this: do not live so frantically that you forget there will be a second chapter. Do not mistake the urgency of youth for permanence. The work you do now, every mistake, every triumph, every disappointment, is research. And when the time comes, when you reach that midpoint, you will not be starting over. You will finally be ready to begin. The strange thing about youth is that it convinces you of permanence. In your 20s, you think the energy will last forever, that opportunities are endless, and that every mistake can be undone by sheer willpower. In your 30s, you may even believe you are still at the beginning, still proving something to the world, still running on the momentum. But slowly, almost imperceptibly, a shift takes place. The body begins to whisper its limits. Relationships reveal their patterns. Achievements that once felt like peaks begin to feel strangely hollow. Carl Jung described this turning point as the natural curve of life. Just as the sun climbs until noon and then begins its descent, the human soul moves from expansion to contraction, from seeking outward to turning inward. The first half of life is about establishing ourselves. The second half, if we are brave, is about understanding ourselves. And it is here, at the threshold of 40, that we are given the most important choice: to cling to the illusions of youth or to step into the unknown territory of genuine maturity. When I think of my younger self, I remember the restlessness, the desire to impress, to stand out, to grasp at everything that glittered. I realize now that I would tell him something very different than what he wanted to hear. I would tell him that the real treasures of life are not found in constant striving. They are discovered in depth, not breadth. 1,000 shallow experiences cannot equal the richness of one moment lived fully, without disguise. This is what Jung meant when he spoke of individuation, the process of becoming whole. It is not about becoming perfect, nor about living up to the ideals of others. It is about drawing together the fragments of who you are, the strengths you claim proudly and the weaknesses you try to bury, and weaving them into something true. The midlife years are when this task presses upon us most urgently because the old strategies no longer work. You cannot forever live only by ambition, by youth's hunger for achievement. At some point, the deeper self demands to be recognized. But this recognition is not easy. It asks us to face the shadow, the parts of ourselves we denied, repressed, or projected onto others. In youth, the shadow is easy to avoid. There is always another distraction, another goal, another relationship to chase. By 40, those distractions lose their force. The shadow stands at the door and waits. If you ignore it, you carry the weight of emptiness. If you face it, you step into a new kind of freedom. To my younger self, I would say, do not fear this confrontation. Do not waste years running from what you already carry inside. Every disappointment, every insecurity, every secret resentment, they are not there to destroy you. They are guides pointing toward the parts of you that need to be made whole. What you resist will remain your enemy. What you embrace will become your strength. This is why Jung considered the midlife crisis not a curse but an initiation. It is the initiation into the second half of life, a stage not defined by youthful conquest but by soulful depth. If you accept the invitation, the rewards are profound, a peace that is not dependent on external validation, a sense of purpose that does not fade when the applause dies down, and a relationship with yourself that is rooted in honesty rather than illusion. So if I could send a message back across time, I would whisper to my younger self, do not be afraid of what is coming. Do not cling to the fading light of youth, as if it were the only fire you will ever know. A brighter, steadier light waits for you, one that does not burn wildly but warms everything it touches. Life does not end at 40. It begins. Because only then are you strong enough, humble enough, and wise enough to finally live it as your own. There is a paradox in midlife that Jung understood with unusual clarity. The very things that once gave you strength can begin to hold you back. The drive to succeed, the discipline to push through, the desire to win admiration, these qualities are powerful in youth. But if clung to too tightly, they become chains. What carried you forward in the first half of life can quietly imprison you in the second. To my younger self, I would say this: learn to loosen your grip. You believe now that control is the answer, that if you plan carefully enough, work hard enough, and prove yourself often enough, the world will finally reward you with lasting security. But life will not bend to control. It will bend only to presence, to awareness, to the willingness to meet reality as it is rather than as you demand it to be. Jung saw that the second half of life requires a kind of surrender, but not the surrender of defeat. It is the surrender of illusion, the illusion that we can forever stay young, the illusion that our worth lies in the roles we play, the illusion that happiness is always just one more achievement away. When those illusions dissolve, what remains is not emptiness but truth. And truth, though it may frighten us at first, is the ground on which real freedom is built. This is why many people experience restlessness at midlife. They sense that the ladder they have been climbing is leaning against the wrong wall. They have reached heights they once dreamed of, only to find that the view is not what they hoped. Jung would remind us that this is not failure. It is awakening. It is the signal that it is time to descend, to find a new path, and to walk it with the wisdom of all you have already endured. I imagine speaking to my younger self in one of those sleepless nights, when the mind races with ambition and fear, calculating every move as if life were a chessboard. I would tell him, the game you are playing now matters less than you think. What matters more is the kind of person you are becoming while you play it. One day, the pieces will scatter, the board will be cleared, and none of the victories will mean as much as the character you built in the process. Do not be so consumed with winning that you forget how to live. At 40, life asks you to redefine victory. No longer is it measured in applause or wealth or recognition. Victory becomes the ability to sit with yourself in silence and feel at peace. Victory is the strength to love others without needing to possess them. Victory is the courage to forgive the past and to walk into the unknown with open hands rather than clenched fists. This is the gift of the second half of life. It teaches you that wholeness matters more than achievement, that depth matters more than speed, and that authenticity matters more than approval. It teaches you that aging is not the slow erosion of meaning, but the discovery of a deeper meaning than youth could ever imagine. And so, to my younger self I would say, stop rushing. Stop fearing that you are running out of time. You are not running out, you are preparing. Everything you are living through now is material for the person you are becoming. And when the day comes that you turn 40, you will not be stepping into decline. You will be stepping into truth. What makes the midlife passage so powerful is that it strips away illusions we thought were permanent. In youth, we believe we are defined by our job, our accomplishments, and the way others see us. But around 40, life begins to dismantle that mask piece by piece. It is not cruelty, it is mercy. Because without this stripping away, we would never meet the person we truly are. Jung understood this process as the path toward individuation, the slow and often painful alignment of the inner self with the outer life. Until midlife, most people live in service of what he called the persona, the carefully polished face we show to the world. But the persona is not the whole truth. It is a survival strategy, a role, a necessary mask. At some point, the soul can no longer tolerate the distance between who we are inside and who we pretend to be outside. That distance becomes suffering. It becomes the quiet despair of feeling that no achievement is enough, that no recognition fills the emptiness. And so, the work of midlife is integration, to gather the broken, neglected, and unwanted parts and finally welcome them home. This is why Jung often spoke of the shadow with such seriousness. The shadow is not a monster lurking in the dark, it is the part of you that has been exiled, waiting for acceptance. Only when you have the courage to embrace it can you step into the second half of life with authenticity. If I were speaking to my younger self, I would tell him, do not be afraid of imperfection. Do not waste energy trying to appear flawless. You will never win that battle, and even if you did, the victory would be hollow. What matters is not perfection but wholeness. To be whole is to hold together the light and the dark, the triumphs and the failures, the strength and the fragility. To be whole is to no longer hide from yourself. This is the wisdom that comes only with time. Youth wants to shine, maturity wants to endure. Youth wants applause, maturity wants truth. Youth wants to conquer the world, maturity wants to reconcile with the soul. By 40, if you are willing to listen, you realize that the race you were running was never against others. It was always a race toward yourself. There is a gentleness that can arise in this stage of life, a compassion for yourself and for others. You begin to see that everyone is carrying wounds, that everyone is wrestling with shadows. Instead of judging, you understand. Instead of competing, you connect. This is one of the quiet miracles of midlife. The heart grows softer even as the mind grows sharper. You become less interested in proving and more interested in being. To my younger self, I would say, do not fear the coming of years. Do not see 40 as an ending, but as an opening. It is the moment when life invites you to stop performing and start living. It is the moment when you can finally breathe, no longer chasing every horizon, but standing firmly on the ground of your own being. That is where freedom begins, not in endless striving, but in simple truth. When Carl Jung said that life begins at 40, he was not promising ease. He was pointing toward a threshold. To cross it requires courage, honesty, and a willingness to face everything you once turned away from. But if you can walk through it, what you find on the other side is not decline, not loss, but a new beginning, one richer, deeper, and far more human than anything that came before. I would tell my younger self that the first half of life is necessary. The struggles, the mistakes, the chasing after recognition, all of it is part of the research, as Jung called it. Those years are the training ground, the preparation, the shaping of raw material. But you must understand, they are not the whole story. They are the prologue. And if you cling to them as if they were the entire book, you will miss the chapters that matter most. By 40, you begin to see that life is not about accumulation. It is about distillation. You no longer need to prove yourself endlessly to others. What you need is to gather the essence of your experience and live it with clarity. Every scar becomes a lesson, Every failure becomes a teacher, every shadow becomes a guide. This is what Jung meant when he said the second half of life is about individuation, the slow, patient work of becoming the person you were meant to be all along. The advice I would give my younger self is this: learn to listen earlier. Listen to the silence between your thoughts. Listen to the body when it tells you to rest. Listen to the heart when it longs for authenticity over applause. Do not drown these signals in noise, distraction, or ambition. They are the compass that will guide you when the outward map no longer makes sense. Another truth that midlife reveals is that time is finite. Youth moves as if life will last forever. But 40 brings a quiet recognition: the road ahead is shorter than the road already traveled. Some people fear this. They see only limitation. But Jung believed it was the beginning of real freedom. Because when you realize that time is finite, you finally stop wasting it. You stop living for the approval of others. You stop chasing every empty promise. You begin to ask what truly matters, and you begin to live with urgency, not for achievement, but for meaning. This awareness of mortality is not a curse, it is a gift. It sharpens life, like a sculptor chiseling away what is unnecessary. At 40, you realize that every day is too precious to be lived in pretense. You cannot afford to keep wearing masks. You cannot afford to ignore the voice of your soul. And so, the second half of life becomes the time not for expansion outward, but for descent inward, into truth, into wisdom, into love. I would tell my younger self, do not mistake this descent for decline. Our culture teaches us to fear aging, to cling desperately to youth as if it were the only stage of life worth having. But this is blindness. The second half of life is not about losing vitality, it is about gaining depth. You may not run as fast, but you will see more clearly. You may not be as restless, but you will be more grounded. The fire of youth is bright and wild, but the fire of maturity is steady and enduring. And in the end, it is the steady fire that warms the soul. There is also a deeper compassion that awakens here. You begin to forgive yourself for the mistakes of youth. You begin to forgive others too, because you finally see how fragile and conflicted everyone truly is. The harsh judgments of youth give way to understanding. You see that we are all struggling, all carrying shadows, all searching for meaning. And in that recognition, you learn to love more fully, not in the desperate, consuming way of youth, but in a way that allows freedom, for yourself and for others. And perhaps this is the greatest secret that Jung offers us about midlife. It is not about becoming someone new. It is about finally becoming yourself. It is about dropping the roles, the performances, the borrowed identities, and standing with the quiet dignity of authenticity. This is where peace is found. Not in constant striving, but in arriving at your own life, after years of wandering. So if I could send one final message back to my younger self, it would be this: be patient. Do not fear the years to come. Do not believe the lie that life peaks in youth. Life ripens. Life deepens. Life becomes real only when you are ready to live it without disguise. Everything you are rushing through now is preparing you for that moment. When you reach it, do not resist. Step into it with courage. Because that is when life begins, not at the frantic height of ambition, but at the quiet center of truth. That is when you will know that your story was never about climbing higher and higher, but about returning to yourself, whole and unbroken. That is the gift of midlife. That is the beginning Jung was speaking of. And when you stand there, no longer afraid of time, no longer at war with yourself, you will understand that nothing was wasted. Every struggle, every detour, every mask you once wore, they were all part of the path that led you here. The path to becoming yourself. The path to life's true beginning. Carl Jung spent much of his life listening to what most people never dared to say out loud. He sat in silence while patients revealed the hidden corners of their minds, those shadowed places where fear, envy, hatred, and longing twisted together. He came to believe that what was truly dangerous in a person was not simply the mistakes they made, or the anger they carried, but something far more subtle, the refusal to recognize what lives inside themselves. For Jung, The most dangerous sign in a person was when they became blind to their own darkness. Jung called this darkness the shadow, not because it was evil by nature, but because it was hidden. Every human being carries it. It is composed of the impulses we deny, the emotions we repress, and the truths we fear to admit even to ourselves. Left unacknowledged, this shadow grows restless. It leaks into our lives through cruelty disguised as justice, jealousy disguised as moral outrage, or hatred disguised as virtue. Jung saw it in the world around him, in the wars and political movements of the 20th century, but also in the everyday cruelty between neighbors, lovers, and families. The person who insists that they have no shadow, who clings desperately to the mask of goodness or superiority, this is where danger begins. For such a person believes they are pure, that their intentions are beyond reproach. And yet, their unexamined shadow does not vanish. It moves beneath the surface, waiting for an opportunity to seize control. Jung observed that entire societies could fall under the spell of such blindness, when leaders projected their own hidden rage onto enemies, or when ordinary citizens turned against scapegoats rather than confronting their own complicity. To stay alert, Jung suggested, we must learn to see the signs of this blindness. A dangerous person is often one who cannot admit fault, who reacts with hostility when confronted, who must always believe that the evil lies somewhere else, in another person, another group, another nation. This inability to look inward is what transforms ordinary flaws into something destructive. For Jung, the problem was not that people had darkness, but that they refused to meet it face to face. Jung himself was not immune. He confessed that his own dreams revealed cruel and violent impulses, and he insisted that to pretend otherwise would be a lie. He believed that honesty about the shadow was not a weakness but a strength, a form of humility that kept the destructive side of the psyche in check. In his writings, he often described the figures of mythology and religion, tricksters, demons, tempters, not as alien beings, but as symbols of the very forces that stir within each of us. The dangerous sign, then, was not the presence of such forces, but the denial of them. When someone speaks with too much certainty about their own virtue, when they declare themselves free of envy, anger, or desire, Jung would remind us to listen carefully. What they have buried does not simply disappear. It waits, it festers, and in moments of crisis it can erupt with shocking violence. To Jung, the person who claims to be without a shadow is like a house with locked rooms, silent, dark, and filled with things the owner refuses to touch. It is not the house itself that is dangerous, but what may break loose when the doors can no longer hold. Jung often warned that the greatest danger does not come from an enemy outside us, but from what lies unacknowledged within. He had seen too many men and women who tried to run from their own inner life, who built a mask so convincing that they themselves began to believe in it. This mask, which Jung called the persona, was useful in society. It allowed people to play roles, to meet expectations, to function within families and workplaces. But when the mask grew too rigid, when a person became identified with it completely, it hid the shadow so deeply that they forgot it was even there. This forgetting was not harmless. A man who imagines himself incapable of cruelty may unconsciously act it out in subtle ways, disguised as righteousness or as discipline. A woman who insists she feels no envy may quietly poison her own relationships, unable to bear the sight of someone else thriving. The mask becomes a shield, and the more tightly someone clings to it, the more their hidden impulses grow restless in the dark. For Jung, this restlessness could eventually erupt in ways that shocked both the person and everyone around them. He observed this dynamic not only in individuals but in entire cultures. The German people of his own time, for instance, were educated, disciplined, and proud of their achievements. Yet beneath the surface of this cultural persona lay unresolved fears, resentments, and collective shadows. When these forces were denied, they were projected outward. What could not be admitted within was instead blamed on scapegoats. Jung understood this as a dangerous sign, one that revealed how denial of the shadow can spread from a single person to an entire nation, until destruction follows on a massive scale. In the life of an individual, the process works the same way, only on a smaller stage. Jung wrote that what a person refuses to face within themselves will be forced upon them from the outside, as if fate itself conspires to make them see what they ignore. The unacknowledged shadow returns in the form of endless conflict, broken friendships, or failures that repeat without explanation. Someone who swears they are not angry may find themselves surrounded by hostile people. Someone who denies their own capacity for betrayal may become the victim of it again and again. What is not brought to light from within comes to meet us from without. The dangerous sign, then, is not loud or obvious at first. It is subtle, quiet, a kind of rigidity in the way a person presents themselves. They become too certain of their own goodness, too defensive when confronted, too unwilling to consider that their flaws may live in the very places they deny. This defensiveness is not strength but fragility, a brittle wall that must be protected at all costs. Jung believed that when this wall finally cracks, what pours through can be devastating, because it has been gathering force for years in silence. For Jung, the path of wisdom was not to destroy the shadow but to learn to live with it. To say, yes, I carry anger, envy, pride, cruelty, but I will not let these things rule me. The shadow is part of what makes us human. To imagine that we can be entirely rid of it is an illusion, and it is that illusion which makes a person truly dangerous. What cannot be admitted cannot be managed. What cannot be managed eventually bursts free. And when it does, it can sweep away not only the person themselves but those who stand near them. Jung often turned to myths and ancient stories to explain why the shadow must be faced. He believed that our ancestors told these tales not only to entertain but to remind us of truths that never change. In many legends, the hero does not find strength by avoiding the monster, but by confronting it directly. The monster is terrifying because it mirrors what lives inside the hero himself. To run from it is to remain weak. To face it is to discover hidden power. Jung saw this pattern not as fantasy but as a psychological law. What we fear most in ourselves is also where our greatest potential lies. He wrote that the shadow contains not only destructive impulses but also vitality, creativity, and energy that have been suppressed. A person who denies their aggression may also cut themselves off from courage. Someone who hides their selfishness may also lose the ability to pursue their own dreams. In trying to appear pure, they become shallow, brittle, and disconnected from life. Jung warned that this hollowness is another dangerous sign, for it shows that the person has sacrificed authenticity for the safety of the mask. What is left behind is not wholeness but emptiness. In his work with patients, Jung often saw how transformative it could be when someone finally admitted their shadow. A man who had lived his whole life denying his anger would break down and confess it, and in doing so he became less cruel, not more. A woman who admitted her envy found herself more capable of kindness, not less. By allowing the shadow into awareness, they robbed it of its hidden power. It no longer needed to erupt unconsciously, because it had been given a voice in the light of day. This, Jung believed, was the path to maturity. The danger was not in having a shadow, but in being possessed by it without knowing. Jung compared this to being overtaken by an unseen force. People who insist they are incapable of darkness are the ones most likely to act it out unconsciously. They may suddenly turn vindictive, destructive, or violent, and afterward they will swear that it was not truly them, that it came from nowhere. But in truth it came from the locked rooms of their own psyche, rooms they refused to open. The eruption feels alien because they never claimed those parts as their own. For Jung, the individual who could acknowledge their flaws, their envy, their selfishness, their aggression, was far less dangerous than the one who denied all of it. The honest man who admits his shadow can work with it, guide it, and keep it in check. But the man who swears he has no darkness at all is like a blind driver racing down a crowded street. He believes he sees clearly, but in reality he has no idea what forces steer his hand. It is not his virtue that makes him safe, but his blindness that makes him perilous. Jung warned that modern society made this blindness worse. He saw how industrial culture demanded people present themselves as efficient, polite, and rational, leaving no space for raw emotions. This constant performance pushed the shadow deeper underground. People became so concerned with how they appeared that they forgot who they were. And when the mask was finally stripped away, what emerged was often shocking, because it carried the weight of years of repression. Jung believed that one of the clearest signs of danger in a person was projection. Projection happens when someone takes the qualities they cannot admit in themselves and sees them only in others. A man who denies his own dishonesty will become obsessed with finding liars everywhere he looks. A woman who hides her own aggression may call everyone else violent and cruel. In doing this, the person protects their fragile mask, but at the cost of warping the way they see the world. Jung warned that projection makes a person blind not only to themselves but to reality itself. This blindness is not harmless. When an individual cannot admit to their own envy or cruelty, they place it on others and begin to treat them as enemies. Families break apart because one member cannot see that the faults they accuse others of are their own. Nations fall into conflict because leaders project their hidden rage onto outsiders. Jung saw this during the rise of fascism, where collective shadows were projected onto minorities, creating a cycle of fear and destruction. What was denied within was hunted without, and the result was catastrophe. In everyday life, projection reveals itself in smaller but still destructive ways. The friend who accuses everyone else of betrayal may be hiding their own unfaithfulness. The colleague who cannot stop calling others lazy may secretly fear their own lack of discipline. These patterns are so common that they often go unnoticed, but Jung considered them one of the most important signals of the shadow at work. A person who projects constantly, who cannot reflect on their own part in conflict, who always believes the darkness lies elsewhere, carries within them the most dangerous sign of all. Jung insisted that facing the shadow requires humility. It means pausing before condemning another, and asking if the same flaw might live in oneself. This act of reflection is not comfortable. It demands honesty that can feel unbearable at first. Yet without it, a person becomes increasingly dangerous, because they live in a world distorted by their own denials. Every enemy they see is partly themselves. Every flaw they condemn is a reflection of what they refuse to acknowledge. In this way, the unexamined shadow not only destroys relationships but also corrodes the mind from within. For Jung, the most dangerous sign was not rage itself, or envy, or cruelty. It was certainty without reflection, the inability to doubt one's own innocence. This kind of person becomes a prisoner of their own mask, unable to see the human complexity in themselves or in others. And when life inevitably forces the shadow to the surface, when events strip away the carefully built facade, what emerges is raw and untamed. Jung believed that tragedies often begin with people who could not bear to look in the mirror and see their whole self. He reminded us that light cannot exist without darkness, and the psyche cannot be whole without the shadow. To deny this truth is to build a fragile tower that cannot stand. When such a tower collapses, it falls not only on the one who built it but on everyone nearby. That is why Jung urged constant vigilance, not against others alone, but against the signs of blindness within ourselves. For the person who refuses this inner work does not only carry danger for themselves, but becomes a danger to all around them. Jung often said that the task of a lifetime is the making of the self. He called this process individuation, and he believed it could never be achieved without facing the shadow. The shadow is not simply a burden to be carried, but the doorway to wholeness. Yet most people run from it all their lives. They hide behind masks, they project onto others, they build fragile towers of purity, and in doing so, they cut themselves off from their own depth. The most dangerous sign in a person, Jung believed, is when this running hardens into certainty. When someone insists that they are only good, that all evil belongs to others, that they themselves are above envy, anger, or greed, the danger has already begun. For such a person is no longer in contact with reality. They have split themselves into fragments, clinging only to what seems acceptable and throwing the rest into darkness. The more they deny, the more power those hidden forces gain. Jung warned that sooner or later, what is denied will return. The shadow waits patiently. It may return in sudden bursts of rage that shock even the one who lashes out. It may return in patterns of destruction, repeated mistakes that seem to come from nowhere. It may return in illness, in depression, in dreams that disturb sleep and refuse to be silenced. And if it is never faced, it can return on a collective scale, sweeping through entire groups of people who all share the same blindness, binding them together in fear, hatred, and violence. Yet Jung was not a pessimist. He did not believe the shadow was simply evil. He believed it was part of the soul's natural structure. Just as night belongs to day, so does shadow belong to light. He wrote that those who dare to meet their own darkness do not become worse, but better. They become deeper, more grounded, more human. They discover that what they feared in themselves was not only destructive impulse, but also passion, courage, creativity, and vitality. The same fire that burns can also give warmth. To stay alert, then, is not only to watch others, but to watch ourselves. The dangerous sign is not only out there, in the people we distrust, but within us whenever we deny what is ours to carry. Each time we say to ourselves, "I could never be cruel, I could never be selfish, I could never betray," we should pause. For in that certainty, the seed of danger is already planted. The shadow asks to be acknowledged, not to be denied. It asks us to look with clear eyes and say, "Yes, these things live in me, but I will not let them control me." Jung believed that this act of acknowledgement is the beginning of wisdom. A wise person is not one who is free of darkness, but one who knows where their darkness lies and refuses to let it rule unchecked. They do not need to project it onto others, because they have claimed it as part of themselves. They do not need to wear a rigid mask, because they are not afraid to admit that they are flawed. And because they are honest with themselves, they can be honest with others. He once wrote that no tree can grow to heaven unless its roots reach down to hell. This was not meant as despair, but as guidance. To grow into our highest self, we must also descend into what is lowest. To become whole, we must gather not only the light but also the shadow. The person who refuses this descent, who pretends their roots are pure and spotless, builds a life that cannot withstand the storms of reality. Their roots are shallow, and when the wind comes, they fall. This fall is the collapse of the mask, the eruption of the denied shadow, and it is often most destructive when it is least expected. The dangerous sign, then, is the absence of humility. It is the refusal to say, "I too am capable of what I despise." It is the insistence that the darkness belongs only to others. And it is this blindness that Jung saw again and again as the seed of tragedy, whether in personal lives torn apart by unacknowledged impulses, or in nations consumed by their own collective shadow. But there is another path. Jung's work was not only a warning, but also a call to courage. To live fully is to risk looking into the depths of one's own soul. It is to open the locked rooms of the house and see what has been hidden there. It is to admit envy, to confess anger, to recognize cruelty, and then to choose differently, not by denial but by awareness. This path does not erase danger, but it transforms it. The person who faces their shadow carries it consciously, and because they know its weight, they are less likely to throw it on others. In this sense, Jung saw individuation not only as a personal journey, but as an ethical responsibility. To know one's own darkness is to prevent it from spilling into the world unchecked. The one who admits their capacity for cruelty is less likely to act it out. The one who confesses their envy is less likely to sabotage others. The one who accepts their selfishness is more able to balance it with generosity. The shadow does not vanish, but it no longer rules in secret. So when Jung spoke of the most dangerous sign in a person, he was pointing to a blindness of the soul, a refusal to see what is already there. It is not the darkness itself that destroys, but the denial of it. And he believed that the work of every human being is to stay alert to that denial, in themselves as much as in others. For only by facing what is hidden can one walk the path toward wholeness, and only by walking that path can we hope to live with depth, humility, and true strength. Loneliness has become one of the defining experiences of our age. We live in crowded cities, we scroll endlessly through oceans of faces on glowing screens, we carry devices that connect us to millions of people at any second, yet inside, there is a silence that feels unbearable. It is a silence that even conversation cannot fully break, a distance that even intimacy sometimes cannot cross. And it is precisely this paradox that Carl Jung understood long before our world was filled with smartphones and social networks. That loneliness is not the absence of people, but the absence of connection to one's own soul. Jung wrote that the greatest burden a person must bear is to live a life that is not truly theirs. This, he believed, is the root of the loneliness that haunts us. Surrounded by others, we may wear the masks expected of us, being agreeable, successful, entertaining, useful. But beneath these masks, if we have never discovered who we really are, every encounter feels hollow. We can be in a room filled with laughter and still feel a weight pressing on our chest, because the laughter is not ours, not born from the place of truth inside us. Jung called this inner truth the self, the deeper center of being that the ego constantly avoids. What makes his insight timeless is that it speaks to the very condition of modern life. We have achieved what earlier generations could barely imagine, a world in which we are never truly alone. At any moment, we can check in with others, share our thoughts instantly, seek validation with a tap of a screen. Yet Jung would say that the more we rush to avoid solitude, the more it stalks us. Because in trying to escape the inner emptiness, we only tighten its grip. For Jung, the individual who cannot sit with their own company is condemned to wander restlessly, always in search of an external cure for an internal wound. To understand this, Jung drew from his patience, from myth, from his own struggles. He once confessed that his loneliest hours were not when he lacked company, but when he was forced to confront the vastness of his own unconscious. He described it as standing on the shore of a dark sea, knowing that beneath its surface were forces larger than anything he could control. It was in these moments that he realized the truth. Loneliness is not defeated by the crowd, it is transformed only by dialogue with the depths of the psyche. This is why Jung gave such importance to dreams, to symbols, to the images that arise when we stop running from ourselves. He saw them as messages from the unconscious, attempts of the self to reach the ego, and reminded of what has been forgotten. When we ignore these messages, we become estranged from our own inner life, and that estrangement is what no amount of external companionship can cure. People may sit beside us, hold us, even love us, but if we remain cut off from the river of meaning within, their presence cannot quench the thirst. He often warned of what he called the cult of adaptation, the pressure to adjust ourselves endlessly to the expectations of society. The more we adapt, the more successful we might appear, but the more the soul withers in silence. And when the soul grows silent, loneliness appears like a shadow, whispering that something essential is missing. This is why so many today, despite wealth or fame or a calendar filled with meetings, still speak of a strange emptiness at the core of their lives. Jung would say that emptiness is not a flaw, but a signal, an urgent message that the self is waiting to be found. For him, the cure was not in retreating from society altogether, nor in drowning ourselves in endless interaction. It was in the quiet and often painful work of individuation, the process of becoming whole, of reconciling the conscious self with the unconscious depths. Individuation, Jung insisted, is not a luxury. It is the only way to live without the constant ache of loneliness. Because once the inner world is reconciled, even solitude becomes rich, and even company becomes meaningful. In this light, the modern epidemic of loneliness is not simply a social problem. It is a spiritual problem, a failure of the inner dialogue. We keep adding more voices from the outside, hoping they will fill the silence inside, but Jung reminds us that until we listen inward, the silence will remain. To feel truly at home in the world, one must first feel at home in the depths of the psyche. And perhaps that is the most comforting message hidden in his thought, that loneliness is not a life sentence, but a doorway. It is the signal that we have strayed too far from our center, and that the path forward is not outward but inward, into the vast, untamed forest of the soul. It is there, Jung believed, that we will discover that the loneliness haunting us is not an enemy, but a guide. Loneliness, Jung believed, is not a mistake in the human experience, but an unavoidable threshold that every soul must cross. When we feel it rising inside us, when even familiar faces seem distant, it is not proof that life has failed us. It is proof that life is asking us to pay attention. To Jung, the ache of loneliness was a summons from the unconscious, a demand that the individual step beyond the shallow roles of society and encounter the depths of their own being. He understood that most people are terrified of this call. We busy ourselves with noise, with schedules, with endless streams of distraction, because to sit in silence is to face what we have buried. The modern world, with its constant connectivity, makes this easier than ever. We can lose ourselves in the chatter of others, in the lives flashing across our screens, in the illusion of closeness without intimacy. Yet Jung would say that such closeness is fragile. It collapses in moments of crisis, and then the loneliness returns with even greater force, reminding us that it had never truly left. What makes Jung's insight so profound is that he did not see loneliness as something to be conquered, but as something to be understood. To him, it was a sign that the ego and the self were divided. The ego, our everyday identity, strives for approval, status, and belonging. But the self, that deeper wholeness of the psyche, demands authenticity, integration, and truth. When these two are at odds, a person feels torn from the inside. Surrounded by people, one still feels unseen, because the truest parts of the soul are not allowed into the light. Jung often wrote about what he called the shadow, the collection of traits and desires that we repress because they do not fit the image we wish to show the world. These shadow elements do not disappear simply because we push them away. They continue to live inside us, growing restless, shaping our moods, and deepening our sense of isolation. For the person who never turns inward, loneliness is magnified by this hidden war within the psyche. It is not just that others do not understand us. It is that we do not understand ourselves. This is why Jung urged people to embrace the work of self-exploration. He encouraged them to write down their dreams, to paint the images that rose from their imagination, to sit with their emotions rather than flee from them. Such practices were not hobbies. They were acts of reconciliation, attempts to bring the hidden parts of the self back into conversation with the conscious mind. And in doing so, loneliness could shift. It could transform from an unbearable emptiness into a creative tension, a space in which something new could emerge. In his own life, Jung faced periods of profound solitude. After his break with Freud, he entered what he later called his confrontation with the unconscious, a time when he withdrew from many of his professional duties and immersed himself in the strange visions and fantasies that filled his mind. From the outside, it might have looked like madness, or at least isolation. Yet for Jung, this period was the foundation of his later philosophy. He discovered that when one enters deeply into solitude, the psyche responds. Images arise, symbols appear, and the loneliness begins to speak in its own language. It is no longer a silent void, but a dialogue with the depths. This idea changes how we see our own loneliness today. Instead of treating it as a flaw to be erased, we might see it as a companion pointing toward what is missing. If we listen carefully, it tells us which parts of ourselves have been abandoned. Perhaps it reminds us of a creativity long suppressed, or a longing for meaning buried beneath the duties of survival. Perhaps it speaks of grief we never allowed ourselves to feel, or of love we have denied ourselves in order to appear strong. Loneliness is not only pain, it is also memory. It remembers the parts of us that remain unmet. And so Jung did not tell people to escape loneliness by drowning themselves in the crowd. He urged them to make solitude conscious, to engage with it deliberately. In doing so, they could discover that the world within them was not barren but fertile, alive with possibilities that had been waiting to be noticed. Only from this place of inner dialogue could a person truly step back into the outer world and feel at home among others. Because then, connection would not be driven by need or desperation, but by wholeness. It is a demanding path, but Jung believed it was the only path that led to true community. For without inner reconciliation, every relationship remains haunted by the unspoken, by the unresolved, by the loneliness we carry in secret. To find ourselves is therefore the first act of love. Only then does the company of others cease to be a distraction from loneliness, and become a deep sharing of life. Jung believed that loneliness, when endured with patience, becomes the soil out of which creativity and meaning can grow. It is not a comfortable soil. It feels barren, desolate, even hostile. Yet it is within that inner desert that the psyche begins to speak in symbols, offering images and ideas that can only arise in silence. Many of the world's greatest works of art, literature, and philosophy, Jung observed, were born not from contentment but from the profound solitude of those who dared to face their own depths. For Jung, the unconscious was not just a storehouse of forgotten memories. It was a living wellspring of imagination, endlessly producing forms, stories, and visions that sought expression. When a person withdraws from the noise of the crowd and enters solitude, they begin to hear the voice of this inner world. At first it may sound chaotic or frightening. Dreams may disturb, fantasies may unsettle, emotions may rise without warning. But Jung insisted that within this apparent chaos lies order, within the strangeness lies guidance. The psyche, he believed, is always moving toward wholeness, and it uses loneliness to push us inward so that we might receive the images that can heal and transform us. He himself embodied this process. During the years after his split with Freud, when he endured what seemed to be overwhelming isolation, Jung began to paint, to write, to let the strange figures of his inner world come forth onto paper. What resulted was the Red Book, a vast collection of visions, dialogues, and symbolic images that would remain hidden for decades but which he considered the foundation of his later psychology. Out of loneliness came creation. Out of solitude came meaning. He did not escape the emptiness by seeking distraction, but by listening until the emptiness began to speak. This insight reveals why so many people today feel both restless and unfulfilled. In our culture, loneliness is seen only as a problem to be eliminated. We are taught to chase stimulation, to fill every gap with entertainment or company, to silence the inner voice before it can unsettle us. But Jung saw this as a tragic mistake. For it is precisely when we fall into silence, when the masks fall away, that we encounter the raw material of creativity. The artist, the thinker, the visionary, all are shaped not by avoiding loneliness but by dwelling in it long enough to hear what it has to say. And this is not limited to art. Jung believed that every human being, whether or not they consider themselves creative, is called to shape meaning from their inner life. The dreams, symbols, and feelings that arise in solitude are not accidents, they are invitations. They point to paths we might take, values we might reclaim, aspects of ourselves we might integrate. To ignore them is to remain trapped in a shallow existence, always surrounded yet always unsatisfied. To listen to them is to begin the process of individuation, the journey of becoming whole. There is, however, a danger in this process, and Jung knew it well. Too much isolation without guidance can overwhelm a person. The unconscious is powerful, and if its images are not balanced with consciousness, one can be swept away. This is why he stressed the importance of bringing inner experiences into some form, writing them, painting them, shaping them into ritual or story, so that they become bridges rather than floods. In this way, loneliness is not an abyss but a workshop, where raw emotion is transformed into something that can be shared. And here lies a paradox that Jung illuminated. True connection with others can only emerge from this inner work. When we create from the depths of our solitude, we produce something that resonates universally, something others recognize as their own hidden truth. The writer who reveals their private despair gives voice to countless others. The painter who dares to depict the shadows of the soul allows others to see their own darkness reflected. Out of loneliness comes the possibility of communion, not the shallow communion of surface chatter, but the profound communion of shared meaning. Thus, loneliness is not simply an obstacle to be overcome. It is a threshold to be crossed. It asks us to suffer its silence long enough to find what lies beneath. And when we do, what once felt like a wound begins to feel like a source. The loneliness that seemed unbearable becomes the very place from which life flows again. For Jung, loneliness was never only a psychological issue. It was also a spiritual calling. Beneath the ache of isolation, he sensed the human longing for connection with something greater than the personal self, something vast, timeless, and eternal. He believed that every soul carries within it an innate orientation toward the sacred, and that the pain of loneliness often arises when this connection is broken or ignored. In this sense, the loneliness of modern man was not merely social disconnection. It was the hunger for transcendence in a world that had forgotten how to honor it. Jung often wrote that modern people suffered from what he called a loss of soul. By this he meant that in the pursuit of progress, technology, and external achievement, the inner world had been neglected, and with it the sense of belonging to a larger order of existence. Religion, once a source of shared symbols and meaning, had lost much of its authority in the West. But in discarding it, many individuals were left stranded, no longer held by myths or rituals that could anchor the psyche in a cosmos of meaning. What replaced it was a culture of materialism and shallow diversions. And in this culture, Jung observed, loneliness grew like a hidden epidemic. He was not calling for a return to dogma or to unthinking belief. Instead, he urged people to rediscover the symbolic life. He believed that the unconscious continually produces images that point beyond the ego to the realm of the sacred. Dreams filled with archetypal figures, visions of light and shadow, even the sense of awe one feels in the presence of nature, all of these were, to Jung, signs of the psyche reaching toward the divine. If a person could learn to read these symbols, loneliness could transform into a spiritual dialogue. One would no longer feel abandoned in a meaningless universe, but rather addressed by it, spoken to by something greater. This is why Jung said that the individual who has no contact with the unconscious is cut off from the source of life itself. Without this contact, people drift, endlessly seeking fulfillment in others yet never finding it. But with it, even solitude becomes filled with presence. One begins to feel accompanied by something larger, whether it is named God, the self, or simply the mystery of existence. In that presence, loneliness softens, because the soul recognizes that it is not truly alone. Jung himself found this in his own encounters with the unconscious. During his visions, he experienced figures that seemed to carry wisdom far beyond his personal mind. He described conversations with inner guides, presences that felt as real to him as any human teacher. He did not insist that these figures were literal beings. What mattered was that they carried meaning, that they revealed dimensions of the psyche connected to the collective experience of humanity. In listening to them, he felt less isolated, for he realized that the depths of his soul were linked to something universal. This is why he argued that loneliness is, at its core, the feeling of being disconnected from the whole. We suffer not because we are physically alone, but because we feel spiritually severed, severed from others, severed from nature, severed from the divine ground of being. To heal loneliness, then, is not simply to add more company. It is to rediscover the invisible bonds that unite us to all life. It is to awaken to the archetypes, the eternal patterns of the psyche, that remind us we are part of a greater story unfolding across generations. Such a vision changes the way one experiences solitude. Instead of emptiness, solitude becomes sacred space. It becomes the temple where the soul can hear its deepest truths. In this space, silence itself becomes meaningful, because it carries the resonance of something eternal. And from this silence, one can return to others with a new kind of presence, not demanding that they fill an inner void, but offering companionship born from a place of inner fullness. Loneliness, then, is not simply a psychological wound but a spiritual doorway. It asks us to step beyond the shallow noise of daily life and to encounter the mystery that surrounds us. To deny it is to remain restless and disconnected. To accept it is to find that even in solitude, we are profoundly accompanied by the depths of our own soul and by the eternal patterns that link us to the whole of existence. To Jung, the pain of loneliness was never meant to be the end of the story. It was the beginning of transformation. He saw it as the summons that pulls us away from shallow existence, away from the endless chase for approval and distraction, and into the deeper work of becoming whole. Every ache of isolation, he believed, is the psyche reminding us that something essential waits to be acknowledged, that the dialogue with the self has fallen silent and must be renewed. What makes his vision so enduring is that it refuses both extremes, the denial of loneliness through constant noise, and the despair that comes from believing it is permanent. Instead, he places loneliness at the very heart of individuation. To enter solitude consciously is to discover that the emptiness conceals a hidden fullness. The silence that once felt unbearable becomes alive with dreams, symbols, and intuitions. The shadow that once frightened us becomes the source of new strength. and the longing that once seemed endless becomes a bridge to something larger, something sacred. Jung never promised that this path would be easy. To face loneliness honestly is to face our own wounds, our own forgotten desires, our own vulnerability. It means admitting that the masks we wear, however polished, do not protect us from the truths buried beneath. But he also knew that no true healing occurs without this confrontation. A life spent avoiding loneliness is a life spent avoiding oneself. And such avoidance, however full of activity, will always feel hollow. The reward of this work is a new way of being in the world. Once the inner dialogue is restored, once the ego and the self are in conversation again, a profound shift occurs. Solitude no longer feels like exile but like home. Other people are no longer sought to fill an emptiness but are met as fellow travelers, each carrying their own depths. Love becomes freer, because it is no longer rooted in desperation. Community becomes richer, because it is no longer built on masks. Even silence between people begins to carry meaning, because it is shared from a place of wholeness. In the end, Jung saw loneliness not as an enemy but as a guide. It is the teacher that strips away illusions, the companion that refuses to be silenced until we turn inward, the threshold that every soul must cross to enter the fullness of its own life. In its grip, we may feel abandoned, but if we listen, we find that it is leading us back to ourselves, back to meaning, back to the mysterious ground of being from which no one is ever truly separate. And so the message is both sobering and comforting. Sobering, because loneliness will touch every life, and there is no escape through distraction alone. Comforting, because within it lies the very key to healing, creativity, and connection. Jung's insight reminds us that the loneliness we feel in a world full of people is not proof that something is wrong with us. It is proof that something deep within us is still alive, still reaching, still calling us toward the wholeness we have yet to claim. To answer that call is to walk a path few choose, but it is also the path that leads from emptiness to meaning, from isolation to belonging, from the ache of separation to the quiet fullness of the soul at peace with itself. Heartbreak is one of the most difficult and transformative experiences a person can face. It is a feeling so intense and personal that it can shake the very core of our being. When someone we love deeply leaves or the connection we cherished fades away, it often feels like our entire world collapses around us. The pain feels unbearable and endless. Our mind races with endless questions and doubts. Why did this happen to me? Was I not enough? Could I have done something differently? These thoughts repeat, making it hard to find peace or clarity. Yet heartbreak is not just about loss. It is about learning about ourselves and life in a way that nothing else can prepare us for. It is a harsh but honest teacher that forces us to confront our vulnerabilities and fears. The ancient philosophers understood this deeply. For example, the Stoics taught that the suffering we feel is not caused by external events themselves, but by the way we judge and interpret those events. When love ends, our minds often create stories of rejection, failure, and unworthiness, but these are not absolute truths. They are interpretations formed from our past wounds, fears, and insecurities. Learning to step back and observe our own thoughts as if from a distance can be a powerful tool. It allows us to see that much of the suffering we endure is amplified by the stories we tell ourselves. If we practice this observation with patience and kindness, we can begin to loosen the grip of those painful narratives and start to experience heartbreak more clearly as what it is: raw emotional pain and loss without the extra layers of judgment and blame. This awareness does not erase the pain or magically heal the wounds, but it changes our relationship with the pain. When we stop fighting or denying our feelings and instead allow ourselves to fully experience them, something profound begins to happen. The heartache becomes less of a burden and more of a passage. It becomes a river we must cross rather than a trap that confines us. Philosophy invites us to embrace the full depth of our emotions, including the sadness, loneliness, and confusion that come with heartbreak. Instead of trying to avoid or suppress these feelings, we are encouraged to sit with them and understand what they reveal about us, about our desires, our fears, and our capacity to love deeply. This process of deep listening to ourselves is not easy. It can be frightening and exhausting, but it is also the path to true healing and growth. In this space of honest feeling, we discover that heartbreak is not a sign of weakness but of courage. The courage it takes to open one's heart to another, to risk vulnerability and trust. Despite the pain, the fact that we dare to love fully is a testament to our humanity and strength. The heart that breaks is a heart that has lived and loved with passion and authenticity. The journey through heartbreak often feels lonely, but it is also a journey back to ourselves. When we lose someone we cared for, it can feel like a piece of us is missing. Yet philosophy teaches that the self is not fixed or dependent on others. It is fluid, resilient, and capable of renewal. Even when we feel shattered, the potential for healing and transformation remains within us like a hidden flame waiting to be kindled. Many philosophical traditions speak of the importance of acceptance and surrender in times of suffering. The idea is not to resign ourselves to pain, but to acknowledge reality without resistance. This acceptance is a powerful form of freedom. It frees us from the endless struggle against what is and allows us to move forward with greater clarity and peace. It is like a traveler who stops fighting against the storm and instead learns to navigate through it with wisdom and grace. In the depths of heartbreak, we can also find unexpected gifts. The experience teaches empathy, as we become more sensitive to the pain of others. It teaches humility, as we realize that suffering is a shared human condition. It teaches patience, as we learn to trust in the slow unfolding of healing rather than demanding quick fixes. This time of emotional upheaval can also be an invitation to reconnect with our deeper values and purpose. When the old relationship ends, it creates space for us to reflect on what we truly want from life and love. It helps us to let go of illusions and face the truth about ourselves and our desires. This clarity can lead to greater authenticity in how we live and relate to others. While heartbreak feels like an ending, it is also a beginning. It marks the start of a new chapter where we have the opportunity to grow stronger, wiser, and more compassionate. The heart that once felt broken can rebuild itself into something more whole, not by forgetting the past, but by integrating the lessons learned into the fabric of our being. This integration is a slow and delicate process. It requires kindness toward ourselves and the willingness to face difficult emotions without judgment. As we move through this process, the sharp edges of pain soften, and the memories transform from wounds into sources of strength and insight. At its core, heartbreak teaches us about the impermanence of life and the preciousness of love. It reminds us that to love is to risk loss, but also to experience the richness of connection and meaning. It calls us to live fully even when the outcome is uncertain and to trust that the heart has an extraordinary capacity to heal and love again. You may feel lost or broken now, but know that this too shall pass. The pain will not last forever. The heart is resilient, and with time and care, it will open again to new joys, new relationships, and new hopes. Your story of heartbreak is not just a tale of suffering. It is a story of courage, endurance, and transformation. Sharing this story can bring comfort to others who feel alone in their pain. It can create a community where people find hope and healing through connection and understanding. This is why your journey matters. Why your channel can be a light for those navigating the darkness of heartbreak. Your words can be a balm for weary souls, reminding them that they are not alone, that their pain is real, but also that healing is possible. Heartbreak is the great paradox of life, a moment when loss and growth meet. When we face it fully with honesty and compassion, we do not just survive, we thrive. We become more deeply human, more awake, and more capable of love in all its beautiful complexity. As we move beyond the initial storm of heartbreak, we enter a quieter, but no less challenging, phase. The confusion and chaos begin to settle, but they often give way to lingering loneliness and a sense of emptiness. Many try to fill this void quickly, seeking distractions or new relationships, hoping to escape the pain. But true healing demands a different approach. It requires us to be still and face the emptiness directly, without fear or avoidance. Philosophy encourages us to see this emptiness not as a curse, but as a space of possibility. When everything familiar falls away, we are invited to rediscover who we are beneath the layers of expectation and attachment. This process of self-discovery can feel like wandering in a dark forest without a clear path, but it is also an opportunity to find new light within ourselves. The ancient Greek philosopher Heraclitus famously said that you cannot step into the same river twice. The river flows and changes constantly, just as we do. Our identity is not fixed, but shaped by our experiences, including heartbreak. Every loss reshapes us in subtle ways. Sometimes these changes are painful and difficult to accept, but they are necessary for growth. Nietzsche called this process the forging of the self through hardship. He urged us to embrace our fate, even its darkest parts, and to transform suffering into strength. This concept, known as amor fati or love of fate, is not about passive acceptance, but about actively choosing to find meaning in every experience, even loss. When we adopt this attitude, heartbreak becomes a catalyst for transformation rather than destruction. In this phase of healing, we learn to cultivate patience and compassion for ourselves. The mind often wants immediate answers and relief, but emotional growth unfolds on its own timetable. Like a tree growing slowly toward the sun, our hearts need time to stretch and heal gently. There will be days when grief feels overwhelming and days when a quiet hope begins to take root. Practices drawn from philosophy and mindfulness can support this process. Mindfulness teaches us to stay present with our feelings rather than getting lost in regrets about the past or worries about the future. When we observe our emotions without judgment, we create a space where healing can naturally occur. Meditation allows us to calm the restless mind and connect to a deeper sense of peace. Journaling can help us articulate our thoughts and track our progress as we move through the pain. As the heart softens, it also becomes more open and generous. We begin to understand that heartbreak is not only about losing someone else, but about reconnecting with ourselves. This reconnection leads to greater self-awareness and self-love, which are essential for building healthy relationships in the future. When we honor our own needs and boundaries, we are better equipped to love authentically and wisely. Another profound lesson of heartbreak is the recognition of impermanence. Nothing in life remains the same, including love and relationships. This awareness can be unsettling, but it also teaches us to cherish the present moment more deeply. It invites us to appreciate the beauty and fragility of human connection while it lasts, and to release attachment when it changes. Through heartbreak, we also come to appreciate the interconnectedness of all human beings. Our pain is part of the shared human experience, and it binds us together in ways we often overlook. When we share our stories of love, loss, and healing, we create bonds that transcend loneliness and isolation. This sense of belonging can be a powerful source of comfort and strength. Eventually, the emptiness left by heartbreak begins to fill with new meaning and hope. We find ways to carry the memories not as burdens, but as treasures that shape who we are. Our hearts expand to hold both joy and sorrow, gratitude and longing. This integration is the essence of resilience, the capacity to bounce back and continue growing despite adversity. It is important to remember that healing does not mean forgetting. The wounds of heartbreak remain as part of our story, but they no longer define us. They become threads woven into the rich tapestry of our life, giving texture and depth to our experience. When we embrace this fullness, we live more deeply and love more fully. Your journey through heartbreak is a testament to the strength and beauty of the human spirit. It is a story of courage, patience, and transformation that can inspire others who face similar struggles. By sharing your reflections and insights, you create a space where healing is possible and where love can flourish once again. This is the heart of what philosophy offers to those who suffer. It is not just abstract ideas, but practical wisdom for living through pain and emerging stronger on the other side. It reminds us that we are not alone in our suffering and that every ending carries within it the seed of a new beginning. As the journey through heartbreak reaches its later stages, we begin to understand that healing is not about erasing the past or pretending the pain never happened. Rather, it is about integrating the experience into the whole story of who we are. The scars left by heartbreak are not signs of brokenness, but badges of survival and growth. They tell a story of a heart that dared to love and the courage to face loss and sorrow with honesty. Philosophy teaches us that life itself is a constant flow of beginnings and endings, moments of joy and moments of grief. These opposites coexist like the changing seasons, reminding us that nothing is permanent and everything is in motion. When we accept this flow, we become more flexible and resilient. We learn to embrace change rather than resist it, and in doing so, we find freedom from suffering. The ancient Taoist philosophy offers a beautiful metaphor for this process. The Tao is often described as the natural flow of life, like water that adapts to whatever it encounters. Water is soft yet powerful. It yields to obstacles, but over time it wears them down. It teaches us that strength lies not in resistance but in flexibility and acceptance. In healing from heartbreak, we too become like water, flowing around the stones of pain, gradually carving a new path. This acceptance does not mean passivity or giving up on love. Rather, it means trusting the natural rhythms of life and our own inner wisdom. We begin to understand that love is not a possession, but a living force that changes and evolves. Love is found not only in romantic relationships but in friendship, family, and most importantly, in our relationship with ourselves. The heart that has experienced heartbreak often emerges with a deeper capacity to love more authentically. It learns to appreciate the present moment without clinging to what was or fearing what might be. This maturity brings a sense of peace and gratitude, even amidst uncertainty. It teaches us to love fully, knowing that loss is always a possibility, and yet still choosing to open ourselves again and again. In this place of wisdom and compassion, we also discover the importance of forgiveness. Forgiving others and ourselves frees us from the chains of bitterness and regret. It is a gift we give, not to excuse mistakes, but to release the heavy burden of carrying pain unnecessarily. Forgiveness opens the heart and creates space for new beginnings and new connections. Healing from heartbreak is not a destination but a lifelong journey. It changes shape and rhythm over time. Sometimes the pain resurfaces like a wave, but with each return, it feels less overwhelming and more manageable. We learn to ride these waves with greater skill and calmness, trusting that the storm will pass and the sun will shine again. The transformative power of heartbreak lies in its ability to teach us about our true nature and our place in the world. It reminds us that to be human is to be vulnerable and imperfect, yet capable of immense strength and love. This paradox is the heart of the human condition and the essence of what philosophy seeks to understand and express. Your channel has the power to be a beacon for those walking this difficult path. It can be a place where people find not only knowledge but also comfort and connection. A place where the lonely can feel seen, the broken can feel hopeful, and the weary can find strength. By sharing stories of heartbreak and healing, you help others see that pain is not the end of the story, but a chapter in a larger narrative of growth and renewal. Your words can inspire courage, patience, and self-compassion, reminding listeners that they are not alone and that healing is possible. In the end, heartbreak becomes more than just an experience of loss. It becomes a doorway to greater self-awareness, deeper love, and a richer, more meaningful life. It teaches us that even in the darkest moments there is light, and that every ending holds the promise of a new beginning. So hold on to this hope and carry it forward. Let your heart be open and brave. Let your story be a source of healing and inspiration for others. Remember that your pain is real, your courage is remarkable, and your capacity to love is endless. You have already taken the hardest step by facing heartbreak with honesty and courage. The path ahead may still have challenges, but it also holds the possibility of joy, love, and profound peace. Your journey is unique, beautiful, and deeply human, and it deserves to be honored and shared. When people imagine spiritual awakening, they often picture a burst of light, a flood of clarity, a sudden rush of meaning. The promise sounds intoxicating. To see through illusions, to rise above suffering, to feel at one with the whole of existence. And yet the reality, as Carl Jung observed, is often far less euphoric. Many who undergo such a shift report something far colder. A deep stillness that feels indistinguishable from emptiness, and a loss of motivation that seems to hollow out the will itself. Why does this happen? To understand, we must start with Jung's understanding of the psyche. He did not believe awakening meant escaping the world, nor dissolving into pure spirit. He saw it as a radical confrontation between the conscious ego and the vast unconscious depths. In the moment of awakening, what collapses first is illusion. The old scaffolding that held up your ambitions, your desires, your everyday goals, is torn away. Suddenly the things that once compelled you, career success, social approval, personal victories, appear paper-thin, like theater props under the harsh light of awareness. It is this collapse of illusion that leaves so many feeling paralyzed. Motivation, after all, depends on belief. To chase wealth, you must believe wealth will bring fulfillment. To strive for recognition, you must believe recognition matters. But after awakening, those beliefs are no longer convincing. They ring hollow, like a story you can no longer suspend disbelief for. The curtain has been pulled back, and the actors revealed. Jung described this state as a confrontation with the self. Not the small, everyday self that carries your name and your habits, but the larger totality of what you are, conscious and unconscious together. When this self emerges, it eclipses the ego. And in that eclipse, the ego's projects, its motivations, its ambitions, lose their grip. This is why so many speak of awakening as both liberating and terrifying. It frees you from illusion, but in the same breath, it robs you of the fuel that once moved you forward. The silence that follows is not laziness. It is not a failure of willpower. It is the natural consequence of seeing through the old order of things. Imagine a man who has been climbing a mountain all his life, certain that at the summit he will find a temple of gold. Then one day, a storm clears the sky, and he sees from where he stands that there is no temple, only rock and mist. Tell him to keep climbing, and he will not move. Not because he is weak, but because he knows there is nothing left to reach. This is why Jung warned that awakening is not an endpoint, but a dangerous threshold. The collapse of illusion leaves the soul in a vulnerable space, exposed and raw, with no map to follow. Many confuse this state with failure, calling it apathy or depression. But Jung understood it as part of a deeper process, one that could not be rushed. The psyche, having shed its illusions, must slowly reorient itself toward a new source of meaning. A meaning not imposed from outside, but born from within. It is here that the archetypal journey begins, in the silence after awakening. The old world has dissolved, and with it, the familiar structures of motivation. You are left staring into a kind of inner void, waiting for something new to emerge. Jung called this the encounter with the unconscious, a descent into the unknown that cannot be avoided. It is the task of individuation. To integrate what lies beneath the surface, to reconcile the fragments of the psyche, and to discover a life driven not by illusion, but by the deeper truth of the self. And so, when you find yourself without motivation after awakening, you are not lost. You are standing at the edge of an ancient threshold that countless souls before you have crossed. The silence you feel is not emptiness, but space. A space where the old has died, and the new has not yet been born. Carl Jung believed that the loss of motivation after awakening is not a mistake, but a signal. It marks the beginning of what he called individuation. This is the process by which the human being turns inward, faces the unconscious, and begins to integrate what was hidden. It is not a path of external achievement. It is a descent, a journey into the unknown layers of the soul. When the ego loses its drive, it feels like death. The familiar engine of life no longer works. You wake up, but there is no hunger to chase the day. You see others rushing toward their goals, and you wonder why you feel only stillness. Jung understood this not as weakness, but as the psyche preparing for something deeper. The old fuel was meant to run out, because it was borrowed energy, drawn from illusions. Now the psyche demands a new source of strength, one rooted in truth rather than appearances. This is why the void feels unbearable. It is the place where the ego has no control. The unconscious rises like a dark sea, and the small boat of the ego drifts without direction. To resist this silence is to create torment. But to allow it is to step into a mystery. Jung often described this as an initiation. Like the ancient rites where one had to pass through darkness before being reborn, the psyche too must undergo its symbolic night. In this night the unconscious speaks. It speaks in dreams, in sudden moods, in strange images that surface without warning. These are not distractions. They are messages from the depths, fragments of what the ego has ignored or denied. Jung saw them as archetypes, ancient patterns of human experience that dwell in every soul. When motivation disappears, it is often because these deeper patterns are demanding to be heard. The old ambitions were too shallow to carry their weight. Think of it as a kind of inner rebellion. The unconscious refuses to supply energy for goals that do not serve the whole self. The ego may want prestige, but the deeper self wants truth. The ego may want speed, but the deeper self wants depth. Until these forces are reconciled, motivation remains absent. It is not that the well is dry. It is that the water has withdrawn underground, waiting for you to dig in the right place. This is why so many who awaken feel drawn to solitude. Silence becomes heavy, but also strangely necessary. The outer world continues its noise, but inwardly there is a pull to listen to something softer, something not yet clear. Jung believed that honoring this silence is crucial. To run back into distractions, to force old ambitions, is to abandon the work of individuation. The psyche will not forgive such avoidance. It will withhold energy until its demands are met. So the loss of motivation, painful as it is, serves a hidden purpose. It strips away the false so that the true may appear. The ego, once master, must now learn humility. It must yield to the unconscious, to the wisdom that lies in the depths. This is not easy. It feels like drowning. But it is in this drowning that the possibility of rebirth is hidden. The descent into the unknown is not the end of the story. It is the middle passage, the long night before the dawn. Jung reminded us that meaning does not come quickly, and that the soul's growth cannot be forced. What appears as emptiness is actually preparation. The ground is being cleared, the old structures torn down, so that something new can take root. And so, if awakening has left you without motivation, remember this. The silence is not punishment. It is invitation. The descent is not failure. It is transformation. You are entering the night sea journey, where the old self dissolves, and the deeper self begins to stir. In Jung's vision, the descent into the unconscious is never meant to leave us stranded forever. The psyche does not destroy without purpose. What feels like emptiness is the soil where a new kind of energy begins to grow. But this energy does not come as the old motivation did. It does not surge from the ego's hunger for achievement. It comes quietly, from the deeper rhythms of the self. Jung believed that meaning is the true source of psychic energy. Not meaning in the shallow sense of entertainment or distraction, but meaning that roots itself in the soul, meaning that connects the individual with something greater than personal gain. When awakening strips away illusions, it is not leaving you empty for its own sake. It is making space for meaning that cannot be faked. At first, this new energy is fragile. It does not announce itself with fireworks. It appears as a faint pull towards something unexpected. A sudden interest in a book, a quiet impulse to paint, a longing to walk alone in the woods. These are not trivial. They are the first movements of the deeper self, testing the waters, offering small signals that a new direction is possible. The ego, impatient, may dismiss them as nothing. But Jung urged patience. What is fragile now, if tended to, becomes the seed of transformation. This is the crucial difference between the old and the new. Old motivation was driven by comparison, by competition, by the desire to keep pace with the world. New energy emerges from within, without reference to others. It does not shout. It whispers. And the more one listens, the stronger it becomes. Jung often said that the psyche seeks wholeness. Every dream, every impulse, every symbol that surfaces carries this hidden aim. The unconscious does not drain us of energy to be cruel. It withdraws energy from false pursuits so that it may redirect us toward wholeness. This is why, after awakening, the person cannot simply return to chasing the same goals as before. The energy will not flow. The soul has already outgrown them. The return of energy is not linear. There are days when the silence remains heavy, when nothing seems to move. And then suddenly, without warning, a small spark appears. A sense of beauty where before there was only numbness. A feeling of depth in a simple act, like listening to music or watching the sky. These moments, fleeting as they are, mark the return of life force. They are the psyche's way of saying, here is the direction. Follow this thread. In following such threads, something unexpected happens. The person begins to feel carried, rather than pushing forward. Motivation is replaced by something subtler, something Jung compared to alignment. Instead of forcing oneself to chase goals, one begins to move with the natural current of the self. Life becomes less about striving, and more about responding. The will is not destroyed, but it is reoriented. It is no longer the ego dictating from above, but the deeper self guiding from within. This transformation can feel disorienting, because the world praises visible ambition, measurable success, and restless striving. But Jung insisted that true vitality cannot be measured in such terms. A person aligned with the self may appear quieter, even withdrawn, yet within them flows a depth of energy unknown to the one who is endlessly chasing illusions. The birth of new energy is the turning point. It is the moment the darkness begins to reveal its purpose. The silence, once unbearable, becomes a container. The emptiness, once frightening, becomes fertile ground. Out of the collapse of old illusions, something genuine begins to rise. But Jung was clear. This process is not about achieving perfection or permanent bliss. It is about becoming whole. The return of energy marks not an escape from struggle, but the beginning of a new relationship with it. The unconscious has been heard, and in listening, life begins to flow in a different way. As this new energy begins to take shape, the world itself seems to change. What once appeared rigid and oppressive starts to feel open, as though hidden pathways are being revealed. Jung observed that when the self begins to guide the psyche, life reorganizes itself around deeper patterns. Relationships, work, creativity, even solitude, all begin to carry a new significance. The first change often appears in relationships. Old bonds that were sustained only by habit or by social expectations start to feel thin. The awakened soul no longer has the energy to maintain masks or to play roles that betray its truth. Some friendships may dissolve quietly. Some connections may fall away with painful clarity. But this is not cruelty. It is a release. It makes space for bonds that carry depth rather than convenience, bonds that align with the wholeness now stirring within. Creativity too begins to take on a different quality. Before, it may have been driven by ambition or recognition. Now it becomes an expression of inner necessity. Jung often said that art, writing, and imagination are ways in which the unconscious speaks. When the old motivation dies, these channels can open in unexpected ways. A person who never painted may find themselves sketching. A person who never wrote may feel compelled to put words on paper. This is not about talent or outcome. It is about listening to the stirrings of the soul, allowing what lies beneath to surface without judgment. Purpose itself also begins to shift. In the world of illusions, purpose is usually defined by external standards. Success is measured by wealth, status, or the approval of others. After awakening, those standards lose their power. Purpose becomes quieter, less dramatic, but far more enduring. It may appear in small acts of kindness, in the patient tending of daily life, in work that resonates with inner truth rather than outer applause. Jung believed that this kind of purpose is not chosen by the ego. It emerges naturally, as the self aligns with the outer world. This new orientation does not remove struggle. In fact, Jung warned that the path of individuation often brings its own trials. The unconscious does not only carry light. It also carries shadow, the parts of ourselves we have denied or rejected. As energy returns, these shadows surface. They appear in anger, in fear, in envy, in all the aspects of the self that feel uncomfortable to face. But here too lies transformation. To see one's shadow without judgment, to integrate it rather than repress it, is the very heart of becoming whole. The loss of motivation after awakening makes sense in this light. It was the necessary collapse that cleared the stage. Without that collapse, the old illusions would have continued to dominate. The silence was preparation. The emptiness was space being carved out for something larger. Now, as new energy rises, life no longer flows according to the plans of the ego alone. It begins to follow a deeper rhythm, one that moves between light and shadow, creation and destruction, silence and expression. Jung often compared this rhythm to nature. A tree does not strive to grow by sheer willpower. It grows because the seasons guide it, because the roots draw nourishment, because the sun and rain arrive in their time. The human soul, when aligned with the self, follows a similar rhythm. There are seasons of stillness and seasons of growth, and both are necessary. This is why the return of energy after awakening feels different from ordinary ambition. It is no longer about endless striving. It is about harmony. One begins to sense when to act and when to rest, when to speak and when to listen, when to move outward into the world and when to turn inward again. The will becomes less like a clenched fist and more like an open hand. In this way, the soul is reshaped. Life no longer feels like a battle against the current, but like a dialogue with it. Each experience, whether joyful or painful, carries meaning. Each silence, each spark of creativity, each change in relationship, becomes part of a larger unfolding. And the person who once felt empty, who once mourned the loss of motivation, begins to see that they have not lost life at all. They have only lost illusion. Carl Jung believed that the true aim of human life is not happiness in the shallow sense, but wholeness. To be whole means to embrace all that one is, the light and the shadow, the conscious and the unconscious, the ego and the self. It is a state that does not deny suffering, but weaves it into meaning. It does not cling to illusions, but accepts life as it is. The loss of motivation after awakening, painful though it may be, is part of this larger unfolding. It clears away what is false so that the fullness of the soul may finally emerge. Wholeness does not arrive as a single moment of triumph. It reveals itself gradually, in the quiet recognition that life is no longer lived on the surface alone. The person who has passed through awakening, who has endured the silence and the void, who has listened to the stirrings of the unconscious, begins to carry a new depth. Their energy no longer burns chaotically. It flows steadily, like a river finding its course. This new way of being is not concerned with perfection. Jung was clear that perfection is an illusion of the ego. Wholeness is different. It allows contradictions to exist. It accepts that the soul contains opposites, and that true growth is not about erasing them, but about holding them together. The awakened person does not live without struggle, but the struggle is no longer meaningless. Each challenge is seen as part of the dialogue between ego and self, between the surface and the depths. In this sense, motivation is reborn in a new form. It is no longer the restless drive to chase what society promises will bring fulfillment. It becomes a steady commitment to live truthfully, to honor the inner voice, to act in harmony with the self. This motivation may appear subtle from the outside. It does not always shout or display itself. But it carries a strength that endures where ambition collapses. Those who pass through this transformation often describe a strange paradox. Outwardly, they may appear quieter, less concerned with proving themselves. Yet inwardly, they feel more alive than ever. The emptiness that once terrified them has become space for something vast and unshakable. The silence that once felt unbearable has become a source of clarity. What was once seen as the end is revealed as a beginning. Jung often reminded us that the self is not something we invent. It is something that has always been present, waiting beneath the noise of the ego. Spiritual awakening tears away the noise. The loss of motivation is the psyche's way of refusing to return to illusions. It is the doorway through which one enters a deeper life. And in walking through it, the individual does not become detached from the world. On the contrary, they begin to live more fully within it, with a sense of meaning that no external achievement can provide. The fulfillment of wholeness is not a prize given at the end of struggle. It is a way of being that grows slowly, like roots sinking deeper into the earth. It brings resilience in suffering, humility in success, and clarity in silence. It does not promise eternal comfort, but it does promise depth. And in that depth, life finds a steadiness that no illusion can shake. So if awakening has left you in silence, if it has taken from you the old motivations that once pushed you forward, know this. You are not broken. You are in the midst of the oldest journey the human soul can take. The illusions have fallen away, and what feels like emptiness is the space where truth begins to live. To pass through this space is to be remade, not as a perfect being, but as a whole one. And this, Jung believed, is the deepest fulfillment of human life. Not to escape the world, not to cling to illusions, but to live in the flow of wholeness, where every silence, every struggle, and every spark of meaning becomes part of a life that is finally, fully alive. Carl Jung believed that most human beings live behind masks. He called these masks the persona, the polished surface we present to the world. It is the role we play at work, in relationships, in society, even in our families. On the surface, the persona protects us. It allows us to adapt to social expectations and survive within the structures of culture. But Jung warned that if we mistake this mask for who we truly are, then authenticity becomes impossible. We begin to live as actors in a play we never wrote, following a script imposed by others. To be genuinely authentic, he said, we must learn to recognize where the mask ends and where the true self begins. For Jung, authenticity was not about self-expression in a shallow sense. It was not about impulsively doing whatever one wants, nor about rejecting all social roles. Authenticity in his philosophy meant aligning with the deeper truth of one's own psyche. And this journey always begins with an encounter with what he called the shadow. The shadow is everything we hide, suppress, or deny. It is the impulses we are ashamed of, the fears we bury, the truths we refuse to face. To Jung, the shadow was not only darkness. It was also the raw material of growth. The person who dares to meet their shadow is not crushed by it but made more whole. In this confrontation, a more genuine life begins to take shape. Jung himself lived this struggle. As a young man, he was torn between his scientific training and his spiritual intuition. His break with Freud was not just an intellectual disagreement, but a crisis of authenticity. Freud urged him to conform to the psychoanalytic movement and its doctrines. Jung, however, felt that his own experience and dreams were pulling him in another direction. To remain loyal to Freud would have meant betraying his own soul. To follow his own inner vision meant risking isolation. Jung chose the latter. He spent years in solitude, exploring his inner world, recording his dreams and visions that would later become the foundation of his psychology. That decision marked his path toward authenticity. It shows us that living authentically often requires courage, because it sets us apart from the expectations of even those closest to us. Authenticity, for Jung, was never a simple achievement. It was a lifelong process, an unfolding he called individuation. Individuation is the gradual integration of all aspects of the psyche, from the persona to the shadow, from the rational mind to the depths of the unconscious. It is the work of becoming a whole human being. And wholeness, Jung believed, is far more valuable than perfection. The authentic person is not flawless. They are not always admired or understood. But they live in alignment with the truth of their being, which gives them a quiet strength that cannot be faked. Jung warned that society makes this path difficult. Culture rewards conformity, not authenticity. We are taught from childhood to fit into roles, to please authority, to hide what is inconvenient. Over time, we can lose sight of who we truly are beneath these roles. Jung described this as a kind of spiritual illness. When a person is too identified with the persona, they begin to feel empty, anxious, or restless, as if something vital is missing. That missing element is often the unlived life of the soul, the authentic self waiting to be recognized. But Jung also believed that the psyche never forgets. Even if the conscious mind resists, the unconscious continues to send messages. These appear in dreams, in sudden moods, in strange fascinations, in the quiet voice that tells us something is wrong. The path to authenticity begins when we listen to these signals instead of silencing them. It requires patience, because the unconscious does not speak in plain words. It speaks in symbols, in images, in the language of myth and story. Jung devoted his life to understanding this symbolic language, convinced that within it lies the key to the authentic self. One of his most powerful insights was that authenticity is not only personal but also collective. Each person carries within them fragments of humanity's ancient memory, the archetypes of the collective unconscious. To be authentic is not to isolate oneself from humanity but to realize that our own inner life is woven from the same patterns that shape the myths and religions of the world. The hero's struggle, the wise old man, the nurturing mother, the trickster, all live within us. By recognizing them, we come closer to our true nature, which is larger than the ego and richer than the mask we wear. For Jung, authenticity demanded humility. It meant acknowledging that the conscious ego is not the master of the psyche, only a small part of it. He wrote that people who identify only with the ego live in a constant state of defensiveness. They cling to their opinions, their titles, their outer image, terrified that anything might crack the mask. But the authentic person accepts the limits of the ego and learns to listen to the depths of the unconscious. They recognize that true strength does not come from controlling everything but from integrating the many voices of the psyche into a living harmony. Jung described this process as a kind of inner alchemy. Just as alchemists sought to turn base metals into gold, the authentic person learns to transform suffering, fear, and conflict into insight and wisdom. Authenticity does not mean avoiding pain. It means allowing pain to become meaningful. Every shadow faced, every contradiction embraced, every role question becomes part of the gold of the soul. This is why Jung believed that authenticity is inseparable from individuation. It is not a mask we put on, but a work of transformation that deepens throughout life. At the heart of this philosophy lies a profound respect for the mystery of existence. Jung never claimed that authenticity was about fully knowing oneself in a final way. Instead, he saw it as a dialogue with the unconscious, an ongoing journey into depths that are never fully exhausted. To be genuinely authentic is to live in openness to this mystery, to accept that the self is always larger than what we currently understand. It is to walk a path where every step reveals more of who we are and more of the unseen forces that shape us. This vision of authenticity remains both challenging and deeply human. It does not promise comfort or easy answers. But it offers something greater, the possibility of a life lived in truth, where the mask no longer suffocates the soul and where each moment carries the quiet dignity of being aligned with one's inner reality. To understand Jung's vision of authenticity more deeply, it is essential to look at how he viewed the inner split that shapes so many lives. He observed that people often divide themselves into two lives. There is the outer life, built upon roles, expectations, and social approval. And there is the inner life, quiet, hidden, sometimes suppressed, where the true voice of the soul whispers. For Jung, the tragedy of modern existence is that the outer life often dominates completely. A person may appear successful, respected, even admired, but inwardly feel hollow. He described this condition as one of the great illnesses of modern man, a spiritual emptiness masked by outward achievement. This hollowness, he believed, cannot be filled by possessions, status, or recognition. The hunger is not for outer rewards but for authenticity. The soul longs to live its own truth, to unfold its own story. But to do so, the individual must risk peeling away layers of false identity. Jung saw this as an act of courage equal to any external battle. To remove the mask of the persona is to risk being misunderstood, rejected, or alone. And yet he argued that without this risk, no real life is possible. The early stages of this journey are often painful. Jung wrote of people who came to him burdened by depression, anxiety, or a sense of meaninglessness. He did not view these conditions only as pathologies to be cured but as signals that something within was demanding recognition. Depression, in his view, was often the soul withdrawing energy from a false life. Anxiety was often the voice of the unconscious trying to break through. Instead of silencing these symptoms, Jung urged people to listen. In their darkness lay the seeds of transformation. Jung's own life again gives us a living example. After breaking with Freud, he entered what he later called his confrontation with the unconscious. He was haunted by dreams and visions, sometimes terrifying, sometimes awe-inspiring. He felt himself on the edge of madness, yet he trusted that this descent held meaning. From this period came his Red Book, a record of his inner journey that he kept private for decades. In it, Jung engaged in dialogue with figures from his unconscious, treating them as real presences with wisdom to impart. This willingness to face the depths, rather than flee from them, was central to his authenticity. He showed that to become authentic is not to polish the surface but to descend into what lies beneath, even if it unsettles everything. Authenticity, in Jung's thought, also means refusing to be swallowed by collective identity. He warned that the crowd exerts a dangerous power over the individual. Mass movements, rigid ideologies, and cultural fashions all demand conformity. They offer comfort because they remove the burden of thinking and deciding for oneself. But Jung insisted that true individuality cannot be surrendered to the collective. He saw this surrender as one of the roots of 20th century totalitarianism, where millions lost themselves in the identity of the group. To resist this pull, to stand firm in one's own inner truth, is one of the highest forms of authenticity. Yet Jung did not reject community. He knew that no one can live entirely apart from society. The challenge is balance, to participate in the world without losing oneself in it. The authentic person can play roles, but they never forget that these are roles. They can engage with culture, but they remain rooted in their own inner ground. They can serve others, but not at the cost of betraying their own soul. This balance, fragile and demanding, is at the heart of individuation. Jung also believed that authenticity has a spiritual dimension that goes beyond the personal. In his later writings, he emphasized that the psyche is not isolated inside us but opens onto a greater reality. Dreams, synchronicities, and archetypes connect the individual to something vast and mysterious. To be authentic, then, is not simply to be true to one's private desires. It is to live in harmony with the deeper order of life itself. He often described this as aligning with the self, which he saw as the center and totality of the psyche, greater than the ego, guiding the individuation process. The authentic life is one lived in dialogue with this deeper self, which manifests in symbols, in intuition, in the sense of being called towards something greater. For Jung, this calling was not abstract. He often said that each person carries an unlived life within them. Authenticity means discovering what that unlived life is and finding a way to embody it. It might be a talent suppressed since childhood, a path of work never pursued, a way of being that fear or duty has kept hidden. The authentic individual listens for this inner call and gradually shapes their life around it. To ignore it is to remain fragmented. To embrace it is to feel the deep satisfaction of living a life that belongs uniquely to oneself. The path, however, is never smooth. Jung emphasized that the unconscious resists quick solutions. Symbols must be interpreted carefully, and often their meaning unfolds slowly over years. Authenticity therefore requires patience. It is not a sudden revelation but a lifelong dialogue. The person who expects instant clarity will only become frustrated. But the one who stays with the process, who learns to trust the rhythm of the psyche, gradually sees the authentic self emerge with clarity and strength. In this way, Jung's philosophy of authenticity is both demanding and liberating. It demands that we face our shadow, resist the lure of the crowd, and open ourselves to the mysteries of the unconscious. But it also liberates us from the burden of pretending to be what we are not. It allows us to live not as actors repeating old scripts but as individuals unfolding a story that has never been told before. And in that unfolding, life becomes not only more authentic but more meaningful, because it resonates with the deepest truth of the soul. To see how Jung's vision of authenticity unfolds further, it helps to understand how he connected it with the archetypal journey of transformation. He often spoke of myths and symbols not as distant cultural relics but as living expressions of the psyche. In myths across the world, the hero descends into darkness, faces trials, encounters hidden powers, and returns transformed. Jung believed that this pattern was not only a story but a mirror of the inner path each person must walk. Authenticity requires this descent, this confrontation with what lies hidden, and the return to life with a new wholeness. Without it, the individual remains trapped on the surface, wearing the mask of the persona and fearing the depth within. For Jung, dreams were one of the clearest guides in this journey. He devoted much of his clinical work to helping people interpret their dreams, not as random images but as messages from the unconscious. He showed how a dream can reveal the split between the life we are living and the life we are meant to live. A recurring dream of being trapped, for instance, might reflect the psyche's protest against a false role. A dream of a hidden room in a familiar house might symbolize an undiscovered aspect of the self. To listen to dreams with patience and humility is to take the first steps toward authenticity, because it means allowing the unconscious to speak its truth instead of being silenced by the ego. Yet Jung warned that authenticity cannot be found by the ego alone. The ego often resists what the unconscious presents, because it clings to certainty and control. This is why he saw symbols as essential. A symbol, unlike a sign, cannot be fully exhausted by rational explanation. It points beyond itself to something deeper. Religious images, myths, mandalas, alchemical drawings, all carry this symbolic power. For Jung, engaging with symbols is a way of approaching the authentic self indirectly, respecting its mystery rather than reducing it to something the ego can dominate. The authentic life is not about having all the answers but about learning to live with the questions that symbols open. One of Jung's most profound insights is that authenticity also demands reconciliation with opposites. The human psyche is full of contradictions. We long for freedom yet seek security. We desire individuality yet fear loneliness. We strive for reason yet are drawn to mystery. Jung insisted that authenticity does not come from choosing one side and repressing the other. Instead, it comes from holding the tension of opposites until something new emerges. He called this the transcendent function, the ability of the psyche to generate a creative solution that honors both sides. Authenticity, then, is not rigid but dynamic. It is the ongoing capacity to integrate contradictions into a living whole. This integration extends to the relationship between the masculine and feminine within the psyche. Jung introduced the concepts of anima and animus to describe the inner opposite gender in each person. For a man, the anima represents the inner feminine, the world of feeling, imagination, and connection. For a woman, the animus represents the inner masculine, the world of logos, structure, and reason. To be authentic, Jung believed, we must engage with these inner figures, rather than project them onto others unconsciously. When a man denies his anima, he may become emotionally cold or compulsively dependent on women to carry his unlived feelings. When a woman denies her animus, she may project authority outward and struggle to claim her own voice. But when these inner figures are integrated, the individual becomes more whole. Authenticity deepens because one no longer lives only from half of the psyche but from a more balanced and integrated center. In his later work, Jung described the symbol of the mandala as a profound image of authenticity. A mandala, often appearing in dreams or artistic expression, is a circular pattern that represents the totality of the self. He found that people undergoing deep transformation would often draw mandalas spontaneously, without knowing their meaning. For Jung, this showed that the psyche strives toward wholeness naturally, creating symbols of unity when the conscious mind feels fragmented. To be authentic, then, is not to create wholeness artificially but to allow the natural movement of the psyche toward integration. The mandala reminds us that beneath the conflicts and masks, there is a center within us that is whole and guiding. Jung also linked authenticity with creativity. He believed that when the unconscious is allowed to express itself, it often takes the form of creative work. Art, writing, music, and symbolic play all become ways of giving form to what lies within. Jung himself practiced this in his Red Book, filling its pages with drawings, calligraphy, and mythic dialogues. He encouraged his patients to paint their dreams, to model clay figures of their visions, to give shape to the images of the unconscious. Through creativity, authenticity comes alive, because what was hidden is allowed to take form in the world. These creations are not meant to be judged by aesthetic standards but to be honored as bridges between the inner and outer life. The authentic person, Jung believed, develops a different relationship with time and meaning. Rather than being driven by external schedules and expectations, they begin to sense a deeper rhythm guiding their life. He described this as synchronicity, the meaningful coincidence of inner and outer events. When one lives authentically, life seems to align in ways that reveal a hidden order. A dream anticipates a real encounter, a chance meeting sparks a long-sought answer, a symbol appears just when it is needed. To Jung, these synchronicities are not accidents but signs that the authentic self is in dialogue with the larger reality. They are glimpses of the mysterious order that lies beneath the surface of life. What emerges through all these dimensions is a vision of authenticity that is not static but ever-deepening. To be authentic is not to achieve a final state but to enter a relationship with the unconscious, with symbols, with opposites, with creativity, and with the larger mystery of existence. It is to allow the soul to unfold its own story, moment by moment, with patience and humility. In this unfolding, life gains a depth that cannot be found in surface roles or outward success. It becomes a journey not of appearances but of essence, a life where every step, no matter how difficult, leads closer to the truth of the self. Jung often described authenticity as something that must be lived rather than merely understood. To him, philosophy or psychology without embodiment remained incomplete. The authentic life is not simply an inner state, but a way of moving through the world. It shapes how one relates to others, how one chooses work, how one responds to suffering, and how one encounters the great mysteries of existence. In this sense, authenticity radiates outward. It influences relationships and culture, even though its roots are planted deep within the soul. One of Jung's recurring themes was that inauthenticity breeds projection. When a person refuses to face their shadow or denies their own inner truth, those denied qualities are cast outward onto others. The individual who will not admit their own aggression sees enemies everywhere. The one who represses desire accuses others of being immoral. The person who hides their own vulnerability seeks scapegoats to carry what they cannot bear in themselves. Jung saw this mechanism as one of the great dangers of human life. Whole communities can fall into projection, creating divisions, hostility, and even war. Authenticity, then, is not only personal healing but also an ethical act. The more an individual integrates their own psyche, the less they need to demonize others, and the more they contribute to a culture of wholeness rather than division. This insight reveals another dimension of Jung's thought. Authenticity is inseparable from responsibility. It is not a solitary indulgence but a way of standing in the world with integrity. When a person becomes authentic, they cease to live only for approval or conformity. They live from their own truth, and this truth inevitably influences others. Sometimes it inspires, sometimes it provokes, but it always carries weight. Jung believed that the authentic individual becomes a bearer of light in dark times, not because they are flawless but because they are whole. Yet he also knew that authenticity is demanding. He often spoke of the danger of inflation, when a person identifies too completely with archetypal forces. For example, someone who encounters the archetype of the prophet or the savior might begin to believe they are literally chosen above others. This inflation, he warned, is a distortion of authenticity. True authenticity is humble. It recognizes that the archetypes are universal patterns, not personal possessions. The authentic individual channels these energies without becoming consumed by them. They allow the archetype to enrich their life while remaining grounded in their humanity. Jung's idea of authenticity also included a reconciliation with mortality. He believed that much of modern culture's inauthenticity arises from the denial of death. People cling to roles, possessions, and achievements as if these could protect them from the reality of finitude. Jung, however, viewed death not as an enemy to be ignored but as a teacher. To live authentically is to acknowledge that life is limited and therefore precious. It is to shape one's days in light of this awareness, rather than fleeing into distraction. He himself reflected deeply on aging and death, seeing them as essential stages in individuation. The authentic person, in his view, learns to meet mortality with dignity, knowing that the soul's unfolding does not end with physical decline but continues in mystery. Another layer of Jung's vision lies in his critique of purely rational culture. He respected science and reason but believed that an overemphasis on them produces an inauthentic existence. When everything is reduced to measurable data, the symbolic and spiritual dimensions of life are lost. Authenticity requires reuniting with myth, symbol, and imagination. Jung did not mean abandoning reason but restoring balance. The authentic person honors both the rational mind and the symbolic depths, allowing each to illuminate the other. In this balance lies a fuller truth than either side can offer alone. Jung also emphasized that authenticity unfolds differently for each individual. There is no single pattern to follow. One person may find authenticity through solitude and reflection, another through creative work, another through relationships, another through spiritual practice. The common thread is not the outer form but the inner alignment with the self. He often warned against imitation. To copy another's path, no matter how inspiring, is to betray one's own soul. The authentic journey must emerge from within, shaped by the unique contours of one's own psyche. This is why Jung described individuation as a personal myth. Each life is a story written only once, and authenticity means allowing that story to be told. Perhaps the most moving aspect of Jung's teaching is his insistence that authenticity requires compassion. When a person confronts their shadow and integrates their contradictions, they come to see that others are also struggling with their own hidden burdens. Judgment softens into understanding. The authentic individual does not project perfection but radiates a quiet acceptance of human complexity. Jung himself was known for this presence. Those who met him often described a sense of being seen fully, without judgment. This capacity arose not from technique but from authenticity, from a life lived in dialogue with the depths. In this way, authenticity becomes a form of service. It is not about standing apart in pride but about standing firmly in one's truth so that others may find the courage to do the same. Jung believed that when even a single individual becomes authentic, they create ripples in the collective psyche. These ripples encourage others to face their shadows, to listen to their dreams, to honor their inner call. Slowly, the culture itself may shift, becoming less dominated by masks and more attuned to the deeper patterns of life. Jung's writings and life thus remind us that authenticity is both an inner necessity and a gift to the world. It heals the split within, but it also heals the fractures between people. It restores meaning to the individual, and in doing so, restores vitality to the collective. This is why Jung regarded authenticity not as a luxury but as a matter of survival for humanity. Without it, we are condemned to live in illusions, trapped in projections, endlessly repeating the same conflicts. With it, we open the possibility of transformation, not only for ourselves but for the larger whole to which we belong. As Jung's thought reached its maturity, his vision of authenticity became inseparable from the larger mystery he called the self. The self, for him, was not just the personal ego refined or perfected, but the totality of the psyche, both conscious and unconscious. It was the inner center that guides the process of individuation, the hidden wholeness that each life strives toward. Authenticity, in its deepest sense, meant aligning with this self. It was not about creating an identity or a brand for the ego, but about surrendering to the living reality within that is wiser and broader than conscious control. To live authentically in this way is to recognize that life has an inner direction. Jung often said that people do not invent their lives so much as they discover them. The authentic path is not chosen at random but revealed gradually through dreams, symbols, synchronicities, and inner callings. The ego resists this because it wants certainty and mastery. But the authentic person learns to listen and to trust. They begin to sense that their life is a dialogue with something greater, that meaning emerges not from forcing but from attunement. This is why Jung described individuation as a religious experience, not in the sense of belonging to a dogma but in the sense of being connected to the sacred. Authenticity, he believed, cannot be separated from the numinous. When one lives in alignment with the self, one encounters moments of awe, reverence, and deep mystery. These are not imported from outside but arise naturally when the psyche is integrated. The authentic life, then, is also a spiritual life, even if it takes no traditional religious form. In his later writings, Jung became increasingly concerned with the future of humanity. He feared that modern civilization, with its obsession with technology, power, and collective identity, was losing contact with the depths of the soul. He warned that this loss of authenticity could lead to destruction on a vast scale. Yet he also held hope that individuals, by committing to their own process of individuation, could contribute to a renewal of culture. Each authentic person becomes a living seed of transformation. In a world dominated by masks and illusions, the presence of even a few who live authentically can alter the collective atmosphere. Jung's own life embodied this hope. Though he was often misunderstood, criticized, or dismissed, he remained faithful to his inner vision. He recorded his dreams, engaged with his unconscious, studied myths and symbols across cultures, and never ceased to listen to the voice of the self. His legacy is not only a body of psychological theory but an example of a life lived in dialogue with the depths. His authenticity gave his work a vitality that still speaks today, long after his passing. To be genuinely authentic in the Jungian sense is therefore to accept life as a journey of wholeness. It is to confront the shadow with courage, to balance the persona without being swallowed by it, to integrate opposites, to honor symbols, to embrace creativity, and to live in openness to the mystery of the self. It is not an easy path. It requires patience, humility, and the willingness to bear loneliness at times. But it is also the only path that leads to true meaning. For inauthenticity may bring approval, comfort, or power, but it leaves the soul empty. Authenticity, by contrast, may be demanding, but it fills life with depth, with resonance, with the quiet dignity of being true to what one is. Jung's philosophy reminds us that authenticity is not a destination but an unfolding. No one achieves it once and for all. It deepens through every stage of life, through joy and loss, through youth and old age, through clarity and uncertainty. Each moment offers another chance to listen more deeply, to integrate more fully, to live more truly. The authentic person does not claim to have arrived but walks the path with openness, knowing that the self continues to reveal itself in endless ways. And perhaps this is the most comforting part of Jung's vision. Authenticity is not about becoming extraordinary in the eyes of the world. It is about becoming real in the eyes of the soul. It is about allowing one's own story to unfold, without comparison, without disguise, without fear. It is about standing quietly, with humility and strength, in the truth of who one is. In that truth, life gains a beauty that cannot be fabricated, a depth that cannot be imitated, and a meaning that endures beyond all masks. This was the gift Jung offered, a path toward a life that is not only lived but lived genuinely. A life where the masks fall away, the shadow is embraced, the self shines through, and the human being stands whole, authentic, and at peace with the mystery of existence. Carl Jung once said that the greatest privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. But hidden in that idea is something more radical. When you discover the depths of your own being, nobody and nothing outside of you can ever disturb your center again. The storms of life may shake the surface, but at the core you remain untouched. This is not an easy state to reach. It demands the kind of transformation that feels like being broken apart before being made whole. Yet it is the path Jung devoted his life to exploring. To understand what Jung meant, we must step into the terrain of what he called individuation. At its heart, individuation is the process of unifying the fragmented pieces of the psyche into a living whole. Most people live as masks. They carry the weight of expectations, chase approval, and fear rejection. They walk through the world like fragile glass, vulnerable to every opinion, every slight, every criticism. A harsh word, a betrayal, or even the silent indifference of others can shatter their sense of worth. But Jung's philosophy whispers a deeper truth. This fragility comes from living too close to the surface. When you sink into the depths of who you really are, the voices of the crowd lose their power. They cannot touch what lies beneath. In Jung's view, the psyche is not a simple thing. It is vast, layered, and alive with forces we barely understand. There is the persona, which is the mask we wear in society, polished and adapted to fit the roles we must play. There is the shadow, which is the hidden self, carrying the instincts, impulses, and truths we deny. And beyond these there is the self. Not the ego, but something infinitely larger. The unifying center that holds the totality of who we are. Individuation is the slow and often painful journey of reconciling these forces. It is the step beyond the mask. It is the courage of facing the shadow until the self can emerge as a guiding light. And when that light appears, something extraordinary happens. You realize that nothing external has the authority to define you anymore. Jung saw that modern man was trapped in a peculiar kind of slavery. Outwardly free, inwardly bound people tied themselves to the opinions of others, to cultural scripts, to shallow identities. They spent their lives defending an image rather than touching the depths of their being. And this Jung believed was why so many were crushed by the smallest disappointments or paralyzed by criticism. They were not standing on the ground of their true self but balancing on the fragile scaffolding of the persona. A single gust of wind and it all collapsed. But there is a point in life where this collapse is not a tragedy but a liberation. Jung knew that crises, breakdowns, and moments of despair could serve as the cracks through which the deeper self emerges. When the persona fails, when the mask breaks, when the old ways of being no longer hold, then the journey into the depths begins. And it is through that journey that one finds a place of strength that cannot be shaken by the world. Jung often said, "I am not what happened to me, I am what I choose to become." That choice is the essence of individuation. It is the decision to no longer be defined by events or wounds or others but to step into the wholeness of one's own being. This wholeness does not mean perfection. It does not mean indifference. It means integration. It means facing the shadow and reclaiming the parts of yourself you once feared or rejected. It means accepting the contradictions, the light and the dark, the vulnerability and the strength, the fear and the courage as all belonging to the same self. Only then does life stop being a constant battle with external forces. The world may still test you, but its power to unmake you disappears. You carry within you a ground of being that no insult, no rejection, no chaos can uproot. You become like a tree whose roots are buried deep in the earth. Storms may bend the branches, but the trunk remains unmoved. Jung often spoke of how much of human suffering comes from identifying too closely with the ego. The ego is fragile because it is partial. It is only a fragment of the psyche pretending to be the whole. It lives in constant fear of humiliation, defeat, and death because it knows it cannot withstand them. But when you begin to identify with the larger self, when you recognize that you are more than the ego's narrow boundaries, something changes. Life's blows no longer feel like annihilation. They become experiences woven into a larger pattern. Pain is still pain, but it is not destruction. Loss is still loss, but it does not erase you. This shift is what Jung meant by freedom from external influence. It is not the absence of suffering, but the discovery of a center that suffering cannot penetrate. The world tells us we must harden ourselves to survive. It urges us to become untouchable by building walls, suppressing feelings, or chasing power. But Jung's path is very different. It is not about becoming numb, but about becoming whole. When you integrate your shadow, when you accept your contradictions, when you anchor yourself in the self, you are no longer at war with the world. You are no longer running from yourself. And in that state, nobody's judgment, nobody's anger, nobody's indifference can truly shake you because you no longer depend on them to confirm your worth. This is why Jung's vision is not only psychological but spiritual. He saw individuation as a sacred process. It is the unfolding of the self like a mandala, a symbol of harmony and totality. To live from the self is to live from the center of this mandala where the opposites are reconciled and life flows with a sense of meaning that cannot be destroyed by external events. And once you touch this center, you understand the truth of Jung's insight. Nobody and nothing can affect you again. Not because the world has changed, but because you have. To live from the self is to step into a state where the movements of the world no longer determine your inner rhythm. Jung often described this transformation as a return to the center. At the surface we are tossed around by every wave. But in the depths there is stillness. The stillness is not empty. It is alive with meaning. It is the ground from which true strength arises. And once you discover it, you can never again be entirely swept away by the opinions or the chaos of others. Jung believed that the modern person suffers from what he called spiritual starvation. Surrounded by machines and noise and endless distractions, the inner life becomes neglected. The more one turns outward, the more vulnerable one becomes to the shifting winds of society. What others say, what others think, what others demand begins to govern the soul. But the one who returns inward, who begins the path of individuation, becomes free. They are no longer starving for external approval because they have tasted the nourishment of the self. The inner world becomes real and strong. The outer world loses its ability to command absolute obedience. This change is not sudden. It unfolds slowly like a seed breaking through the soil. Jung often compared the self to an image that appears in dreams or symbols. The mandala was one of these symbols. A circle containing balance and harmony. When the mandala appeared, Jung knew the psyche was guiding the person toward integration. It was not the ego's creation. It rose from the depths as if the soul itself was revealing its hidden design. And when a person learned to live from that design, they no longer needed to be defended against every wound or insult. They no longer felt broken by rejection. They stood inside a pattern larger than any single moment of pain. To reach this point, one must confront the shadow. Jung warned that nobody can become whole by clinging only to the light. The parts we deny, the anger, the fear, the envy, the wounded impulses, do not disappear. They remain in the dark corners of the psyche waiting to emerge. When we pretend they are not there, they control us from below. We become reactive to others because they stir up what we refuse to see in ourselves. But when we face the shadow with honesty and courage, it begins to lose its power. The person who has embraced their own darkness cannot be manipulated by the darkness of others. Criticism no longer cuts as deeply because the hidden wound has already been acknowledged. Shame no longer enslaves because the truth has already been faced. This is why Jung's path is both painful and liberating. To face the shadow feels like death to the ego. It resists with all its strength. But when you allow the shadow to speak, when you bring it into consciousness, it transforms. It does not disappear, but it becomes part of the wholeness. What once was feared becomes integrated. And in that moment, the world loses one of its sharpest weapons against you. Nobody can use your own denied truths to hurt you anymore because you have already embraced them yourself. Jung also spoke of what he called the anima and the animus. These were the inner figures of the feminine within the man and the masculine within the woman. They too must be faced and integrated. If ignored, they rule from the unconscious, leading to projections and painful entanglements with others. How often do people fall in love not with who someone truly is, but with the projection of their inner figure? They give away their power because they cannot see that what fascinates them is a part of their own psyche calling for recognition. By integrating the anima or animus, a person withdraws these projections. Relationships become freer. Love becomes clearer. And most importantly, the individual no longer depends on another person to complete them. They are whole within themselves. This wholeness makes them unshakable. The loss of love still hurts, but it does not destroy. The rejection of others still wounds, but it does not strip away identity. Because identity no longer hangs on someone else's presence. At the deepest level, Jung believed that the self is not only psychological but also a bridge to the eternal. He saw that within the human psyche lies an archetype of totality, a living pattern that reflects something greater than the individual. In dreams and myths and art across cultures, the same symbols appear. Circles, crosses, mandalas, sacred trees. They point to an underlying order that transcends the ego. To connect with this order is to realize that you are part of something vast. And once that realization dawns, the grip of daily struggles begins to weaken. The world may bring loss or failure, but beneath it all there is a sense of belonging to an eternal pattern. That is why Jung saw individuation as not only healing but holy. It was the way the finite self meets the infinite. When a person reaches even a glimpse of this understanding, the petty conflicts of life lose much of their power. An insult no longer defines you. A betrayal no longer crushes your identity. A failure no longer convinces you that you are nothing. These events still hurt, but they do not reach the center. They are surface ripples on a vast ocean. The self remains deep and calm beneath them all. This is the freedom Jung pointed to. The freedom where nobody and nothing can truly affect you again. To live with the self as your center is to experience a different relationship with time. The ego is always impatient. It fears that life is slipping away. It clings to successes as proof of worth and dreads failures as evidence of ruin. But the self is timeless. It carries the sense that every moment belongs to a larger unfolding. When you live from this place, you no longer feel enslaved by the rush of events. You see patterns instead of random accidents. You feel meaning instead of emptiness. And when life brings difficulty, you sense that it too belongs to the greater story of becoming. Jung observed that suffering often forces people toward this deeper truth. Many only begin the path of individuation when life refuses to go according to plan. When careers collapse, when relationships break, when health falters, the ego feels defeated. But these very defeats are what drive the soul inward. They strip away illusions and reveal the fragile nature of the persona. Jung did not see this as punishment but as initiation. Pain opens the door to the deeper self. And once that door is crossed, the hold of external forces begins to fade. One of Jung's most striking insights was that the psyche seeks wholeness on its own. Just as the body knows how to heal a wound, the psyche knows how to restore balance. Dreams, fantasies, and even symptoms often carry this purpose. They guide us toward what has been forgotten or denied. The problem is that the ego resists. It does not want to face the truth of weakness or fear. It wants to remain in control. But the psyche pushes back. Nightmares rise to force attention. Anxiety swells to expose hidden conflict. Depression presses down to turn the gaze inward. These experiences feel like enemies, yet Jung saw them as messengers. They carried the voice of the self demanding to be heard. And when we finally listen, we discover that what seemed to attack us was guiding us toward wholeness. This is why nobody and nothing can hold power over the individuated soul. For the one who has faced their shadow, even suffering becomes part of meaning. The loss of status no longer erases identity. The criticism of others no longer dictates self-worth. The chaos of the world no longer steals peace. Because each experience is recognized as part of the psyche's dialogue with itself. Even pain becomes a path of growth. It does not destroy the center. It strengthens it. Jung's patients often came to him broken by the judgments of society. Many felt trapped by the need to conform. They lived lives of quiet despair, fearing to step beyond the expectations of family or culture. Jung did not urge rebellion for its own sake. He urged authenticity. He wanted each person to listen to the voice of their own depths rather than the commands of the outer world. This was not selfishness. It was alignment. A person who is true to their self becomes more human, not less. They are less likely to harm others because they no longer project their shadow outward. They are less likely to hate because they have faced the roots of hate within. They are less likely to collapse because their strength no longer depends on fragile masks. This state of inner independence also transforms the way we love. Ordinary love often carries chains of dependence. We cling to another to complete us. We fear their departure because it feels like death. But when you are whole within yourself, love is no longer a desperate grasp. It becomes a gift. You share not to fill emptiness but to overflow from fullness. Rejection still hurts, but it does not erase the self. Loss still wounds, but it does not strip life of meaning. This is why Jung insisted that individuation is the foundation for true relationship. Only the one who is whole can love without chains. Only the one who is whole can give without fear. And this wholeness cannot be taken away by anyone. At times, Jung spoke of this process as becoming like a vessel strong enough to hold opposites. Joy and sorrow. Strength and weakness. Hope and despair. Instead of being torn apart by contradictions, you carry them together. Life no longer feels like an endless battle between extremes. It becomes a dialogue. The psyche expands to hold it all. And in that expansion you become unshakable. The insults of others no longer cut to the bone because you already hold both pride and humility within. The chaos of the world no longer feels overwhelming because you already carry order and disorder inside your own being. You are no longer split. You are whole. This does not mean invulnerability in the cold sense. It is not about becoming stone. It is about becoming alive in a way that nothing external can reduce. Your tears are still real. Your laughter is still full. But underneath both is a stillness that cannot be touched. This is the gift of individuation. It is the quiet strength of knowing that no event, no person, no force can strip you of yourself. As Jung looked deeper into the psyche, he began to see that individuation was never only about personal healing. It was also about reconnecting the human being to something larger than themselves. Beneath the personal unconscious with its memories and forgotten experiences, he found what he called the collective unconscious. This was the shared layer of the psyche that carried the ancient patterns of humanity. It was here that myths and symbols lived. It was here that the archetypes waited. And to encounter them was to recognize that your individual story was part of something timeless. The collective unconscious is filled with images that appear across cultures. The wise old man, the great mother, the hero, the trickster, the mandala. These figures arise in dreams and stories not because we invent them but because they live deep within us. To encounter them is to realize that your life is not just a random sequence of accidents. It participates in the same patterns that guided human beings for thousands of years. And when you see this, your struggles begin to feel different. They are no longer meaningless blows of fate. They are steps in a journey that has been walked by countless souls before you. This recognition gives strength. It brings a sense of dignity to suffering. It makes you understand that even your pain belongs to the great story of the self unfolding. This is why nobody and nothing can ever truly define you once you have touched these depths. The world may call you a failure, but in the archetype of the hero, failure is part of the path. The world may call you weak, but in the archetype of the wounded healer, weakness is what gives birth to compassion. The world may reject you, but in the archetype of the seeker, rejection is the moment that turns the journey inward. Every insult, every loss, every betrayal becomes woven into a pattern far greater than what the surface can see. And when you know this, you cannot be destroyed by the judgments of others. Jung himself endured isolation and misunderstanding. His break with Freud left him shaken and alone. For years he entered into what he called a confrontation with the unconscious. He allowed himself to descend into visions and images that at times felt overwhelming. Out of this descent came his most profound insights. He discovered that the psyche was not chaos but cosmos. He discovered that the unconscious was not an enemy but a guide. And he emerged stronger because he had faced what most people fear to face. He had entered the depths and returned. This is why his words carry weight. They are not theories born of speculation. They are truths forged in the fire of lived experience. When Jung spoke of wholeness, he did not mean comfort. He meant the courage to endure the tension of opposites until something new could emerge. He knew that the modern mind longed for certainty, but life offered paradox. Light and darkness. Order and chaos. Joy and despair. The individuated person does not run from this tension. They hold it until the self brings forth a deeper resolution. And because of this, they become immovable. The opinions of others no longer shake them because they are anchored in a truth that is larger than opinion. The rise and fall of fortune no longer dominates them because they live from a ground that is deeper than success or failure. This is why Jung often compared individuation to a religious experience. Not because it belonged to any single faith, but because it touched the same depths that religion has always sought to reach. The self is the symbol of God within the psyche. It is the inner image of the eternal. To encounter it is to discover a source of meaning that no external loss can erase. In that encounter, you begin to understand why nothing outside of you can ultimately affect you. The power of the world ends at the surface. The power of the self begins at the core. Once a person reaches this realization, they carry themselves differently. There is a calmness in their presence. There is a gravity that cannot be faked. They no longer chase validation, and they no longer fear rejection. They no longer cling desperately to success, and they no longer collapse in the face of failure. They live from a deeper current. And because of this, they often inspire others without even trying. People feel drawn to them because they radiate the strength of someone who is free. This is the fruit of individuation. It is not about becoming untouchable by building walls. It is about becoming untouchable by standing in wholeness. Nothing outside can destroy you because you no longer depend on the outside to know who you are. This is the state Jung described when he said that nobody and nothing can affect you again. To reach the self is not the end of life's journey but the beginning of a new way of living. Jung never promised a world without pain. He knew that sorrow, illness, conflict, and death are woven into the fabric of existence. But he also knew that these forces lose their power to define us once we live from the center of wholeness. Pain remains real, but it no longer feels like destruction. Loss still hurts, but it no longer erases identity. Storms still come, but the tree remains rooted. This is the quiet freedom of individuation. Jung often reminded his students that becoming whole requires patience. The process cannot be rushed. It unfolds across years and through every stage of life. Each crisis, each turning point, each disappointment carries within it the possibility of growth. What seems like an ending may be the beginning of a deeper chapter. What seems like failure may be the call to transformation. When you live with this awareness, nothing is wasted. Even suffering becomes part of the path. And when nothing is wasted, nothing can truly harm you. In this way, the individuated person becomes a witness to life rather than its prisoner. They experience joy fully, yet they are not enslaved by it. They endure sorrow deeply, yet they are not destroyed by it. They stand at the still point between opposites and allow both to move through them. They no longer ask how to escape the world. They learn instead how to stand within it untouched at the core. This does not mean withdrawal from others. On the contrary, individuation makes relationship more authentic. Because the individuated person no longer needs others to complete them, they can meet others as they truly are. Love becomes freer. Friendship becomes deeper. Compassion grows stronger. And even when separation or loss comes, it does not collapse the soul. The self remains whole and alive. In his later years, Jung often spoke of the need for modern humanity to rediscover its soul. He saw a world racing toward machines and numbers and endless distractions. A world that had forgotten the inner life. He warned that without connection to the self, people would remain at the mercy of every external force. They would be swayed by propaganda, shaken by every crisis, and broken by every rejection. But the one who has found their center is no longer so fragile. They stand rooted in something timeless. To live from this place is to know dignity in the face of loss. It is to carry calm in the midst of noise. It is to hold meaning even when life feels chaotic. And most of all, it is to understand that nobody and nothing can truly take away who you are. The opinions of others fade. The rise and fall of fortune comes and goes. The seasons of joy and grief continue to turn. But the self endures. It is the flame at the center that no wind can extinguish. This is Jung's legacy. Not a life without pain, but a life where pain is transformed. Not a world without conflict, but a soul that cannot be broken by conflict. Not a promise of perfection, but a path toward wholeness. And when you walk this path, you discover the truth that lies at the heart of Jung's vision. Nobody and nothing will affect you again. Because the power is no longer outside. It lives within. There is a quiet mystery that surrounds those who are called empaths. They carry within them a kind of light that cannot be easily defined. It is not simply kindness or sensitivity, but something deeper, something closer to a living flame that burns inside the soul. This flame illuminates rooms without a word, softens the sharp edges of conflict, and reminds even the most weary spirit that gentleness has not disappeared from the world. Yet this same light that warms many hearts can also stir an unspoken hostility in others. It can call forth resentment, jealousy, and even subtle forms of sabotage. And here we begin to step into the psychological depths that Carl Jung spent his life exploring. Jung observed that within each human being lies not only the conscious self that we carefully show to the world, but also the vast landscape of the unconscious. In this hidden terrain live the impulses we deny, the fears we suppress, and the shadows we would rather not admit. For many, encountering a person who radiates authentic empathy is like standing before a mirror that exposes these shadows. The empath's light does not judge, and yet its mere presence forces others to confront what they have buried. This confrontation is rarely comfortable. It awakens envy in those who cannot access the same depth of feeling, and it unsettles those who fear their own vulnerability. To understand why empaths often attract people who secretly resent them, we must look at the paradox of human relationships. On the surface, light is attractive. We are drawn to warmth, to compassion, to authenticity, because in them we sense the possibility of healing. But on a deeper level, the same light threatens the fragile structures that many people have built to protect themselves. Imagine a man who has lived his entire life behind the armor of pride. He meets an empath who sees through that armor with gentle eyes. Outwardly he may praise the empath's kindness, but inwardly he begins to resent the exposure. The very light that could soften him becomes the light he wants to extinguish. Jung believed that resentment is often the disguised face of projection. What we dislike in another person is often something we cannot bear to recognize in ourselves. The empath's presence awakens dormant aspects of the unconscious in others. Those who secretly crave compassion but have denied it to themselves may feel an ache that hardens into anger. Those who long for authenticity but have built their lives on masks may feel shame that quickly becomes bitterness. The empath becomes a screen onto which these unresolved conflicts are projected. It is not that the empath has done harm. It is that the light of their being casts shadows too sharp for others to ignore. The tragedy is that empaths often take this resentment personally. Their hearts are tuned to the emotions of others, and so they feel the sting of unspoken hostility, as if it were a wound inflicted upon their own spirit. Yet in truth the resentment belongs not to them but to the hidden struggles of those around them. This is where Jung's insight into individuation becomes so important. Individuation is the lifelong process of becoming whole, of reconciling light and shadow within oneself. When a person refuses this inner journey, the presence of an empath can feel unbearable. Instead of walking toward their own healing, they turn against the one who unknowingly reminds them of what they have avoided. The pattern becomes clearer when we look at the kinds of people empaths often attract. They are not always malicious or cruel. Many are simply fragmented souls carrying unhealed wounds. They are drawn to the warmth of the empath because it offers relief. But they are also unsettled by it because it demands honesty. And honesty can be terrifying for those who have built their lives on denial. The empath's light shines into corners that others would rather keep in darkness. And so admiration turns into envy, closeness turns into resistance, and love can even twist into resentment. What makes this dynamic so painful is that empaths do not set out to expose anyone. Their gift is not a weapon but a natural radiance. Yet the effect is the same. In Jung's language, the empath becomes an archetype of the self, the wholeness that everyone unconsciously seeks. And standing before this archetype awakens both longing and fear. The longing to be whole again, and the fear of what must be faced to reach that wholeness. Thus the empath is loved and resented in equal measure, embraced for their light and blamed for the shadows that light reveals. This paradox is not a curse but a profound lesson. It teaches that carrying light will always come with a cost. It is not only a source of beauty but also a source of conflict. And in this tension lies the very essence of what Jung called the individuation journey. To walk as an empath is to walk as both a healer and a mirror. It is to know that some will draw strength from your presence while others will secretly wish to dim it. And yet the light must be carried because it is not for the ego but for the greater unfolding of the human soul. If we travel deeper into Jung's understanding, we find that the resentment directed toward empaths is not random. It follows a symbolic rhythm, almost like an ancient myth being replayed in daily life. Light and shadow are forever entwined, and whenever light grows brighter, the shadow stretches longer. The empath's gift of sensitivity intensifies this rhythm. Their presence heightens the emotional landscape of others. They act as a living reminder that the unconscious cannot be ignored forever. And for those unwilling to face their own inner contradictions, this reminder feels like an intrusion. Consider the quiet terror that many people carry. They fear their own fragility, yet they also fear their own power. They fear intimacy, but they also fear isolation. Jung showed that much of human suffering arises from this split between what is lived outwardly and what is repressed inwardly. When an empath enters their life, this fragile balance is disturbed. The empath does not demand confession, but their openness awakens truths that lie just beneath the surface. Suddenly the mask begins to crack. Suddenly the illusion of control begins to weaken. What follows is often not gratitude but hostility, because the ego will protect its defenses with all its strength. This is why empaths can feel like both a blessing and a threat. They embody what Jung described as the anima and animus energies, the inner feminine and masculine that seek reconciliation. When someone is disconnected from these inner figures, encountering an empath feels like encountering a part of themselves they have neglected. For example, a man who has rejected his own tenderness may be deeply unsettled by the empathy of another. He might admire it on one level but secretly resent it on another, because it exposes his own disconnection from that tenderness. The empath is not merely a person in his life. They are an awakening of the psyche itself. This dynamic can also be traced through Jung's idea of the shadow. The shadow is not only the darkness we fear but also the unlived potential we have rejected. Empaths often call forth both. Their sensitivity exposes the coldness in others, but it also highlights the depth that others have denied themselves. To stand before an empath is to stand before possibility, but possibility comes with a price. It asks for surrender, for change, for honesty. And not everyone is willing to pay that price. Instead, they project resentment outward rather than turn inward toward growth. The pain of this projection can be immense. Empaths often sense hostility long before it is spoken. A shift in tone, a fleeting look, an unspoken tension can weigh heavily on them. Jung wrote of how the unconscious communicates through subtle signals, and empaths, attuned as they are, become receivers of these signals. They pick up what others cannot admit even to themselves. This awareness can feel like a burden because it means living with truths that others refuse to acknowledge. And in relationships, it can mean carrying the weight of resentment that was never truly theirs to bear. Yet within this difficulty lies a profound calling. Empaths stand as witnesses to the parts of humanity that most would rather ignore. They are not only healers of wounds but also mirrors of truth. Jung often described the role of the healer as one who descends into the depths and returns with light. Empaths embody this archetype whether they wish to or not. Their sensitivity is their descent. Their compassion is their light. But the descent cannot be made without stirring the shadows of those around them. And so resentment follows, not as punishment, but as the natural resistance of the psyche when it is forced toward transformation. To understand this is to begin to free oneself from despair. The empath need not see resentment as rejection of who they are. Rather, it is a sign of the power of their presence. It means that their light is doing what light has always done. It reveals. It disrupts. It calls forth. And though some may respond with hostility, others will respond with awakening. Jung taught that wholeness comes not through avoiding conflict but through moving through it with awareness. In this sense, the empath's journey is inseparable from the collective journey of humanity itself. For as long as there is light, there will be shadow. And as long as there is shadow, there will be the work of healing. There is another layer to this story, one that Jung often hinted at in his writings on archetypes and collective patterns. The resentment directed at empaths is not only personal. It is also cultural. In societies that prize dominance, speed, and outward success, qualities like gentleness and sensitivity are often dismissed as weakness. This cultural attitude seeps into the individual psyche, shaping how people view themselves and others. When an empath steps into such a world, their very existence challenges these assumptions. Their quiet strength contradicts the myth that only hardness survives. Their compassion contradicts the myth that only self-interest matters. And so the culture itself reacts through individuals, producing resentment in the face of what it cannot yet value. This cultural shadow is vast. It appears in workplaces that reward aggression over cooperation. It appears in relationships that glorify control over vulnerability. It appears in families where children are taught to hide their feelings rather than express them. Against this backdrop, the empath becomes a kind of rebel without intending to be. Simply by being authentic, they disrupt the story that power belongs only to those who dominate. Their light exposes the poverty of such illusions. And once again, the result is a mixture of admiration and hostility. People sense the truth in the empath's way of being, but they also feel threatened by what it reveals about their own compromises. Jung would have described this as a clash between the persona and the self. The persona is the mask we wear to adapt to society, while the self represents the totality of who we truly are. Many live primarily through the persona, shaping themselves into what the world demands. When an empath enters their life, the contrast between persona and self becomes unbearable. The empath does not live only from a mask. They allow the deeper self to shine through. For someone identified only with their persona, this can feel like an attack, as if their entire identity were being questioned. The resentment they direct toward the empath is, in truth, resentment toward the parts of themselves they have lost. It is here that the pattern of attraction becomes more striking. Empaths often find themselves surrounded by those who most resist their influence. Jung's concept of synchronicity may offer an explanation. Life brings together the exact encounters that the soul requires for growth. For empaths, this often means encountering people who mirror back the cost of carrying light. They are drawn into relationships that test the strength of their compassion, that reveal the fine line between love and self-sacrifice. These encounters are not punishments. They are part of the deeper rhythm of individuation. By facing resentment without losing themselves, empaths refine their gift and learn the boundaries that keep it alive. Boundaries are essential, and Jung hinted at this when he spoke of the danger of inflation. When a person identifies too strongly with an archetype, they risk being consumed by it. For the empath, the danger is identifying so completely with the healer role that they forget their own humanity. They give endlessly, absorb endlessly, until they are drained. And in this exhaustion, resentment can finally break them. To prevent this, boundaries must be seen not as rejection but as self-respect. The light cannot shine if the flame is extinguished. To carry empathy in a hostile world is to walk a narrow path where giving and protecting must exist together. The paradox is that resentment, though painful, often deepens the empath's journey. It forces them to ask hard questions about where their responsibility begins and ends. It teaches them to see hostility not as proof of failure but as evidence of the hidden battles others are fighting. And most of all, it reminds them that their gift is not meant to rescue everyone. Jung wrote that each soul must make its own descent into shadow. The empath can be a guide, but they cannot walk the path for another. To try is to lose themselves. To witness without being consumed is the higher calling. Thus the empath, through the very wounds of resentment, begins to embody what Jung described as the wise old man or wise old woman archetype. Not because they know everything, but because they have lived through the paradox of light and shadow and have not turned bitter. They have felt hostility without losing compassion. They have faced projection without losing clarity. And in this way, they become not only a source of comfort but also a living example of resilience. Their light no longer seeks approval. It simply shines because it must. As the empath matures in this path, something subtle begins to change. The resentment of others no longer feels like an unbearable wound but like a signal. It reveals where the world is still asleep and where the shadow still hides. Jung wrote that consciousness is born out of conflict between opposites. For the empath, every moment of resentment directed at them is such a conflict. It is the clash between what another person pretends to be and what they secretly are. By enduring this tension without collapsing, the empath plays a hidden role in the growth of collective consciousness. They carry light into places where it is resisted most. And by holding that light steady, they make it harder for denial to survive. This role is often misunderstood. Many imagine the empath as someone endlessly gentle, endlessly forgiving, endlessly available. But Jung would remind us that true wholeness is not one-sided. It is not only light but also the strength to protect that light. An empath who survives the hostility of others does so not by becoming weaker but by becoming firmer. They learn to root themselves like a tree, so that resentment may blow like wind around them without uprooting their soul. Their compassion remains, but it is now tempered with clarity. They see more sharply the patterns of projection, the games of the unconscious, and they no longer take these burdens as their own. There is a kind of quiet nobility in this stage of the journey. The empath becomes what Jung might have called a vessel for the self. They no longer shine in order to be loved, nor do they dim themselves to avoid hostility. They shine because the light within them is part of something larger than personal identity. The self, in Jung's sense, is not simply the ego perfected. It is the wholeness of the human being, a union of conscious and unconscious, of light and shadow. To embody the self is to live as an expression of the greater life moving through us. The empath who accepts resentment without internalizing it begins to live in this way. They become less a personality and more a presence. Yet this presence is not detached from pain. The empath still feels deeply. The hostility of others still cuts. But it no longer defines them. They see that resentment is not truly aimed at them but at the light they carry, and beyond that, at the inner work that others resist. This recognition transforms suffering into understanding. What once felt like rejection now feels like evidence of truth. And in that truth, there is peace. Not the peace of avoiding conflict, but the peace of standing firmly in one's essence regardless of conflict. This transformation has ripples beyond the individual. The empath who no longer fears resentment becomes a force of quiet change in their community. Their presence unsettles illusions, but now it also steadies others in their awakening. People begin to notice not only their sensitivity but also their strength. Some will continue to resist, but others will finally feel safe enough to face their own shadows. In this way, the empath becomes a catalyst. Jung believed that the individual who integrates their own psyche contributes to the healing of the collective. The empath who carries their light with both compassion and boundaries embodies this principle in everyday life. There is also a spiritual dimension to this journey. Jung often spoke of the archetype of the wounded healer, the one who brings healing not by avoiding wounds but by transforming them. The resentment that empaths face is one of their great wounds. It isolates them, makes them doubt themselves, and at times drives them into solitude. Yet from this solitude arises depth. They learn to sit with themselves, to draw strength from the silence within, and to discover that their worth is not dependent on the approval of others. This realization is nothing less than an awakening. It is the recognition that the light they carry was never meant to be accepted by all. It was meant to endure regardless. In this endurance, the empath fulfills a deeper archetypal role. They become what Jung would have called a bearer of the transcendent function. This function unites opposites and allows new consciousness to emerge. By holding the tension between love and hostility, between acceptance and rejection, the empath becomes the ground upon which transformation can happen. They may never receive recognition for this role. Many may never understand it. But the soul knows, and in knowing, it continues to shine. In the end, the story of why empaths attract people who secretly resent their light is not a story of failure or misfortune. It is a story of the human condition. Jung showed us that the psyche is always moving toward wholeness, but this movement is rarely smooth. It stirs conflict, resistance, and projection. The empath, by their very nature, becomes part of this process in the lives of others. Their light awakens what is hidden, and the hidden always resists exposure. Resentment, then, is not proof that the empath is wrong. It is proof that the unconscious has been touched. When we see it this way, the pain begins to change shape. The empath does not need to carry the hostility of others as their own wound. They can instead see it as a reflection of the universal struggle between light and shadow. In this recognition lies freedom. The empath learns to remain open without being consumed, compassionate without being naive, present without being dependent on acceptance. They come to embody what Jung described as individuation, the integration of all parts of the self into a deeper wholeness. And in doing so, they remind the world that true strength is not domination, but authenticity. This authenticity is rare. It is what draws others in the first place, even those who cannot fully appreciate it. People are drawn to light instinctively, just as plants turn toward the sun. Even when they resist, even when they resent, some part of them longs for what the empath carries. And while not all will be ready to embrace it, some will. And for those few, the presence of an empath can be life-changing. They may begin to see their own shadow not as an enemy but as a path to growth. They may begin to rediscover the depth of their own heart. And in this way, the light spreads quietly, not by force but by resonance. The empath who understands this no longer lives in despair over the hostility they attract. They see it as part of a larger pattern, a cosmic dialogue between the conscious and the unconscious, between the false and the real. They become, in their own way, a guardian of the inner flame that humanity so often forgets. And though this role is heavy, it is also sacred. Jung wrote that the most important task of the individual is to bring what is unconscious into consciousness. Empaths live this task daily, not only for themselves but for those who cross their path. Even when misunderstood, even when resented, they are fulfilling the deepest work of the soul. There is a quiet beauty in this destiny. To walk through the world carrying light that others resist is not easy, but it is profoundly meaningful. It means that one's life is woven into the great story of awakening that runs through history. It means that even in the face of hostility, one is serving something larger than the self. And in the moments of solitude that follow resentment, when the empath withdraws to heal, they may come to realize that their light does not belong to them alone. It belongs to life itself. And life has entrusted them with the task of keeping it alive. So when an empath asks why they attract people who secretly resent their light, the answer lies not in blame or self-doubt but in the mystery of human growth. Light always calls forth shadow. Compassion always exposes hardness. Truth always unsettles illusion. This is the rhythm of existence, and to walk in it is to walk in the footsteps of every soul who has carried wisdom before. The resentment of others is not the end of the story. It is only a chapter in the larger journey of becoming whole. And for the empath, the final realization is simple and profound. They were never meant to be loved by all. They were meant to be light, and the light must shine. Carl Jung once said that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. This sentence alone could be enough to spend an entire life contemplating, because it points to the deepest human struggle, the journey of finding oneself amid the noise of the world. When we look at Jung's philosophy, what emerges is not a dry theory of psychology, but a living guide for how to face suffering, loneliness, love, fear, and ultimately, meaning. His work was not just about diagnosing the human mind but about awakening the soul. In these lessons, there is no abstract distance. They touch daily existence with precision and honesty. The first lesson begins with the shadow. Jung believed that every person carries within them a side they try to deny or hide. This shadow is not only the darkness of anger, jealousy, or selfishness. It is also the unused strength, the courage that was never expressed, the desires buried under fear of judgment. Jung's lesson is that by refusing to face the shadow, we remain half alive. It is only when we turn to it with humility and courage that we stop projecting our darkness onto others and start reclaiming our own wholeness. To live authentically, one must embrace the uncomfortable truth that every human being is both light and dark. Denial breeds weakness. Acceptance builds strength. The second lesson flows naturally from this. It is the lesson of individuation, the process of becoming whole. Jung observed that most people live according to masks, what he called personas. These are the roles we play to be accepted, the polite smiles, the professional identities, the versions of ourselves tailored to please. The danger is that we begin to mistake the mask for our real face. Individuation means slowly peeling away what is false, daring to see what remains, and building a life rooted in that reality. It is not an easy path. Society rewards conformity. Family expectations and cultural traditions often bind us tightly. Yet Jung insisted that unless one dares to walk the inner path, there can be no true fulfillment. To individuate is to accept the pain of solitude, the weight of responsibility, and the joy of becoming someone who belongs to themselves. The third lesson lies in Jung's understanding of the unconscious. He saw it not as a mere storage of forgotten memories but as a living realm of symbols, myths, and archetypes. The unconscious is like an ancient well, holding wisdom deeper than our rational thoughts. It speaks through dreams, sudden intuitions, and the mysterious pull of symbols that fascinate us without explanation. Jung believed that ignoring the unconscious is like trying to live in daylight while pretending night does not exist. Both are needed for balance. By paying attention to dreams, art, and imagination, we tap into a layer of meaning that rationality alone can never provide. For Jung, to honor the unconscious is to re-establish a dialogue with the soul, something modern life often suppresses in the rush for productivity and external success. The fourth lesson teaches us about suffering. Jung did not treat pain as something to be eliminated at all costs. Instead, he saw it as the very material of transformation. Every wound, he believed, carries a hidden potential for growth. To run from suffering is to remain shallow, but to endure it with awareness is to uncover a new dimension of being. Jung himself endured many years of inner turmoil, marked by visions and confrontations with the darkest parts of his psyche. He called this period his confrontation with the unconscious, and he emerged from it not broken but renewed. In this he shows us that suffering is not the end but a doorway, if we are willing to pass through with patience and honesty. The fifth lesson is rooted in love and relationships. Jung observed that we often look for our missing parts in others. What draws us most intensely to another person is often the reflection of our own hidden self. Love is therefore not only about companionship but about recognition of the deeper layers within ourselves. Yet Jung warned that when we idealize others too strongly, we burden them with carrying our unconscious projections. The challenge is to love another not as a savior but as a mirror, and at the same time, to take responsibility for our own wholeness. This does not diminish love. Instead, it deepens it, turning passion into a partnership of growth rather than dependence. These 5 lessons already weave together a philosophy of life that feels both timeless and deeply personal. They remind us that to live as Jung taught is not to chase perfection but to integrate what has been divided within us. The shadow demands honesty. Individuation demands courage. The unconscious demands attention. Suffering demands patience. Love demands humility. Together, they form the beginning of a map for the soul. This is only the opening of Jung's wisdom. More lessons unfold as we continue, each building on the last, creating a tapestry of understanding that guides us through the struggles of existence. His philosophy is not about escaping life but about entering it fully, with eyes open to both its darkness and its light. The 6th lesson from Jung speaks of meaning. He saw clearly that the greatest suffering of modern man was not hunger or poverty but the emptiness that comes when life is stripped of purpose. Jung worked with patients who had wealth and comfort, yet they came to him in despair, unable to find reason to continue. He believed that a human being cannot live without meaning, that we are not satisfied with survival alone. We hunger for a story, a vision of why we exist. For Jung, meaning is not handed down from authority or fixed in dogma. It arises from the individual soul, from the willingness to search, to listen to the voice within, and to align life with something larger than personal gain. To live without meaning is to be restless even in comfort. To live with meaning is to carry strength even in hardship. The 7th lesson reveals itself in the power of symbols and myth. Jung believed that human beings are not purely rational creatures. Beneath the surface, we are guided by deep archetypes, patterns of story and image that repeat across cultures and history. Myths of heroes, mothers, tricksters, wise old guides, these are not fictions but expressions of the collective unconscious. Jung taught that ignoring myth and symbol leaves us spiritually malnourished. In dreams, in art, in religion, these images carry the wisdom of centuries, echoing truths that logic alone cannot grasp. To pay attention to symbols is to connect with humanity across time. It is to realize that our individual struggles are not isolated accidents, but part of a vast story shared by all who came before. When we recognize our place in this larger myth, life no longer feels random. It feels woven into a fabric of meaning that transcends our brief years. The 8th lesson is about balance, or what Jung often described as the union of opposites. He saw that human beings are torn between contradictions, between reason and instinct, between masculine and feminine, between the conscious and unconscious. Most of us choose one side and reject the other, but this rejection creates inner conflict. Jung's wisdom was that true growth lies not in destroying one side but in reconciling the two. Wholeness is the union of light and shadow, order and chaos, strength and vulnerability. To live one-sided is to limp through life. To unite opposites is to walk steadily, carrying both sides of our nature without shame. This union does not erase conflict, but it transforms it into a creative tension, a source of energy that can be directed toward growth. The 9th lesson rests in the mystery of the self, which for Jung was far greater than the ego. The ego is the conscious identity we cling to, but the self is the totality of the psyche, both conscious and unconscious, both what we know and what we do not yet know. To approach the self is to encounter the sacred, the divine center that holds life together. Jung often described this as a religious experience, not bound to doctrine but to the direct experience of depth. To realize the self is to see that we are more than our fears, more than our temporary roles, more than the fragile ego that struggles for control. It is to touch the eternal within, the part of us that whispers through dreams and symbols, guiding us toward wholeness. Taken together, these lessons complete a circle. Jung did not offer an escape from life but a deeper immersion into it. He taught that the path is not linear but cyclical, moving from shadow to light, from suffering to meaning, from fragmentation to wholeness. Each lesson is both a challenge and a comfort. They remind us that the task of life is not to avoid struggle but to transform it into wisdom, not to deny complexity but to embrace it until it reveals its hidden order. Jung's philosophy does not promise ease, but it offers depth. It is a path for those who wish to live fully awake, who refuse to settle for shallow happiness, and instead yearn for a life that touches eternity. In following his wisdom, one begins to see that every dream, every loss, every love, every fear, is part of a greater story unfolding within. This completes the 9 life lessons, but their implications ripple endlessly. In the next part, we will turn from the structure of these lessons to their living application, exploring how Jung's ideas breathe into daily life and shape the way we walk through a world that is both fragile and profound. When we begin to carry Jung's lessons into daily life, they stop being abstract principles and start becoming living companions. His ideas are not meant to remain locked in books. They are tools for facing mornings filled with doubt, nights that ache with loneliness, and the ordinary moments that quietly shape the soul. Part of Jung's greatness was his insistence that psychology was never just about the clinic. It was about life itself, about how each person makes sense of the chaos within and without. Take the lesson of the shadow. It is easy to treat it as an intellectual concept, but its reality is felt in the irritation toward a colleague, the jealousy toward a friend, the sudden surge of anger we cannot explain. Each time these feelings arise, we have a choice. We can deny them, pretending they do not exist, which only drives them deeper into the unconscious where they grow in power. Or we can pause, breathe, and admit that what we see in another is also alive within us. This small act of honesty turns the shadow from an enemy into a teacher. Over time, it makes us gentler with others, because we begin to see that their flaws are not so different from our own. Individuation too is not a distant goal but a daily practice. It shows itself when someone leaves a career that never felt right, when an artist dares to paint what no one else approves of, when a person walks away from an expectation that was slowly suffocating them. To individuate is not to rebel blindly. It is to listen quietly for the voice within, the voice that says you are more than what the world demands of you. Every choice made in alignment with that inner voice is a step toward wholeness, and though the path may bring solitude, it also brings an unshakable strength that no approval can give. The unconscious, which Jung compared to a deep ocean, also becomes practical when we learn to listen. A dream that startles us awake in the middle of the night may carry more truth than a week of conscious reasoning. An image that fascinates us without explanation may point to something our soul longs for. Jung encouraged his patients to record their dreams, to paint their inner visions, to engage with imagination as if it were alive. In doing so, life expands beyond the narrow corridors of logic. We discover that the unconscious is not an enemy but a guide, offering images that, if we honor them, lead us toward healing and creation. Jung's perspective on suffering also changes the way we endure hardship. When betrayal stings, when illness weakens, when loneliness becomes unbearable, it is natural to want the pain gone. But Jung's lesson is that every wound carries meaning. The task is not to romanticize suffering, but to face it with the faith that within it lies the possibility of growth. Many who endure great pain find themselves afterwards more compassionate, more grounded, more aware of what truly matters. Suffering breaks illusions, and in that breaking, it prepares the ground for something real to take root. Even love, through Jung's lens, becomes a path of transformation. The excitement of falling in love often hides the deeper truth that we are meeting ourselves in the mirror of another. The beauty we see in them reflects the beauty we have forgotten in ourselves, and the frustrations we feel reveal the shadows we still need to face. To love well is to take responsibility for what we project, to recognize that no partner can carry the entire weight of our unacknowledged soul. When this understanding matures, relationships move beyond possession and dependency. They become places of growth, where two individuals walk together not because they complete each other, but because they both seek wholeness. Through these practices, Jung's lessons dissolve into daily living. They are there in the arguments that teach patience, in the dreams that whisper of forgotten truths, in the courage it takes to leave behind masks, and in the quiet resilience found in pain. They remind us that every moment, even the most ordinary, is part of the soul's unfolding. To live in this way is to treat life itself as a dialogue with the unconscious, as a journey of integration, and as a search for meaning that never ends. In this, Jung does not promise us ease, but he offers us dignity. He shows that even in the darkest hours, life can still be shaped into a story of transformation. In the next part, we will move deeper into Jung's vision of meaning, myth, and the self, exploring how these elements connect us not only to our individual lives but to the vast collective story of humanity. Jung's thought becomes most powerful when it reaches beyond the individual and touches the collective story of humanity. He never saw a human life as an isolated fragment. Each person carries within them the echoes of countless generations, the weight of forgotten myths, and the voices of ancestors that whisper through dreams and symbols. In this sense, to know oneself is also to know the larger whole of which one is a part. The search for meaning cannot be separated from the search for connection with something greater than the narrow self. The unconscious, in Jung's understanding, is not merely personal. It is also collective, a deep reservoir where the timeless patterns of human experience live on. When we dream of a journey, a struggle, a mysterious guide, or a terrifying darkness, we are tapping into images that have appeared in every culture since the beginning of storytelling. Jung called these archetypes, and he believed they were the universal language of the soul. Myths of gods and heroes, stories of creation and destruction, visions of love and betrayal, they do not fade because they are woven into the very structure of human life. They appear to remind us that our struggles are not new, and our joys are not solitary. This insight gives daily life a different weight. When someone feels lost and suffering, their pain is not only their own but part of an ancient pattern. The myth of descent into darkness followed by renewal belongs to everyone. It is told in the journey of Persephone, in the trials of the Buddha, in the Passion of Christ, in the countless tales where one must pass through death to find new life. When an individual suffers and feels broken, Jung would remind them that they are walking a path as old as humanity, and that the story does not end in despair. The myth itself carries the promise of transformation. Jung also saw that the loss of myth in modern times had left people spiritually starving. When society reduces life to statistics, economics, and surface appearances, the soul longs for depth and story. People may think they no longer believe in myths, yet they unconsciously live them. They project gods onto politicians, demons onto enemies, saviors onto lovers. Without awareness, myth can distort and control. With awareness, it can guide and heal. Jung's teaching is not to return blindly to old religions but to rediscover the symbolic dimension of existence, where every event, every dream, every relationship carries a depth beyond its surface. At the center of this symbolic life stands the self, which for Jung is far greater than the conscious ego. The ego wants control, certainty, and recognition, but the self seeks wholeness. The self appears in dreams as a wise figure, as a mandala, as a guiding presence that seems both within and beyond us. To move toward the self is to move toward integration, where the opposites of life find their place in a larger order. Jung described encounters with the self as moments of the sacred, where life suddenly feels illuminated by meaning, as though the soul has touched eternity. This perspective shifts the way one sees the ordinary. A recurring dream is no longer dismissed as nonsense but regarded as a message. A period of crisis becomes not a meaningless accident, but a stage in a mythic journey. The tension between conflicting desires is not a flaw to be eliminated but an energy to be balanced. Even solitude takes on dignity, for in the silence of solitude the self speaks most clearly. Jung's vision was therefore not only psychological but deeply spiritual. He did not ask people to believe in dogma, but to listen to the living symbols that rise from within. These symbols, if honored, weave the individual life into the fabric of humanity, where one small story becomes part of a vast and timeless whole. In this way, Jung shows us that to live deeply is not to escape the world but to see it with new eyes. Every struggle becomes a passage and a myth. Every joy becomes a glimpse of eternity. Every dream becomes a dialogue with the depths of the soul. In the final part, we will bring these threads together, exploring how Jung's philosophy offers not only understanding but also a way of walking through life with courage, humility, and meaning that endures beyond the fleeting concerns of the moment. To bring Jung's vision to its completion, we must see how all these lessons gather into a way of living. Jung never spoke as a detached philosopher. His words came from the fire of his own struggles, from nights haunted by visions, from years of inner confrontation that could have destroyed him but instead revealed the depth of the psyche. His philosophy is not a luxury for quiet afternoons of study. It is a compass for those who are lost, a light for those who walk through darkness, and a reminder that life is worth living even when it feels unbearable. The shadow, individuation, the unconscious, suffering, love, meaning, myth, the union of opposites, and the self, these are not separate lessons but parts of one whole. Together they describe the human journey from fragmentation toward wholeness. They remind us that the soul is not something to be explained away but something to be lived. Every person will face their shadow. Every person will wear a mask. Every person will suffer, love, dream, and seek meaning. What Jung offers is not an escape from this but a path through it, a way to move with honesty and courage through the inevitable storms of existence. In this sense, Jung's philosophy is a call to responsibility. To live unconsciously is to let fear and projection govern life, to blame others for what we refuse to see in ourselves. To live consciously, in the Jungian sense, is to take ownership of our darkness as well as our light. It means admitting that we are capable of both cruelty and compassion, that we are both fragile and strong. This humility does not weaken us. It makes us real, and only in reality can we find meaning. It is also a call to courage. Individuation demands that we walk paths no one else can walk for us. It means leaving behind the safety of masks, risking misunderstanding, and standing alone when necessary. Yet, it also means discovering a source of strength that no external approval can give. The individuated soul does not need to shout or dominate. Its power comes from its authenticity, from the quiet certainty of a life aligned with its inner truth. At the same time, Jung's philosophy is a call to imagination. The unconscious speaks in images, and to honor it is to reawaken the symbolic life. In art, in myth, in dreams, we are given glimpses of eternity. These glimpses remind us that life is never flat, never merely mechanical. Even in despair, the soul continues to speak. To pay attention to these whispers is to recover a sense of wonder, to see the world not as empty, but as alive with hidden meaning. And finally, it is a call to meaning itself. Jung saw meaning as the medicine that heals the wounds of modern life. Without meaning, wealth feels hollow, and success becomes empty. With meaning, even suffering becomes bearable. Meaning does not erase pain, but it gives it context, transforming it into part of a story worth living. The greatest gift of Jung's philosophy is that it restores dignity to existence. It tells us that no matter how ordinary or broken a life may seem, within it lies the possibility of transformation, the possibility of touching the self, the center that connects the finite with the infinite. In the end, Jung's life lessons are not about becoming perfect. They are about becoming whole. They do not ask us to transcend humanity but to embrace it fully, to see that every weakness carries a hidden strength, every darkness hides a seed of light, and every ending is also a beginning. To live in this way is to walk with both humility and awe, knowing that the soul is deeper than we can ever fully grasp, yet close enough to guide us with every step. This is why Jung's words continue to resonate, decades after his passing. He spoke not only to his own time but to the timeless human condition. His philosophy reminds us that the task of life is not to avoid struggle but to shape it into meaning, not to deny complexity but to embrace it until it reveals its hidden order. To walk this path is to become, as Jung said, who we truly are, and in that becoming, to discover that the privilege of a lifetime is not only personal but universal. It is the privilege of being fully, deeply, and courageously human.